Welcome, welcome, welcome. What is going on? It's day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. We're looking dead ahead at the big year ender Friday, December 26th. We've got a ton of things to look at. We have a Rick and Bubba Christmas party to recap from this past weekend. Today is a charity charge day benefiting the Community Food Bank of Central Alabama at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. Go by, enjoy some great food for either lunch or dinner or whenever you can stop by, and you know that it's a win-win for everyone. You're going to enjoy your time there, enjoy some great food, and benefit the Community Food Bank of Central Alabama. Everybody wins. So today, Charity Charge Day here on the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, well, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey.
What's happening?
Oh, hanging in there.
Hanging in there.
I'm out of sorts this morning.
Are you really?
Yeah.
What you got?
Well, most of the stuff I normally do the night before.
Yeah.
I got caught up watching a movie, and here we are. I'm out of sorts.
Yeah. Chasing yourself?
Sure.
All over the place. Hey,
yeah.
look, I don't like mornings like that. I get you.
Okay, I think I finally got up.
You are? Deep
Watched
breath?
Emancipation.
Oh, yeah. Will Smith's new deal.
I think this will be the thing that makes everybody probably forget about the slap.
Really?
He'll probably win a bunch of awards for it and that kind of thing.
So, yeah.
As long as he can keep his hands to himself when he goes and gets it.
Yeah.
then-
Right. I've seen the trailer for it, and it
It's
looks
rough.
really good, but it does look very intense.
Rough.
Very
it's
intense.
very intense, very rough, but it's very good. So I'll leave you with that. Apple Plus is where that's
Yeah.
at. So instead of working, I was doing that.
That isn't now. Is that is that just a straight up movie, or does it have episodes
straight
split
up movie?
Okay.
Yeah. It's
right.
wow. I mean, it's buckle up.
Yeah.
Amanda's like, I can't stop watching this. It was rough. It's so rough at times.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I watched one. What's his name? Idris Elba. You know the actor I'm talking about? Y'all would know if you saw him. Anyway, him and they go to Africa, and they going on he used to live there, and they go on. Anyway, a big lion gets after him. A lot of lions.
Oh, I did.
Beast, I think it's
But
called.
you don't like that, right? Because does it all look computer generated?
Well, not too bad. The lions were, but not too bad. It wasn't bad.
Was it not?
No.
Because
It
when
wasn't,
I saw the
everything else
trailer,
looked
because it's
okay.
been out a minute, right?
The lion every now and then, but
I thought about
everything
you.
else, but all the scenery around it doesn't look like it.
Okay, all right. Well, that helps a little bit, because I thought about you when I saw the trailer
Would
for
I
that. I was
rather
like,
have
well, Greg's going to make fun of this.
Would I'd rather had a real lion? Yeah. But it was a pretty good movie.
Right. He and his family are in a handle.
Yeah,
From
they're
what
in a
from
handle.
what the trailer
Oh,
looks
yes.
like. Okay. Is it
There's
pretty
a
good?
There's
What
a
do
lion.
you say?
He's not happy.
Do you say watch it or not?
Yeah. If you're sitting, you got nothing to do. I mean, don't carve out a time of your day
Right,
for it. But if you got nothing to do,
Yeah, watch it. But the line.
oh yeah.
Hey there, everyone. This is Timon.
Okay, no, that's not him. Okay.
It's pretty good. You know,
thought that was something else.
I don't know about that.
I thought that was this.
You are listening to Rick and Bubba's show.
The lion. That's the lion.
Remember him?
Oh yeah.
I'll never
They
forget
said
it.
it was a lion.
Never forget it.
And it's Timo. All right, well, I'm holding a little box here. Y'all want to know what it is?
I noticed
What
that
you
was-
got
what is
there,
that?
buddy?
Well, every now and then we'll get something
Get
in
a
the
little
mail.
mail?
Well, we'll get something in the mail, and it's like, what in the world is this? And a lot of times it's already open, but most of the times it's thrown on my desk. And,
Nothing
hey,
better
we
with
got
a handwritten
something.
letter with it.
Right. And really, this is right up your alley here. And most of the time, if it's a box, I take it to you because I know how you love opening boxes.
I do.
Have you ever seen somebody so excited about opening a box?
know,
huh?
And 99% of the time, I'm disappointed what's in it.
Right.
It's usually not nothing really good.
Well, I know that, space has been a big conversation on this show. And
Oh,
we have
has
big
it?
news from, I
Has
think,
it ever?
Artemis. Didn't it get back this past weekend?
I'm not sure.
It says, here's a gift for the team. I'm reading the letter, and I've got the gift right under it.
For the team.
It says, but most importantly, Greg.
Okay.
It was let's see here. I got to get through some of this. New Greg was looking for a hobby and happened to come across this on the internet and immediately thought about him. Sad, I know. Boy, I can't read some of this. It says here. He says y'all make my day and blah blah blah. Love the show, but he has sent a Blue Origin.
Oh, goodness.
Fly model rocket kit.
Is that a what? Is that a model?
That'll
Yes.
actually fly?
It says here, and I'm saying it says the Blue
son.
Origin
Please look at the drawings on the
New
back.
Shepard Flying Model Rocket Kit.
Well, we need to give that to Bubba.
And
Well, Greg, it's for you. That's your gift.
yeah.
But he's more into that.
And I would kind of just keep it on the box and put it on my desk, maybe.
You
but
want to put it
but
together?
they knew how you love the Blue Origin.
Is it not in there? Get it
I haven't opened it. I mean, I haven't opened it.
See what's in there.
I know that Bubba might want to take this from you, but he said it's for the team, but most importantly, Greg. And I'll let you read some of there. He said it's going to be a lot of fun for you, but I kind of
just the
moved on
drawings
past
on
that.
there are kinda
It just
funny.
says sincerely fan.
That's it.
It says, P.S. My wife wouldn't let me put my name
Oh, come on.
because she is embarrassed for me
That is funny.
that I would take the time to send
I
this.
think that's pretty cool. Let me see it.
Blue Origin. There it is. I know how you love it.
Look
See,
at
Greg.
that.
Yeah, you see how I grabbed it? He kind of snatched it
He
from
did.
me.
He did.
Hey, let's get you a look at that.
I know.
it's
There
coming.
we go. And I believe that's what this fan was looking for.
So
Look,
is
look how rough
is it
he
a
is with the
model
box.
you put together,
know.
or is it something that's in there ready and you fly it?
I'm looking.
I don't know. Look at this. He can't wait to
I
get
mean,
that.
goodness
open.
gracious.
You got to kind of put it together. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of assembly.
This
there.
would have been a
They
good.
lost me with that
Did you
assembly.
did you see that? Did you see that look?
Yeah.
He
Well, you
just
know,
gave.
he's very.
So it's a model.
He's a
It's a-
very picky. He's a very picky gift receiver.
Yes, he is.
If he doesn't like when you give it to him or what, he'll
Yeah.
criticize the gift. But he I know. That's
so they
I
should have
think
just sent a bunch of pictures
Yeah,
of the rocket
right.
itself and
Right.
not the model, because that's all he's pointing at is the
Right.
pictures.
That's why That's why I said maybe we just keep
I'll
it in the
put it
box
together.
and enjoy the box.
You'll put it
What?
together.
I might put it together.
Greg,
Okay.
you open the box.
When I was a kid, I
Greg,
liked models.
Greg, you opened the box, pulled the wrapper up, and said, "You lost me.
Well, I'm just saying it
There's
would've
too
been-
many pieces."
I wished it was together. But
Just said
when I was
a kid, I put it together.
oh, I
models.
loved models when I was a kid. I had all kinds of cars and planes. Then
Did you love them or did you love putting them together?
I loved putting them together, and then I would keep them for a little while, and then after that I would blow them up with firecrackers and stuff. I'd put firecrackers in it and blow it to pieces around 4th of July or New Year's Eve.
Take a sip. All right, well, you got your model.
There's the old.
I love the fact
we
that-
need the Blue Origin over there on that wall of fame.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Let Bubba. He'll put it together.
It's so tall though, we might not be able to see Adler because I mean, it's there's a lot of stuff on that little windowsill over there. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. I love the fact that my favorite part is he says sincerely fan.
Fan.
P.S. My wife wouldn't let me put my name on
That's
it.
funny. Look here, Bub.
All right, Bubba, I know. Look, he's already after it. Look.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLLE.
This holiday, let HelloFresh take the hassle out of dinner so you can spend more time celebrating the season with those you love. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to the door, and ingredients come pre-portioned, so that means less time spent in the kitchen. Plus, their festive eat seasonal recipes and holiday hosting essentials make entertaining a snap. Get 18 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Still looking for that perfect gift? Untuckit is having a huge 25% off sale site-wide and store-wide for a limited time only. Untuckit shirts are designed to be worn untucked. They're the easiest way to keep them looking sharp and feeling comfortable. You can't go wrong with a gift of our super soft flannels, wrinkle-free shirts, and cozy sweaters. So don't miss your last chance to save 25% off right now at Untuckit.com or your nearest Untuckit store for a limited time only. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. Go to carshield.com/Bubba. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10%, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show on day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Big year ender Friday. Looking forward to a great week with everyone. We'll have Meat Could Spin. We've got the recap of the Rick and Bubba staff Christmas party. Man, what fun. We thank the Burgesses, Rick and Sherry, for hosting. Wow, they did such a great job, and it was all, man, it was just fun. It consisted of a Dirty Santa or Yankees Wop! And we had us a fire. We in the backyard fire pit that was interrupted by rain. We just had we had us a what was it? What was the ice cream station? Is that what we're calling it?
Ice cream bar.
Ice cream bar. Thank you. We had delicious food. We had a taco bar. It was just a lot of fun. Greg, we missed you. I hope Lisa's feeling better. I know she kind of came down with something over the weekend.
Around. When you keep grandbabies, they'll.
Boy, I tell you,
little kids, they carry a lot of stuff.
They'll spread it. I mean, in a second.
And it's everything's going around.
I know.
I mean, we're all just passing stuff left and right.
Yep. But missed you guys. So for all the everybody assumed the worst when we started posting things like you weren't invited again, and we were like, no, Lisa was sick. He was invited.
Really, I made that up. I wasn't invited.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll have all that to recap, and it was a lot of fun. Really cool time, and fun time with the family, and just getting to see everybody, which we don't, even though we see and we live through each other with stories about the family. It's rare that we get a lot of the families together.
Yeah.
I know I was missing my kids, but when they're grown and older and they got different things they got to get done, it's just they're pulled 10 different ways. But Terry and I we were able to be there, and it was great fun. A lot of fun. So we have all that to recap. This news broke yesterday, and I saw it, and I didn't really know what to think about it, because at first I thought, well, this is weird. I hope he's okay. But Mississippi State football coach Mike Leach was hospitalized on Sunday as he has suffered, and I'm putting this in quotes because this is what the university is releasing, a personal health issue at his home. The school said in a statement he is preparing for the bowl game on New Year's Day in Tampa, Florida, and getting ready for that. And according to my dad, he's been out recruiting like a crazy man, just everywhere. And this broke yesterday. Defensive coordinator Zach Arnett has been put in charge of the team. Leach has not been ruled out of the bowl game, but others are saying it's a little bit more serious than some think, but who knows? I don't want to speculate here because we don't know. You hear some really scary stuff, and then you hear he's going to be okay. I don't know. I just
you have no. Everybody's trying to get the story out first.
Yeah, and we got to be careful with that. And we really try to make sure we wait and hold what information we have until we know it's official.
Type of medical situation. Yeah. We know that.
Yeah, it said this issue led to a decision to transfer Coach Leach to the University of Mississippi Medical Center in Jackson by ambulance. That's the extent of the information that we're going to put forth. And, of course, thoughts and prayers of the university are with Mike and Sharon, his wife, and their family during this time. And then that, you got a lot of rivalries kind of stop when someone is going through a health issue, and so college football and those he's impacted. His coaching tree is a pretty impressive one as well, and a lot of those coaches and other universities are reaching out with thoughts and prayers and well wishes. So we'll update you when we get that information. But that was surprising news that popped up yesterday that he was transferred to the hospital for a personal medical situation.
Well. Never
so
know.
Anyway, thoughts and prayers with Coach Leach and Mississippi State. So hopefully things go well with him, and it's something he can rebound from and not too serious. But you get on Twitter and you have these, and here we go with these quotes. These Twitter journalists, and that's where you have to really be careful. It's like, okay, what source? Because you read some of them. Talk to a family member or talk to somebody at the hospital, and here's what's going on, and it'll scare you to death.
Yeah.
And then
everybody
you go,
now, if somebody's in the know, I got a reliable source that's telling me,
right?
Then here we go. And we've already heard bizarre stuff.
Oh, yeah, we have.
Earlier.
Yeah, and I don't want to repeat it.
No, because it made no sense.
Right.
Speaking of college football, I completely missed the Heisman Trophy deal.
Yeah,
I forgot about it. I know we were at the party, but we probably could have turned it on or at least knew what was going on, and I completely forgot about it. But Caleb Williams, looked like he was a runaway from the numbers I saw.
When was the last time we were actually surprised that somebody won it? I can't remember. It seems like been a while that they pretty much knew who was going to get it.
It is interesting how college football works, though. 14 months ago, the kid's at Oklahoma as a freshman backup, and here we are 14 months later, and he's the Heisman Trophy winner at a completely different school. So
it is crazy.
And Duggan, is that how you say it?
Max,
I didn't realize he wasn't the starter. He had heart, not open heart surgery, but some work on his heart done.
Okay.
That he had had since birth. This is this year before the season. He's not the starter. The starter gets hurt. He takes over, and he was. I think he came in second vote.
Yeah. So Williams got 88.57%, 88.57% of the Heisman ballots. Duggan got 78.51%. Stroud got 39.54%, and Bennett 24.23%. 88%. That's a big one.
Yeah.
That is a big one when it comes to.
But everybody had that pretty much pegged going in.
Yeah. But to your point, Helmsy, I saw the notification Saturday night at the party that it came through, but it really, like y'all are saying, it used to be like everybody was sitting there on pins and needles. I wonder who won, but now it's like, well, we kind of really know.
That Line movie.
Yeah. Were you really?
Yeah.
All right, did y'all give Army Navy anything?
I did.
I watched a little
I
bit,
was
too.
out. I mean, running. I was like a crazy person.
I saw the
Saturday.
national anthem.
Yeah, I was.
Well, it was better
getting,
than the quality of football they were playing.
I was getting stuff done like crazy. Yeah. Well, it always is.
I know.
First,
I know.
I mean,
you have to get past that.
overtime,
You have to get
100
past
and
that,
some years.
and I did.
Yeah. And it was. When I say it was a good game, just the pageantry and everything that goes around the game. That's really what it's all about, and the fact that, those men are, going to be serving after this football game. And so anyway, I was able to watch that. Now, when we were leaving to go to the Christmas party, we left the game, and it was in overtime.
They were they were going to overtime when we left to go to the party, so we were like, okay.
Yeah, and then we get to the party, and I had to ask everybody who won, and y'all said Army won.
Yeah,
Army beat Navy. That won.
And
so now they're bowl eligible. They're 6-6, right?
I don't know.
I believe they were 5-6
You're
going
correct.
into the game.
Yeah.
But unis were cool.
Yeah.
Navy had the NASA theme going.
Saw that.
And I know Bubba was interested in that. We had talked about that prior to the game.
The one
and
thing,
Army, I got to tell you, Army's uniforms were pretty cool.
they were. I liked both of them.
Yeah.
We got caught up we got caught up in the NASA, but Army was pretty cool too.
Yeah.
Here's what I got to ask though, and this is just don't be so negative when I say what I'm about to say. Can we not find somebody and throw and catch at Army and Navy?
I know.
Like
There's plenty of players out
they
there
completed their
that can-
first pass like way on down in the game. Gary Danielson was even making fun of it at one point, and I was like, "Can we not? There's got to be somebody that can throw and catch."
Yeah, Army was
that would come
completing
to
them, but
Army.
Navy had not.
So
Yeah,
Navy the one that they were
Navy
taking-
was struggling with that. Yeah, I can run the ball, but boy,
Well, sure.
don't ask them to throw it.
We got people throw. There's plenty of people out there can throw.
That's what I'm thinking. And
That's
catch.
Good point.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba. The holidays are here. You can savor every moment with a little help from HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted recipes right to the door, so you can skip that trip to the grocery store and spend more time celebrating this wonderful season with those you love. HelloFresh makes it easy to host a holiday meal or simply add some seasonal flavor to the the weeknight dinner routine with their festive eats recipes and crowd-pleasing quick meals. Whether you're hosting a holiday party or you're just stocking up on snacks, you'll find it all at HelloFresh. From quick breakfast to cheese boards and desserts, it's never been easier to prep for a party or fill your pantry. Kids loving. They're getting in on the cooking action too. And because all quality ingredients arrive pre-portioned, it's easy enough for them to help out. Plus, with over 35 weekly recipes to choose from, there's always something new to try. How about this? Sign up today at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba for 18 free meals plus free shipping. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-465-6550 to save 10%. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Welcome in. 25 minutes until top of the hour. We are discussing a number of different things here as the Good Time Gang. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour for the main show. Today, day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Got a Christmas party to recap, my friend. Yep, Rick and Bubba staff Christmas party was this past Saturday night. Thank you to the Burgesses. Rick and Sherry did such a great job hosting. It was just so much fun to see everybody that could make it, and we got lots of recaps. I know we've all put some stuff out on social media as well to kind of give you a sneak peek as to some of the highlights that will be discussed today, but looking forward to that. Charity Charge today, participating Buffalo Wild Wings, benefiting the Community Food Bank of Central Alabama to win for everybody. Go enjoy some great food, and at the same time, be supporting the Community Food Bank of Central Alabama. They do great work. We've talked about them a little bit last week, and we'll do more today, but just wanted to remind everybody as you're getting the day ready to go, and maybe you can schedule a time to go by and grab some great food from Buffalo Wild Wings at participating locations in the Central Alabama area. All right, so as we come on back, we've discussed a number of things, the health concerns for Mississippi State football coach Mike Leach. We'll kind of table that until we know more and aren't going to assume or repeat some of the rumors that are going around on social media. This here, and it was kind of a profit star from Bubba. Now, they're still going to be okay, but the fact that the Vikings did get beat by the Detroit Lions yesterday is kind of funny because he had been calling that. Now, the Vikings are still, they're still in the lead, and what are they, 10-3 now or something? I think they're going to be all right. I don't know exactly I think that's their record. 10-3. So they got beat by the 6 and 7 Lions, 34-23. But it was just funny him sending something.
Hey, the Lions
out.
are hot.
Yeah, pretty funny. Pretty funny. We also had a gift that was sent to the staff, kind of really a focus on Greg, a Blue Origin model, and we got to put that together. And Bubba came in. He seems all about it.
Yeah.
Says we need a little glue, and we're going to paint it up, and we're going to be ready to go. And then it can sit on your desk. But until then, it's right there for you.
Why don't we put it together and launch it?
Yeah, I think
You gotta
so.
buy
He
a
said
bunch
just
of
straight
extra
up,
stuff.
you launch it and
Greg,
everything.
I will go. It can't be that much.
It's a good bit.
You don't have to look disgusted by it.
Just
No, there's nothing wrong with it. We just need to display it. But if you want to fly, you got to have all kinds of stuff.
but I can take a picture of that list and
You
go
need
get those
scissors,
items.
Pencil, ruler, fine
Yeah.
sandpaper,
Bubba seemed pretty excited.
glue,
You see him in
glue,
there?
He did.
He came in
hobby
here.
knife, masking tape.
Greg
a lot
will
of
steal
stuff.
his
White
joy on it,
primer.
Got some white primer, Greg.
I
If I
want
don't
you
see
to
you
get it-
paint
I
that
want
on.
you to stare at that right there. What it does.
Greg, put that
Hey.
box down. All right, so we got questions from the audience too, and these are always entertaining. And y'all are pretty creative on some of the questions, and Helmsy's got a stack of them.
Right out the gate, and this one was over the weekend. I'd never had either one of these growing up, but I knew friends that did, and they want to know if growing up, did any of us ever have the sea monkeys or the ant farms?
I saw them in the back.
Remember those?
I used
Yeah.
to see where you could order them.
Yeah.
I always wondered what they were. And the picture had them like little things down there lounging around. I did order one time. It said like Army Men.
Yeah.
And you ordered it, and it showed up, and it was like they were just like flat pieces of plastic with men drawn on them.
Oh, really?
But now the ad, you thought you was getting something.
Yeah.
So yeah, it wasn't. I remember the sea monkeys.
I never had any friends that had sea monkeys. I never had them. Now, I had buddies that had the ant farms.
Yeah, I remember ant farm. I didn't have one, but you're right.
Yeah.
I actually have seen and held an ant farm.
I
I've never been around any sea monkeys.
I remember going to friends' houses and they would have ant farms.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I remember one time kind of wanting one.
Yeah, me
Did
too.
you?
Yeah. When they tunnel down. And
I think my brother may have had an ant farm at one point. I'm not real sure.
I remember wanting one. I had a little envy for the ant farm.
I did too, and not really sure why.
I think it was something about that digging, and you could see it.
Yeah, that was intriguing to me. It
Who
was.
knows?
Oh, goodness gracious. What age, I'm just trying to choose because they're all so good. At what age did you harvest your first deer?
Oh, man.
Y'all remember this?
We grew up. We were rabbit hunters growing up, so I probably didn't start hunting deer hard until I was probably in my 20s.
Yeah. I want to say we hunted a lot, but it was now looking back at it, the way we hunt, I had no chance in ever killing a deer.
Yeah, we would go, but like I said, first of all,
I'd sit me on a stump with a shotgun.
You
Say good luck.
You didn't have the deer herd we have now.
No.
You may, if you saw one, it was like seeing Bigfoot, and if you
Yeah.
did, it didn't matter if there was any horn on it.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't shoot those then.
Right.
Anything. Oh,
Yeah.
it was on.
Yeah.
See, I don't remember the age.
And
you
growing
killed
up,
the first deer.
I was about to answer. So I went hunting a lot, but it wasn't until I was an adult and with the early years of the show that I killed one.
Because when I was a teenager and a little kid, we were rabbit hunting. We had dogs and we rabbit hunted.
Yeah.
That's
I was
all
down
we
at the Lenore's, took my first one.
See,
8 point.
I didn't grow up hunting, but it was 20 when I killed mine.
Yeah.
So it's funny. I figured I was really expecting you guys to have low ages and me be the one that didn't kill one till he was 20.
Like I said, you got to understand, when we were
Let's see
growing
what
up, I don't know
mine-
about in Mississippi,
20.
but where I grew up, they're just, I mean,
Yeah.
they weren't that many.
No, not at all. South Mississippi, you think there's a lot there?
I bet there is.
So let's see. We were sitting here trying to add everything up, probably 22, 23. So, I mean, I was probably right at 30, maybe.
Okay. Wow. Wow, I'd have never thought that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, you got a decision to make, both of you. You've just been offered an all-expense vacation to take your families for Christmas.
Okay.
Speedy, I know you love that because it's free.
Well, this is my question.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Would you choose, this is from Chad, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Would you choose to take your family to the mountains where you are guaranteed snow or the tropics?
I'm going mountains.
Me too. I'm going mountain.
I knew y'all would pick mountains. I
Yep.
think I'm going tropics.
You know what I'm doing? I'm going mountain.
I'm going to go tropical island somewhere.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
I think so.
Sniffles.
Yeah,
I think so.
boy,
Really
mountains would be
sniffling a
nice.
lot.
Little
Yeah.
snow.
Oh,
Yeah, I'd
kidding
like
me?
that.
Huh?
Build a fire.
And but you can show up and everything's ready.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. And the roads are snow, but the roads are fine.
Right. Hey, I'm telling you, one of our greatest little getaways, I say greatest, okay,
Wow.
but it's in Mentone last year.
Yeah.
When Terry and I just went, got a little cabin, just the two of us.
You talking about where you stayed exactly where I stayed?
Yeah.
And
it
ate
was,
the exact meal y'all ate.
no, I didn't do that. But,
Drove the same car.
Okay.
You used the same firewood?
Yeah.
Called you and made sure he was right.
And hey, it was real cold. It was so cold that weekend that I was building a fire, and I asked Terry if she wanted to come out and sit with the fire, and she's like, I don't know if I. It was that cold, the wind was blowing, and
What
it was
month
like,
was
okay,
that?
the heat's not even getting to me. There's a fire, but the heat's not even getting here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Too, but the
It
cold's
was in
overpowering.
January. It was in January.
You know, the cold's kicking its butt.
Right? Yeah. We went for a little hike and everything.
Man,
it was
this is
like-
nice, yeah.
Yeah, but it was absolutely gorgeous. That was, no leaves, so you could see forever.
Yeah.
All right.
Come on with it.
We're all stranded on an island.
Ooh.
We get to take one movie with us. What movie are we taking?
Oh, Twister.
Oh, my gracious. Are you serious? Your love for Twister.
Are you kidding me?
That's
Huh?
a no-brainer.
Hey, look at me. Who would say something else?
Let me think.
I
That's
knew
tough.
that was you. I didn't realize you were going to use that for this too.
That's a tough one.
It is a tough one.
See, look, I've already answered it. So.
I know.
Twister.
I know.
And I saw it this weekend. Smoking the Bandit.
You can only take
Yeah,
one.
just one.
And there's a lot of
Put all your
movies out
fingers
there.
up.
I'm going Smoking the Bandit. I saw
Right,
it this weekend.
good.
Watched it, the whole thing this weekend.
Right. That's going to be a great night. We got Smoking the Bandit and Twister.
Yeah. I love it.
What you got over there?
I don't know.
You don't know?
This is a tough one because if I pick something like Moneyball or A Few Good Men, it would make me miss here.
Right.
And probably like. And if
Are
I
our
say-
families with us, or are we just a staff stranded?
Just the Good Time Gang.
Oh,
If I'm
just a good
stranded,
time
I
game.
need a little Buford T. Justice to get me through it. Y'all, I forgot how funny he
Hey.
was.
Golly, it's funny.
Give me a Diablo sandwich and a Dr. Pepper and make it fast.
Son, you. Oh, no.
Way he gets on his spoiler. Oh.
All right.
If you had to choose.
So you're not gonna answer. That's
well,
fine.
I said
You make fun of
two.
me, stuff
I mean,
like that.
That movie he just watched.
Yeah.
No, would not take that for sure. I always go Few Good Men, Moneyball. It used to be Shawshank Redemption.
Hey,
and
you can only take one.
I know, but
Well, I was the same. Now, I went through Braveheart. I really like that.
Right. Look, those are all great
The
movies, but they're no
Natural, I like
Twister.
The Natural.
Gladiator.
That Twister is a classic.
Right.
Right up there with
Right.
Ben-Hur.
I mean, everything y'all name's great, but it's not that.
No. And I see how quick you went to it.
Oh, yeah.
It was quick. That's what was funny about it. Okay, if you had to choose one intern that we've had over
good
the
Lord,
last
I
few
can't
years
remember all that.
Few years?
to replace you on the show, who would it be?
Oh, Bruiser. What?
Yeah. I know the show would be happy. That's not fair. I don't know.
I agree.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it, yeah.
Wow. So we're just not going to answer anything. I guess we just need to stop asking questions.
All right, so here's what I want to do, and I want to do this week, okay? Because I know we got to go to break, but somebody brought this up last week. I wrote it down. I told Speedy to remind me, but he forgot.
What?
And I don't even remember why it came up, but we were talking about nicknames for something. I don't even remember what it was. So what I would like to do over the next, I would want to take a segment at some point. Take it, not today, sometime this week before we leave and go to Christmas break. And I want to ask the audience, what is your nickname and how'd you get it? I want to know what nicknames are floating around these days.
In our audience.
In our audience.
I went for some you can't say on air.
Well, you mind?
We have it. Yeah,
Wait,
that's
we probably don't need to
I had
call.
one.
Speedy, that's a great point. That's exactly the first thought
Well,
you had.
because I remembered the nickname I had when I worked at the power
Let's
company
do
when I
this.
was young, and
Yeah.
the older guys were making fun of me. It wasn't very flattering.
This week is happening.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Still looking for that perfect gift? Untuckit is having a huge 25% off sale site-wide and store-wide for a limited time only. Untuckit shirts are designed to be worn untucked. They're the easiest way to keep them looking sharp and feeling comfortable. You can't go wrong with a gift of our super soft flannels, wrinkle-free shirts, and cozy sweaters. So don't miss your last chance to save 25% off right now at untuckit.com or your nearest Untuckit store for a limited time only. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
The Spirit of the Cowboy special. Spirit comes from the soul. It's not something that happens to you. It's something that happens in you.
You take pride in yourself. You take pride in your brand.
It's hard work. It's perseverance. It's dedication. And it's preserving what's old and keeping it new.
The Spirit of the Cowboy is the last wild free thing left.
Boot Barn. Share the West.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Home should be where you and your family feel safest, especially over the holidays. This season, give yourself and your family the gift of peace and protection with the #1 rated home security system, Simply Safe. Right now, Simply Safe is offering 40% off a new security system. In an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology exclusively from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real, so you can get priority police response. 24/7 professional monitoring service that costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Security Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anytime, anywhere. Arm or disarm, unlock for a friend, access your cameras, or adjust system settings. Get 40% off any new system at simplysafebubba.com today. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
It is 8 minutes now till top of the hour, and it's the kickoff hour. We're rolling along here on day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Don't forget, today is a charity charge day as well at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. Go by and enjoy some great food and know that you're benefiting a great charity, the Community Food Bank of Central Alabama. We'll talk more about them today, but today, charity charge benefiting them. Also, don't forget we have the Rick and Bubba staff Christmas party to recap. I know some of us have sent some stuff out on social media, so you're kind of getting a sneak peek of some things that happened. Looking forward to that recap today, and thank the Burgesses for hosting. Yes, Greg was invited, but Lisa, his wife, came down with something over the weekend, so she's getting better, but she was sick, so he had to. And I appreciate that. You don't want that person to bring some illness to the party. Don't want that.
So I guess I'll open the Dirty Santa gifts up myself.
My dad said the movie that he would take to a deserted island. It says I think it was She Wore a Yellow Ribbon with John Wayne. It was filmed in 1949.
Any John Wayne, I'm with him.
Yeah.
I love John Wayne movies.
John Wayne movies.
I don't think I've
#1.
seen that one, though.
Really? That's what he says. He's weighing in, so that's what I would take.
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, I would have to consider the Cowboys taking it.
Yeah.
That's my favorite John Wayne, the Cowboys.
And look, all those fine right after we watched Twister.
It's outstanding.
Right after we watched Twister.
It's the only one. It's the first one he ever got killed in. I don't want to ruin it, but yeah.
Thanks for that, Greg.
Well, it's still a good movie, even though he gets killed.
Yeah. This portion of the show brought to you by allform.com/Bubba. The holiday season is here, and a lot of you are taking in some guests that maybe you don't have all season long, and you're realizing, wow, so we really need some new furniture. Maybe something for the family room, the living room, screened-in patio area. Allform has you covered. They make outstanding, high-quality, handmade in America furniture. Flexible, modern designs, too, to fit any room, from armchairs, sofas, sectionals, love seats. They've got you covered. And check them out. What we love about Allform, too, is that they really do a great job on letting you customize what furniture you need to best fit the room that you're trying to put that in. It ships right to your door, too, from their factory in North Carolina, so no supply chain or labor worries. Don't worry about that. You can pick your fabric, color, leg types, plus sofa size and shapes to make it a perfect fit, and it even comes tool free too, which is really cool. So it just puts together, and no worries there. It comes right to your door, as I said. Allform.com/Bubba. That's the website. The furniture arrives fast, and shipping is always free. Think about it. In a couple of days, you could have that furniture. So don't worry. And no screwdriver, as I said, needed. It's ready to go, tools free. If you're worried about, hey, I'm not going to like it, don't worry about that either. 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. So
send it back.
You have nothing to lose. Allform.com/Bubba. And when you do go there, you're going to get 20% off anything you buy. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. All right, so as we come on back, we've got a lot of things to discuss. Speaking of things coming to your front door, Helmsy was talking about a problem he had with a Walmart order with somebody trying to get in there and steal some.
He got a new toy.
Yeah, steal some identity and order some stuff, and they worked all that out. But something that they didn't order still came to their front door, and it was a huge canopy.
Yes.
And you left us last weekend with not knowing what to do with it. Do you have an update?
I do. So we called Saturday and called them back because it's been we've tried to call y'all a lot,
right,
and nobody seems to know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So long story short, or short story long, however you want to look at it, we our one of our cards got hacked.
Uh-oh.
And somebody bought a bunch of items from Walmart, and for some reason sent them to our house.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how crooks pull that off if they're trying to buy something that you'd think they'd send it to a different location. But
to your point, also, are they monitoring the the delivery.
You would think.
You know,
you would think
or something like that.
So, but I don't know the point of having it delivered to us. So anyway, we canceled all the orders and got all that done. But for some reason, they still shipped the canopy to us. And since it's been over a week now that it's been sitting at our house on our front porch, and I can't move it anywhere. How one person, they basically drug it down the steps, is probably broke.
I was going to say, that'd been tough.
Probably dented up.
Get it down there.
So they claim they're coming to get it this week. We're coming to get it. But now that was a fight to get them to come get it because they tried to tell us we had to bring it back. And I said, no, First of all, I can't lift it.
Right.
2, I'm not taking my time to bring something I didn't purchase nor deliver.
And you already had it canceled before.
Absolutely.
It ain't like it showed up and then you realized.
So then I said, hey, listen, heads up. When y'all come out here, don't come out here and be caught off guard by the situation.
Right.
We got a bunch of steps, and this thing is heavy. Bring 2 men.
Not real.
In a truck.
Not a woman. Nothing against
Not
that.
even a tomboy.
I need 2 strong men. Okay, if y'all are gonna get this thing out of here.
Yep.
And so basically, the conversation went from y'all got to bring it until to me saying, "Here's the deal." And I did get a little frustrated. But I was as kind as I could be for as long as I could be. This thing has been on our porch for a week. Okay.
Right.
Away.
Yeah.
Now, here's another thing they're going to have to deal with now. It's been raining all weekend. So half the box, because it's so big, is hanging out into the wetness. So that all that cardboard stuff's just going to be disintegrated when they pick up.
It really got wet.
But here's what's happening. They're either going to have it by Thursday or I'm giving it away.
Yeah.
And that's what I told them. I said, listen, I've been kind about this. By the end of this week, we're looking at 2 weeks. I know times are tough on the delivery front, okay? We didn't order this, didn't ask for this, and we've called a bunch of times. If it's not removed from my house by Thursday, I'm giving it to somebody. I've got people that want it.
And you could go, hey, this isn't the only item that the others didn't get delivered.
Right.
Why did this?
The Nitro golf clubs that were ordered, that they didn't show up.
So
not sure what happened with your system, but that's not my problem. Sorry, I can't have the box on my front porch the rest of the week. We're getting into Christmas time, and quite frankly, I'm tired of hearing it.
Yeah,
from everybody.
Yeah,
even the dogs. I'm tired of seeing the dogs jump up there on it.
It's become part of the house.
You can't get in the front door without walking around it or stepping on top of it or stepping around. I mean, it's just.
What's the chances of them getting it?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this: somebody's getting it. It'll be gone Friday either way.
Either way, it's out.
Because I've already reached out to somebody in an email and said, "Hey, stand by,
my friend.
Maybe yours.
We'll update.
You better get a couple people.
Right. Bring a crew with you."
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I mean, of course, the first thing I think about is how long did she holler and yell for somebody to hear her?
Rick, I'm just, that's what I'm saying. I'm just shocked that this could even happen.
What am I supposed to do? Not think about that?
I know. It's the first thing I thought of.
Because what do you do? The first thing you do is you picture yourself in there and what you'd be doing. And I would
she may have hit her head going down. They said they said after they investigated the skeleton forensically, there was no trauma to the head other than what you would take falling into a wall like that. So they thought it was a very normal situation. They didn't see foul play. Let me put it that way.
Well, you're also telling me it probably wasn't enough to kill her on the fall.
No, Rick.
Thanks, buddy.
But that wall looks big enough you could survive though in there, don't you think?
You ain't got any food or water.
Well, you can get out though.
How?
Punch a hole in the wall.
Something.
Was there a wall made out of? Is there a wall made out of concrete or steel? It looks like sheetrock.
She's 61.
Rick, sheetrock is just dust.
All right, I'm here to help you out.
Something.
I agree with this. You mean to tell me that Shawshank Redemption can dig a doggone tunnel
with a spoon?
With a spoon.
And you can't punch through sheetrock.
And the time in there, I can't find a way to get that sheetrock where I can get through.
Well, see, that's why I'm thinking the fall must have messed her up somehow.
I'm back on that now.
Maybe you broke a leg or something and you had a blood clot.
The smell, I don't know how the smell got by everybody.
Let's talk about it.
If I have a mouse on a sticky pad, I smell it.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean,
you do.
The way that interior wall was constructed with that distance, so it may have some ventilation through there.
Well, if you don't come in the house, so would you smell it outside? You might not.
I don't know. You know,
here's
maybe downtown Houston has a poor smell to it. I don't know.
Here's what I want. I think I'm going to move on, and I'm going to say that because she's 61, even though that's not crazy old because we're almost there, but she fell.
That's not that old, Rick.
I know. She fell in there, and the fall was severe, and it broke her neck. She fell in head first and broke her neck. That way? And she never knew it. She was dead instantly.
You know,
I need that.
For some reason, I'm thinking she fell feet first.
I know.
But
you talking about
if you went in head first, that could be a whole other thing. You could
probably
die from that, can't you?
Yeah, that's where I'm going, but it probably didn't happen. But we'll bet.
Rick and Bubba.
I heard that coming in.
Bubba, a statue of a gorilla has been in a community playground like you're at the zoo. Looks like there's a silverback gorilla. It's fake. That is inside of a cage. It has been there, and this is Texas, too. When Texas starts to go, it has to concern you.
Oh, buddy.
The gorilla has been there for 19 years. 19, just shy of 20. Now it is being removed because some people, I don't know who, found the children playing on a playground with a gorilla, a pretend gorilla, not a real one, inside a cage like you're at the zoo, was racially insensitive. Now,
and how long had it been there?
19 years.
And now it's racially insensitive?
Well, let me ask you this. To me,
I don't get it.
Whoever considers it racially insensitive is the person that's racist. Because I see a gorilla. I don't know what you see.
Yeah.
I think I know what you think you see, right? But to me, you're the one with the problem.
Yeah, I don't understand.
If you think that's a racist symbol, then you have got a problem.
Gorillas, in and of themselves, the animal, the gorilla, cannot be racially insensitive.
No.
Should we eradicate them from the world? I mean, should we remove all gorillas? How in the this is just we're just I never thought I thought we had moved so much progression on this. It seems like we are just spiraling backward on this kind of.
That may be the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Rick, again, I think there's a large group of people that really, I mean, it's hard to even imagine this. Their goal is not for people to get along. It's bad for business.
Let me ask you this. I wish that we would
So they keep everything stirred up.
In this day and time on this type of subject, when whoever's in charge of the grill in the cage, whoever the city or whoever it is, when the people come to you with this request, just go, no, we're not doing that, and move on. Why do you have to cater to a small percentage of people who obviously don't have common sense?
Well, it goes back to what
just look at them and go, okay, no, we disagree. It's a gorilla. Next. Go. Come on.
Do you know
who's mad about the garbage pickup? Something like that.
Greg, the gorilla is an actual animal that exists.
Yes.
I mean, there's.
I'll tell you who's in trouble, Rick. The Division II powerhouse Pittsburgh State Gorillas. What are you going to do with them? That's their mascot.
Well, you laugh.
Oh.
He said there had been an uptick on complaints. Again, now keep in mind.
So it went from 1 to what, 6?
But the uptick on the complaints, keep in mind, the people who complain about this are the same ones the other day when a biologist, not a preacher, a biologist was saying that in the world of biology, men and women are different. And those people got up and said phrases like "power to the people."
And we will not have Nazis or fascists. Ever how you say that?
Wait a minute. So I guess it makes sense if there's a group of people that could say to a biologist, and equate them as a fascist or a Nazi. Now, I don't know how power to the people even fits into this at all.
She had seen
Rick, they're anarchists, and this is just the latest thing for them to holler about. That's all it is.
When
They're
they
just a
don't
bunch of people
care.
want no rules, have no concept of community or civilization. They just want to disturb everything going on.
So I guess I could see by anybody who could be in that genre of Nimrodness could also see an animal that exists. Jane Goodall, Gorillas in the Mist. I mean, I thought we were trying to even save the silverback. I thought we didn't look like that. And so here is a pretend gorilla, like it could be a giraffe, it could be an elephant, it could be
an
lion.
animal, Rick.
They're treating it like it's a Confederate monument.
Exactly, Bubba. There, thank you.
So now gorillas
Thank you.
are racially insensitive. No, calling a human being a gorilla would be racially insensitive.
And evidently, if you've got a problem.
6 minutes past the hour. Merry Christmas. The Rick and Bubba Show, the final 5 days of 2022. We got 5 shows left. We'll start this hour as we have since the attack on America back on 2021 with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Merry Christmas. Gift number 8 in the 12 working days of Christmas happening today on the Rick and Bubba Show. There are only 5 shows left in 2022 beginning today. The final 5 shows. Big Year Ender comes up on Friday. We'll also recap the weekend, which will include a recap of the Rick and Bubba Christmas Party 2022. So that's happening today. Your phone calls will update you on the stories that have happened since we were away, etc., etc. So it's got Speedy, got Greg, got Helmsy. They've done the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience. And across the way is the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Christmas.
Christmas and Dixie.
It's snowing in the pine. And out in Pleasant Valley, Greg's house is all in lights. From Calhoun County. Bubba, we have a lot to recap, my friend.
Yeah, busy weekend. Hope everybody's doing well. I know we're deep into the holiday season now. A lot of family get-togethers, Christmas parties, office events. We had our Rick and Bubba staff party this weekend. Thanks to you and Sherry for hosting.
Well, it was, we went through the pandemic, then we went through a spike, and, and then we'll talk about it when we get into it. But Sherry and I were trying to remember, there really hasn't been a lot of Rick and Bubba Christmas parties in the 28 years that we've been doing this. We were trying to remember how many there have actually been. There haven't been that many.
Well, we used to have them, and then it got bigger and bigger, and then we had one at one of the local civic centers that got shut down. Remember
that? And then we took a big break after that.
Yeah, it kind of took the wind out of it for everybody, and then we started back up more with the in-home version, and then we had COVID hit.
The pandemic hit. Yeah.
And by the time it's time to go again, it kicked up, and it was like, there's just not no reason to push this, so. But glad to be back at it.
Yeah.
It was good to see everybody. Of course, we see you guys all the time, but to see your families and see how they're growing and what they're doing. And, Rick, I enjoyed getting to see Buddy the dog and seeing Sherry in action as a fire starter.
By the way, I slayed a guy who was, they were all commenting, everybody was having fun about Greg not being there and all that.
It's almost like you didn't invite him.
Right. Yeah. Well, that was the accusation all weekend. I was like, do y'all read anything on the pictures?
Yeah, evidently not.
But anyway, and some of them are doing it as a joke. But,
sure.
But anyway,
have a little fun with it. What's wrong with that?
The funny thing was, I sent back, guy says, Rick, I think I see your dog has a sweater on on in your house. And I said, I snuck him into Betty's purse. He's gone now. So anyway,
he's a friendly little fella.
But we'll talk about that. You're right. The special part, it's not us seeing each other, because that happens every single day for several hours. It is getting them spend time with each other's wives and children that can get there. And like I say, those of us that are empty nesters, you just see if you can land one. It's hard to get them back, but it's still special for the wives to get together, and they don't see each other like we see each other. So that's good. So we'll talk about that. Gift number 8, and then of course on a serious note, my goodness, Mississippi State fans. Apparently, Coach Leach is in trouble. He's had a cardiac event and is in the hospital. And I mean, I saw this morning. Now I don't know how accurate this is. Coach Leach needs a miracle. Everybody be praying. So I don't know.
Yeah, did you see? We just saw the last one I had said a personal health issue.
Right. Yeah.
So you have heard cardiac?
Well, not from anybody in the medical field.
Event?
Not in the medical field. Totally unreliable sources.
Well, and we had held off in the kickoff hour because you have all these Twitter journalists now that, hey, I've talked to the family, I've talked to the hospital. This is what's going on. This is what's going on, and then you hear another report where, hey, he's not ruled out for the bowl game. We don't know.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it is. I just know it's a personal health issue. That's the story we have in the statement from the university. But other than that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the university's statement really doesn't tell you anything, and all this other stuff, like you said, is totally unreliable. So it could be as mild as he'll be at the bowl game and as severe as he's hanging on for life.
Well,
or somewhere in between. I don't know which one's right.
To your point, when you read things like Coach Dana Holgerson, okay, we all know him. He was a mentor. Leach was a mentor to him. So he put this out yesterday. My thoughts are with my mentor, my colleague, and more importantly, my friend. While I am devastated by today's news, I know Mike is a fighter with an incredible spirit, and I know he will continue to battle. That right there tells me this is serious stuff. For him, for Coach Holgerson.
Well,
to put out
you're
something
hearing
like
different things that are very serious conditions like heart attack, stroke, different things, but there's nothing that's been confirmed, so it's hard to know.
There was a cancer deal out there at one time.
Yeah.
So it could be anything.
It could be, and we don't know.
And the university is doing the right thing. They're just letting us know, hey, you're going to hear that Coach Leach has got a medical situation. That is correct, and he's been – now, when you have to be airlifted –
well, they drove him. Yeah, they drove him by ambulance, but I think it's to what Greg said.
It was both, wasn't it?
That it was because some of the conditions with the flying. I
think they wanted to, but I've read where they wanted to, but they couldn't because of the conditions.
That's right. Well, that was it. That's the last report I heard, which again unreliable. Wanted to airlift him. Weather was a problem, but then they found a way to get him there. And I don't know if that meant they eventually got up or he was driven. I don't know.
Right.
So anyway. We don't know. We just know there's something going on that is serious enough that the university puts out a statement to let us know they took him to the nearest hospital that would deal with serious things.
Sure.
So I think it probably is serious, but I don't know about life and death. That we don't know.
Rick and Bubba.
15 minutes passed, but that was a story that broke over the weekend, and we'll start unpacking all of it. Gift number 8, standing by for that. Also, a brand new Rick and Bubba University. The podcast is out, and another Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge is going on today. So a lot of action here in the Final Five.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Prices on
Miss Julie Frey at Malcolm Bridge Elementary in Bogart, Georgia. 20 students, streaming as well. Miss Natalie Lovell at St. Michael Elementary School in Charlestown, Indiana. 65 students. Extreme Club winners, there you go. 1 year, including RBTV.
Thank you, teachers. So congratulations. Also, it's an annual event here. Mrs. Dennis's Dragonflies, the first grade class from Vestavia Hills Elementary East, not far from the plaza. This year's edition, ready to go. And we also have Mrs. Dennis here ready to turn the pages. If you're watching on RBTV, we also will have Adler there turning the pages for you as well. We'll be reading as part of Read Across America, and happy birthday to Dr. Seuss. Today we'll be reading, as we always do, Green Eggs and Ham. There's a lot to learn here, too, Bob.
Oh, yeah. Rick,
a lot about persistence.
This is very educational.
Are we ready? Everybody ready? Here we go. The reading shall begin. I am Sam. Pretty straightforward there on the first one. It's just I am Sam. I am Sam. Now, once again,
wasn't he a member of the Black Eyed Peas?
No, that's a different one.
Okay.
That's a different one.
That's Will I am.
Yeah. Sam, I am. You got it? Okay. Now, he's established who he is, guys, and now the response, and sometimes you don't get a negative, you get a negative response, not a positive when you start trying to say hello to someone. So the person he's talking to says, that Sam I am, I do not like that Sam I am. And that's not very nice. I don't think we should just tell people we don't like them just because
out of the gate.
Right. Sam now will establish, as any great persistent salesperson will, the product he is trying to push. Do you like green eggs and ham? If you were selling kids the Rick and Bubba show, your first thing when you tell your name, then you say, do you like Rick and Bubba? And you'd move from there. You do get this sometimes, sadly. I do not like them. Sam, I am. I do not like green eggs and ham. So it's established.
Right.
Sam wants him to have some green eggs and ham. He don't want to try it.
Well, I might be in that camp to begin with, too.
Okay, all right. And then Sam tries to go a little bit crazy with him by talking about scenarios that might change it. Would you like them here or there? I would not like them here or there. I would not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. So really changing where we're going to eat them is not going to affect this guy.
And it looks like he has the hands of truth, too.
He does. He's got the hand up. Talk to the hand. Then Sam continues. Would you like them in a house? Would you like them with a mouse?
I wouldn't like them with a mouse.
No, I would not. Mm. I do not like them in a house, and I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. Hey, I don't like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. Does he seem clear to me? He seems so clear about it.
You would think.
But Sam, being the ever-persistent salesperson, would you eat them in a box? Would you eat them with a fox?
He must be on straight commission.
I agree with that, Mr. Bussey. That's good. Not in a box, not with a fox, not in a house, not with a mouse. So anything you're giving me, I'm saying no to. I would not eat them here or there. I would not eat them anywhere. I would not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. That should be it. Would you? Could you in a car? Eat them, here they are. I would not, could not in a car. You may like them, you will see. You may like them in a tree.
You got to be careful eating in a tree. Or driving, I would point out.
I would not, could not in a tree, not in a car. Hey, will you let me be? Hey, leave me alone. I do not like them in a box. I do not like them with a fox. I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. A train. A train. A train. A train. Could you, would you on a train? Not on a train. Not in a tree. Not in a car. Sam, let me be. I would not, could not in the box. I could not, would not with the fox. I will not eat them with a mouse. I will not eat them in a house. I will not eat them here or there. I will not eat them anywhere. I do not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. Say. In the dark? Here? In the dark? Would you? Could you? In the dark? I would not, could not in the dark.
That'd be tough.
Would you? Could you in the rain, Bubs?
I don't like rainy food.
I would not, could not in the rain, not in the dark, not on the train, not. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. As we make our way back, thank you for being with us today. So if we get any updates that are reliable on Coach Leach at Mississippi State, we'll share that with you. But I think safe to say it's serious. I think that's accurate.
Well, clearly. And our thoughts and prayers are with them. He, not only being a husband and father and all that, I mean, he is a real asset to the football community, and we want him to see him on that post,
Yeah, so definitely keep the Leach family in your prayers. Today, speaking of people who need help, the Community Food Bank will benefit today for those of you that get out and participate in the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge, another one today that's all in Alabama. Those locations that are involved: Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, and Chelsea. So all of those places in our home state of Sweet Home, Alabama, participating today. And you help the Community Food Bank, which always this time of year can use a big check, and we can provide one by simply going and eating food and then providing food for other people all at the same time. So do that wherever you get a chance. And, the retired general from it's a brigadier general, whatever brigadier means, but I know that's
is that a 1 or 2 star? I can't remember.
I just like saying it. It sounds like I know what I'm talking about. I love to say brigadier.
Yeah,
but anyway, so
you got the star though, buddy.
Yeah,
that's good.
Got some good feedback from people who've already listened to or watched the podcast this past weekend with Ron Wilson as we talk about the next stage of telescopes, and this one is going to look even deeper into space, and we will robotically put it on the moon in a crater, secure it down, and take a look.
Yeah, it's in a competition to be selected, and they're one of the finalists. But it sounds like it's an exciting project, and what a great time to talk about that with Artemis coming back this weekend, and I'm sure we'll have some footage of that here in a minute.
Yep.
And that came back, and Rick, they used a new approach. We'll talk about it when we see it. But boy, they came in hot, and they skipped along the Earth's atmosphere before they actually re-entered. So
the burn went all right.
Everything went well.
Everything
Best we
went
can
well.
tell.
I'll tell you, Saturday I got out like a madman running errands. We had to get stuff done that we'd put off. And I just so happened to get back, Bubba, and sit down. Local time, it was 1:45, and the Army-Navy game was coming on at 2. And so I'm going to turn this on. And saw a little bit of the pregame fanfare and all this kind of good stuff. And I was so disappointed to learn that you hadn't watched it, or you couldn't watch it. You were out working.
Yeah, I was. And
I know you were looking forward to that.
I recorded it, so I'm still going to watch it, though.
You are?
Yeah.
It's
the beauty.
It went into overtime.
Yeah.
I hate to break that to you.
Well, I heard that it was 2 overtimes.
Was it 2? Yeah, I didn't see it.
Then Army ended up winning, right?
Yeah. I was.
How did Navy's NASA uniforms look?
Yeah, it was. Had an astronaut on one side and then just the NASA logo on the other.
Yeah, that's pretty cool to do that. And then they actually picked up the Artemis capsule. On Sunday. So,
can I tell you what was funny? So I was. The only thing I saw about the Army-Navy game was they interviewed 2 guys that were veterans, one from Army, one from Navy. And of course, they had all their, buttons on. Beat Navy, beat Army. The hats and all this. And they were being interviewed, and I tell you what was hilarious. The guy representing the Navy, and I don't know their names, but anyway, he said, yeah, and there's a lot of things you can do. He said with our game, he said those of you out there that drink, you can do a drinking game. You have to drink every time either team throws a pass. He said, trust me, you'll be sober.
That's so true. Gracious.
So I don't know, but I see the thing. What happened with me? Of course, I was the husband of the hostess.
Sure.
So your day, it's over. I mean, you have no chance. You're just waiting on your next assignment. Yeah. But the thing about the actual game, and I know I'll get some boos on this, but if you listen, it really shouldn't be a boo. It should be a semi-yay.
Okay.
Is I enjoy and want to see the pregame, because to me that's the part that's so moving, and that's the part that you get to see all these stories like Bubba said. Then you get to see all this pregame stuff. These traditions are really, really cool. And once I realized I'd missed that, I was like, man, because the game itself, 4-7 versus 5-6, but the pregame is really special.
In the kickoff hour, and I, because I really wanted, this is sincere, I'm not trying to make fun, but can we not find anybody in Army and Navy can throw a football? Catch a football?
I think what they realize is, just like most teams that stay with a really triple option, they realize they can't recruit. If they try to outdo that, the other teams are so much better at it, it doesn't give them an advantage. So now they're basically they're trying to give, and because that triple option is very hard to prepare for if you don't ever see it.
Sure.
And so I think they think with them being military academies, that gives them their best shot at being competitive. Mm-hmm. So it's not that they can't do it. I think they don't desire it.
Well, they attempted it a couple times, and it looked pretty ugly.
I bet it did.
And
Doesn't it seem
Navy's administration seems to go with me on this because they fired the coach.
Yeah. But I will
They
tell
had
you this.
back-to-back
I will
seasons.
tell you this. You know, growing up, the sons, Greg and I, of a dad that believed in the triple option. Of course, then it wasn't. You were doing it because you didn't think you could compete.
Right.
You were doing it then because you thought it was the best offense in the world.
Yeah.
Now he would always have quarterbacks that could throw it.
Right. Well,
and let me tell you, when they do throw it, because of what they've done
There's a
to
guy
you.
wide open.
That's it. That's my point.
There's people running free. So, yeah, if they could find somebody who could do it, it could be. It's effective even in that offense.
And Army
you don't do
attempted
it much,
it,
but when you do it.
Yeah.
Army attempted it a few times, but not very good there either. They were like 2 for 12 or something.
Doesn't it seem like Air Force ought to throw the ball all over the place?
They ought to have an air raid like no other.
But you know.
I mean, 5 wide every play.
Yeah, for you, Helmsy, who played some receiver, and Speedy, and Greg, who played defensive back, you know what it's like when you face those triple option teams. That wide receiver is blocking you. Then all of a sudden he pretends to block.
Yes,
and you bite.
See you today.
And then everybody's running in because the quarterback's got that mesh going, and here comes everybody else. He goes, uh-oh, and pulls it out, and that guy's running wide open.
Well,
and the tight end's always open.
Yeah.
And if you look at when they play each other, they are good at stopping the option because they do it every day at practice. So you're not going to have a high-scoring game when they play each other. Now, other teams are at a disadvantage because they don't know how to give them a picture at practice. But the option teams also know how to stop the option.
They do. You're right.
And Navy's quarterback tweaked his leg, and it really limited him on his mobility for the rest of the game. I think that was in the first half or something. So that hurt them because that was a big weapon for them. But
plus, let's all admit, deep down, there was a side of me that did not want to see an administration that I know hates the military to pretend like they like them. That's hard to watch, too.
Yeah. And as good as Navy's uniforms looked with the NASA, Army had a really good look, too.
I like Army's uniform just in general.
Yeah.
They don't have to do anything special. That black and gold looks good.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Not in a tree. I do not like them, Sam, you see. Not in a house, not in a box, not with a mouse, not with a fox. I will not eat them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. Am I clear? I love when Sam goes bonkers here. So you don't like green eggs and ham? I do not like them, Sam.
That may be the best line.
Would you with a goat? I would not, could not with a goat. Would you? Could you on a boat? I could not, would not on a boat. I will not with a goat. I will not eat them in the rain. I will not eat them on a train, not in the dark, not in a tree, not in a car. You let me be. I do not like them in a box, and I do not like them with a fox. I will not eat them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them, say it with me, anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. You do not like them, so you say. Say he never tried them. Try them, and you may. Try them, and you may, I say. Sam, for the love of all that is good and kind, if you will let me be, I will try them, and you will see. Here we go, big moment. Here we go. We're about to try it now.
This is where persistence pays off.
He tries it. The salesperson delivers the product. You know what he says? Say, I like green eggs and ham. I do like them, Sam, I am. And I would eat them in a boat, and I would eat them with a goat. And I will eat them in the rain and in the dark and on a train and in a car and in a tree. They're so good, you see. So I will eat them in a box, and I will eat them with a fox, and I will eat them in a house, and I will eat them with a mouse, and I will eat them here and there. Say, I'll eat them anywhere. I do so like green eggs and ham. Thank you, Sam, I am. There it is. Green eggs and ham, a lot of lessons there, kids.
That's where Sam introduces him to the new order sheet with the new higher prices.
That is right. Thank you, Bubba. And thanks to all the teachers joining us across the country for Read Across America, over 20,000 strong. Well done again, Mrs. Dennis's Dragonflies, first grade from Vestavia Elementary East. Every one of them today will go home with a Raised on Rick and Bubba t-shirt. Oh my goodness. Oh, my God. So we'll give those out in the break, get a picture, and then we'll be right back. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Glad to be here, Rick, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba program.
Bubba, we welcome back everyone's favorite South African, John Thomas. John Thomas with Living Hope South Africa is back. John.
Thank you. It is good to be here. I'm so thrilled to be back on the show.
Well, we have much to discuss.
I see you brought a special Coke.
He's got a special
Absolutely.
Mexican Coca-Cola.
I'm a loyal Coke drinker.
You are. You have to have the real sugar, not the fake stuff.
Absolutely, sir.
So for your digestive system, which you look great, your color looks great, you're feeling good.
Pretty good. Yeah, thank you.
You're doing all right. You remember the last time you went to the farm? I think it was either the last time or the time before, and you met Gary.
I do remember Gary. Yeah, the guy with the teeth that hang out.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one that was a bit confused by you and Avril and the others you brought from Living Hope when he asked where the Africans were, and I said right here. And then he said, I don't know about that. So he wanted to call you.
I just hadn't done enough sun tanning.
Right. He said
not dark enough.
Yeah. He said he wanted to talk to you. Gary, how you doing, buddy? Gary?
Yeah.
Here goes that phone. Are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Gary, how you doing?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. I'm just trying to get to where I like you a little bit better. I got a few things I need to talk to you about.
Uh-huh.
You know, y'all gonna be riding four-wheelers, ain't you?
Yeah, has it been warmed up running, gas tank full?
Well, yeah, I just left the farm over there, filled the gas tank up. Now, you may have to cuss that red one a little bit before it hit a crank. But they running good right now. When I left, they doing pretty good.
Thank you. Are there lots of wet spots where I can do a sort of broadside and splash Rick?
Yeah. Yeah, there's probably more wet spots than what you want.
So you gonna throw a little mud today?
Yeah. So now,
you love the accents in this conversation.
Yes, I do. I'm loving every minute of it. So Gary,
we're gonna muddy Rick up today.
Yeah. So what Gary? What problem do you have? This is our guest. I want you to be kind.
Well, you know, I just.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Go there. If you got a job that you need to fill, be sure you do that wisely, and you got proper vetting before you. And nothing worse than the schedule interviews, and you got 5 interviews on a day, and 3 of them you realize were a waste of your time. Well, with LinkedIn.com/Bubba, you don't have to worry about that, because if you use their system and then you use some of the tools that they give you, like screening questions, which help them screen out, you're going to throw it out there in front of their nearly 50 million job seekers that visit LinkedIn.com/Bubba every week. Right now, we're going to give you a chance to post your job for free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. And so, look, that next opportunity that you got, and if you're like us, you're a small business, you don't have time to waste on people that aren't even remotely qualified. And you also want to make sure that next hire is an asset to your company, so you don't have to end up firing them. You got damage and you try to start all over. You just don't have time for that. So put LinkedIn.com/Bubba to work for you. Number one in delivering quality hires against the leading competitors that are trying to do some of the same things. All right, so does Adler have that now?
He does, yes.
All right, so people were sending this to me all weekend long. This was only second to why didn't Greg get invited to the Christmas party, which he did, and we'll unpack all that coming up a little bit later. We had a blast, but anyway, there's bad calls, and then there's unacceptable, horrific, tragic missed calls by officials. The only thing I can think, and I know we have a lot of officials in the audience, and they always help us with this kind of stuff, is this guy thinks a lineman driving his guy into the end zone is the actual ball carrier.
I don't know.
Because the person who is stopped on 4th down barely at the 1 yard line. He didn't get past the 1 yard line.
Right.
He's nowhere near getting in And the problem with this official signaling touchdown is he just gave a team who did not make a touchdown, not even close, a state championship, not just a win.
Yeah.
And so the defense who rises up and stops on fourth down loses, and the other team take now. Should I do any sound?
Yeah, I believe it sounds okay. And isn't this the 3A state championship?
Yeah, is this Georgia?
In Georgia.
All right, now.
And there's a goal line stand here, and it looks like
All right, so,
the team is
so he's
stopped
down
at
right there. But then they signal that a touchdown. Watch this guy.
Look, he's laying right.
And the guy's laying on the 1 yard line.
It's not even close.
I mean, not even remotely close.
I don't understand why they can't.
Look at the defense. They can't believe it.
I can't understand why they can't get together on that and go,
Did
hey,
somebody-
buddy.
I believe I would have been
watch him go
protesting
down.
more than they
He's
were.
under those two guys.
Greg, he may be on the 2 yard line.
He ain't even close.
All right, and we don't have it, I don't think, Adler. There's an above shot too that's
Yeah.
even worse. But I mean, you can see it fine right here.
How come no other refs
Go
saw
back.
it? I get it. One of them.
It
not
looked like
messing
the
up.
referee at the spot is arguing.
This is the ball carrier. Watch
Yeah.
it. Now look where the goal line is.
Right.
I mean, he's not even close.
No, they've got penetration. They're in the backfield. The defense.
Look
he's down.
Look at the distance. It's a whole yard and a half.
He's a yard and a half.
Watch the referee though.
Where's the other
side?
refs
The side runs in, but look at the other one that comes in right here.
Yeah. See, he thinks that's the ball carrier.
The side judge does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, why didn't anybody overrule him?
Well, look what the
I guess
other
we
referee
think that,
does.
yeah.
Look and see.
Well, he's trying to tell him he didn't. What?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That's insane.
Did they overturn it, or are we just seeing that part? Did it get overturned?
Everybody putting it out this
Well, the story-
weekend. Of course, you don't know if that's
Or did he
reliable.
fumble in the end zone? Did somebody
My
get it
point
that we
is,
didn't see?
did that ref overturn it? Because it
Well-
stops right there when the refs are walking up to each other.
But when I see that ref, though, unfortunately, he looks at the official, and I don't know whether he's nodding like, oh, "Okay, you said he broke the plane before they pushed him back," or is he,
maybe.
or is he looking at him going, or does that guy go, "Wait a minute, is that the ball right there?" And he's going, "Yeah, this is where the ball was."
Maybe.
But everybody who's putting out, now again, we live in a fake world, and everything on social media you can't trust. They're all saying that the red team was given the state championship and the team in white.
Okay.
All right, here, watch this shot, Bubba. Look from above. You're not going to believe it.
Boy.
You're not going to believe it. Watch it from above. Power right. Now watch this. Look, Bubba.
Oh my guys, he's a yard and a half.
Do you
from
see
it.
how far he is?
It ain't even close.
And that was Sandy Creek. They won the Georgia Class 3A high school football championship over Cedar Grove Saturday
just
after the
59
referee
seconds
made
left.
what
Look,
appeared to be
he
a
thinks
poor
he
call
thinks
here.
18.
He
or
thinks the
31 or
fullback.
the other one.
He thinks the fullback
Even the
who's
other one.
blocking is
Yeah.
in. But
But good night. Y'all get together.
Yeah, somebody got to. This is a pretty
But
big deal,
guys, this is what I don't understand. Why is the defense not adamantly objective?
Yeah, I'm
to
with you,
this?
Bubba. They're
Well, watch the guys
watch
on
the
the
guy-
corner.
watch
They
the
do.
guys
The guy
on
that
the-
makes the tackle does.
look,
say
watch him.
something.
He thinks he's won the
Look,
game.
he's got his hand up, fourth down.
All right, so see, this was 3rd and goal from
No,
the
but-
2 yard line with 59 seconds left to
So
play.
they had two
But
shots.
if I'm on defense and the guy's laying on one, I'm jumping up and down, going no way.
Right, because see, if you'll notice why he's kind of calm, he's just saying, "Okay,
He
fourth
say
down."
Watch,
Look,
him get
watch,
the
he's going, "All right, fourth down."
and then he sees the ref. He don't see the ref at that point.
So all we're saying is the defense thinking they pushed it to
I
fourth
wish
down.
we could see a little more.
If
of
you
this.
watch the other one, you'll see the guy grab his face mask and start going like, "What?" He
Yeah, I
couldn't
did-
believe
I
it.
did see that.
And
But-
look at the head ref behind the linebackers. All right, he's sitting there. He sees where the guy landed, and he looks down the line to the line judge when he's coming in scoring touchdown. Would he not say, hey?
And see, here's the argument. You can't overturn it because they had another down.
Right.
You don't know. They might have made it on the next down.
Yeah,
It'd be
you never
different if
know.
this was fourth down. You may could appeal it later.
Now, see, watch that guy arguing right here, Bubba, and that guy will do his face mask. What? So what's happening is the reason why we don't see the defense.
But they're not adamantly protesting this. You know what
All
I'm
right, so
saying?
watch,
They're
watch
like-
this guy look at him going. Look, he's going. What? See this? See a
Yeah,
what?
yeah, I think
And then
they
watch
start
one's
protesting.
I
like-
see one holding his face
Yeah.
mask, but it seems like everybody on the team would be going, "No way."
Well,
No
I
way.
think. Let me tell you what I think you would have seen if this was fourth
Maybe
and
they're
goal.
well behaved and they respect the referee.
If this was fourth and goal, and that was supposed to be the last play of the game, I think you see a lot different response than we've pushed it to fourth down.
What has the Georgia
Yeah, they
High
would've
School
jumped up and
Athletic
took off.
Association?
It just says
said
at the
about
heart of the blown call is the lack of an instant replay system in Georgia high school football, even at the state championship level. I think there was a 2017 Peach County lost to Calhoun after a bad call as well, and so everybody is screaming, "Hey, that at least should be part of the championship game."
Yeah, the finals. Yeah.
But Sandy Creek went ahead and won 21-17, giving them their 4th state title in the past 15 years, and the first since 2012.
Well, I'll tell you this.
I'm a little surprised Georgia doesn't have instant replay.
I mean, they could use some of that lottery money and pay for that.
Alabama does, because listen,
because they were using it when they really didn't need to.
The game was over.
Way out of hand.
Listen, the game was over with like less than a minute to go, and they reviewed one at the goal line that had nothing to do. And I'm out waiting on the game to end because we'd left. The building was going to go talk to her, and I was freezing. And I'm going, why are y'all doing this? Because it doesn't matter, right? And they did it up, but they do have it in Alabama. I don't know if they use it in the rounds up to the final. If it's just the final, well, it have to be, because depending on what school. Well, some schools have it, some do.
But
schools
to
don't.
Speedy's point, for this you don't need a replay. You need a conversation with the other officials.
Absolutely. Right? Because you got another line judge on the other side.
Yeah.
They all come running in, and then you've got about 4 referees right there. Could they not get together and go, no?
Because there was a guy laying on the ground with the ball.
Yeah.
Right.
Was anybody in our audience at that game, or can give us any more information on it? Because
that's pitiful.
That seems too bizarre to even have happened.
And look, I acknowledge
that's not a game of inches. I mean, he was down
2 yards,
yard and a half.
Yeah, yard and a half, 2 yards.
At least the worst case, 1 yard out.
Right,
a whole yard.
I understand that took it to 4th down. And, yes, the red team could have come back and scored on the very next play, but that's how it should have gone. Somebody should have come in and said, no, it's 4th down.
Yeah.
It's
somebody should overrule
4th and go from the 1.5, and now they have another chance to win it straight up.
Exactly.
And if the defense holds again, then they win, and if they don't, then the team wins anyway. Yeah. But I think you're right. That messes up the whole – once they let them kick the extra point, I mean, there's nothing you can do now. But I'm like you. I'm like, it's almost like it's disbelief. It was so, but I see what the guy who this is unacceptable, because I know they've gone through some sort of training. He signals the blocking back as winning the game.
Yeah, you see the guy fall into the end zone. The problem is he doesn't have the ball.
No, he's just blocking.
The guy with the ball's at the 1.5.
Maybe they should have given it to him. You know?
Right. Yeah. Right.
Because like I said,
it would have been a legitimate touchdown.
The guy with the ball. He's not even close to scoring.
No.
I mean, it's not even one of these It's a judgment. No,
and how
it's
about
not.
this?
You don't even have to review it.
I'll give the line judge this. All right, he's running in, touchdown. He keeps running. Keep running. Oh, wait a minute. So-and-so doesn't have the ball. I thought he did. Never mind. No touchdown.
Yeah.
At least correct the call.
Can I ask you something?
I agree.
Don't they normally, I don't know how many they have in a high school championship, as many as you're allowed, I guess. Is there not a guy watching the goal line on the other side?
That's what I'm saying. There's another line judge on the other side.
Over there.
When they come running together, and he's marking. If you look at him, look at the end. He's marking the ball.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was the guy standing behind. I thought that was
no. Watch on the other side. He's come running.
See him right there.
Here he comes. Here he comes. He's not signaling touchdown.
I don't know what this guy.
And look, keep watching. He is marking the ball. You see him?
See him right
there?
He's
marking the ball.
He finally gets in the screen.
Well, did nobody want to hear what he had to say?
Right.
Well, evidently not.
Weird.
You got to call a meeting for that to happen.
You know what he probably said? Well, the other guy had a better shot at it. They ran to the right. They didn't run to the left.
It was his call.
Yeah.
It was that.
Yeah,
right.
But if you look, there's a man laying on the 1 yard line of the football.
Well, the umpire, I don't know why the umpire's letting. Isn't that the one who stands by the defense?
Yeah, that's the head ump.
He should see that.
Why is the umpire not going, you're out of your mind? I see the ball right here.
You think he got caught hung in a stare?
Probably.
And thought I didn't see it.
Well, he's looking at it.
I know.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Didn't want him, when you said he was coming, you said there's gonna be South Africans over there, and I figured he'd get out with a loincloth on with a spear.
Goodness gracious,
Gary! No, what are you talking about? No,
Gary.
that's not. He's not.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know where he might have been one of them Aborigines or something.
That's not. That's Australian.
That's great. Wrong continent.
Did you say that?
It's kind of weird to me. I didn't want him running them turkeys over there and trying to stab one of them.
Now we're getting into it. You don't want. You don't.
It's all about Gary's turkey.
You don't want him to mess the turkey hunting up.
No, No, I don't want to know hooping and hollering, running around over there.
Gary, what's a turkey? What's a turkey?
What?
He doesn't know what a turkey is.
Well, he'll know one when he sees it.
Is that an African chicken?
Is he going to be riding that red four-wheeler?
Yeah, he loves that red one.
Yeah. Well, you need to tell him that's the one that, the last one that rode around over there got shot at.
Oh, that's true.
Oh,
That did happen.
really?
That did happen. A little misunderstanding. Yeah, Gary didn't know
now
that.
now he's running for governor.
From tragedy to triumph.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Rick, John said that you won't let him lead. He always has to follow
That's
you.
right.
He don't really like that position.
Well, I mean, if you let him lead, he'll go. He goes wide open. I mean, he'll go off in the middle of nowhere. Yeah.
I've got to lead today because I have to muddy you up.
Okay, I'll put you out there. Now, Gary, you were telling me too that you meant to call the day you didn't get in. You've been watching the Olympics. John, did you watch the Olympics at all?
Not the Winter Olympics. We don't have snow.
Yeah, right. But you didn't watch it on the telly.
Here and there.
Okay, so you were watching it.
Do y'all get the Olympics?
Well, I found, I've been doing a little bit of research, and I found out why Trump hadn't started that wall yet.
Why has Trump not built the wall yet?
Well, he's waiting on the Summer Olympics. He's going to find out how them Mexican pole vaulters, how high they can jump.
I don't think you'd say that.
Huh?
You got to make sure the wall's tall enough.
Well, I just said it. But,
Wow, that's
hey,
good.
John. Hey, John, are they eating? Are they started eating Tide Pods over there in South Africa yet?
Oh,
Tide Pods.
Tide Pod. The way you got the accent. You know the detergent Tide.
Yeah.
It's a laundry detergent. Y'all may not have it.
No.
But here we actually have young people. There's these little pods of detergent, and they're eating them. So you don't.
Drugs.
Yeah. Well,
it makes them sick.
Yeah. So
No.
Well,
no, we
I know
eat
why they
food.
eating them.
yeah, we eat food.
I've actually found out why they eat them.
Why?
Well, it takes the smoke stains out of their underwear.
Oh, my goodness.
I thought it cleaned up their mouths.
Yeah.
Gary, how long have you been working on this routine? You've been
Rick,
testing
that's
it
why he
down
reached out to you.
At Smoky Hollow?
Well, I tried to call in the other day, and I got busy and didn't have time. But me and Rick talked the other day, and
don't tie me to this.
Some Rick's material.
yeah, I know. But John, you be careful over there now, 'cause try to keep it under control, and I know how. Don't be running around over there and hollering and hooping.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks,
I'll
Gary.
do my best. Thank you. See you later.
He'll do his best.
All right, I'll see you, John. Y'all take care.
Thank you,
Thank
Gary.
you, Gary.
He don't want y'all spooking them turkeys.
Golly. Trump waiting on the Summer Olympics.
That's a good one, Rick.
And in South Africa, anybody will get over a wall if they're running.
Oh, really?
They've stolen something. They're over the wall.
Really? Yeah, because you guys are really ahead of the game. When I was there before, there's a lot of security walls, but it doesn't matter. You're saying it doesn't matter.
No,
they get right over it.
They run up the wall.
Run up it?
Seriously, there are guys who can run up a wall.
Wow.
A good normal wall size.
No way.
Yes, sir.
Well, we've
I've got one guy.
Bo Jackson did it playing baseball.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. All right, we'll come back.
We
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge again today, benefiting Community Food Bank of Central Alabama, FYI, for those of you in Sweet Home, Alabama. So that's going on today. A new Rick and Bubba University. The podcast is available. Gift number 8 in the 12 working days of Christmas will happen today, and the big year ender comes up on Friday. So there is a lot to do. We'll recap the Rick and Bubba Christmas party coming up next segment. But right now, we got to get an update on highly anticipated Artemis update. By the way, I'm getting some of you emailing me. No, Bubba and I are not calling each other every night before we come to work. It's like he and I, for the last 3 shows.
Yeah, we're Red Friday.
Today, our blues are not exactly the same, but we're wearing the same style shirt. And I mean, we came in with 2 reds on Friday, and then the day before
I have
that.
a feeling you'll see black tomorrow.
Right.
Look at the Gold Dust
So
twins.
somehow the Gold Dust twins have gotten on the same rotation. Of course, I overslept today. We'll have to talk about that too. And so I was just grabbing whatever I could get. Wow, that's a terrible feeling. Just an absolute terrible feeling.
Because you can feel the room. It ain't the right time.
No, I could feel it. That's why I said, I just don't feel right. I've been here a while.
Don't feel right.
Yeah.
So-
Am I off today? What happened?
So Sunday, Artemis 1 officially got back to Earth, the Orion capsule, as they completed the return to the moon. This was a test mission. It was officially called EM1. Rick, how about the capsule and traveled 1.3 million miles and was gone for 25 days.
How about
that?
Yeah.
And they had to splash down. One of the things that was a little different from the way the Apollo capsules came back, they came in at a pretty steep angle. Scientists was going to try something different this time. They thought it would work. The math said it would work. But you may remember even on Apollo 13 when the capsule was coming back, they didn't want to. If the angle is too steep, you burn up. If it's too shallow, you skip off the Earth's atmosphere. Well, what they did intentionally with this one was skip on purpose to slow down a couple of times on the atmosphere before actually going in.
You see what I mean right there?
And it actually worked.
This picture right here of our Earth, you can tell it's a dome.
Yeah.
You see the flat, the black part, that's flat.
Yeah,
And
or the
dome.
shaded part, or what they call night.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But anyway.
But anyway, so all the technology seemed to work. I'm sure there's a few kinks they're going to want to work out. And then Artemis 2 will actually carry a crew on a similar mission of 4 astronauts. It'll probably be about a year from now, either late 23 or early 24. But let's hear the audio here, Rick. Let's hear this. And we still don't hear anything.
Splashdown.
There it is.
From Tranquility Base to Taurus Littrow to the tranquil waters of the Pacific, the latest chapter of NASA's journey to the moon comes to a close. Orion, back on Earth.
Well, that was exciting.
Correct me if I'm...
Unofficial splashdown time, 11:40 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time.
They need Michael Buffer to do
I was
it.
thinking Gus Johnson.
Gus would really
Gus
like-
Johnson it needs this gig.
Yes.
You know who would be a good voice guy? I did see the movie Spirited over the weekend. What's the guy, the main guy? He's got a good voice. doesn't he?
Yeah.
So anyway, this is good. This is our return to the moon and the moon technology, and then we're going to have a crew, and then hopefully Artemis 3 is supposed to land on the moon.
Bubba, correct me if I'm wrong, but so is that's the same pattern we've had on the parachutes forever?
Here we go.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they've worked, so why change them?
Yeah.
You know?
I like
the old stripes.
logo.
The old stripes. That's been
Right.
back. I remember being a little kid seeing the old stripes coming in.
Well, you know, we could who we could get to do it and really fire everybody up.
Let me tell you what they're gonna do right here, Bubba. There's that splashdown, Bubba.
Well, I would take Tony Romo way over Beth Mowens. that's
Oh
for sure.
yes.
Romo would bring the
Greg,
excitement.
Let me tell you what they're gonna do right here. Look, they're gonna do Artemis. Scoob, Jim.
So
They're gonna flash it down, Jim.
So anyway, there it is, Bubba. Successful mission. I saw something over the weekend that I wonder. I think you need to take a look see at. Try to think what service had it. Was it?
Do y'all realize
was it Netflix? Was it Netflix? I mean,
before we leave this, let me just mention this too. Y'all realize we're going what?
He's trying to give you something to watch.
Yeah, it's on the same topic, but go ahead and finish that.
Well,
it's still on space.
we're going to put a space station in orbit around the moon called Gateway.
Watch it.
And they're going to go and dock with it, and then the Starship lander will be going up and down from it. So the original plan was for Artemis 2 to carry part of the Gateway, but I think they're launching it on a separate rocket now. But so we're going to be building a space station around the moon. We're going to be landing on the moon. This is exciting times if you're a rocket person.
That's right. Give that to Jim and Romo. You think they couldn't do it?
Oh, they'd love it.
What do you think? There he is.
There it is. What do you think Romo would say about Blue Origin?
What? You know, Jim, there's some obvious things that I'm seeing here.
All
What
right.
about you, Jim? Put it this way, this is me before the game starts.
Hey! Good night!
Thank you for that.
They'll 54's a mic. All right, so, but anyway, the one, it's called, all right, let me see if I have this right, Bubba. I think it's on Netflix. It's called Poppy, I think.
Poppy?
And this is a documentary about the, what did we call that thing we put on Mars that drove around? The Mars
rovers.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
yeah.
I saw this come up,
It's a documentary about the whole process of getting it there, driving it, the footage from it, all that. And Sherry Burgess tried to talk me into it. She was going, all right, so let's talk about what are you thinking here? Or do you think you could sit down and go to science class and I think this might be moving? And I said, baby, you're drawn to this because you see one of the scientists crying when it starts moving on the surface,
Right.
And you know, and you're hormonal and emotional right now, and I said, you think you can hold us the whole time? I said, I'll tell Bubba about it, okay? And then
Yeah, I have to check it out. What's the name of it?
Poppy, I think, Poppi, something like that.
Poppi.
It's short for. They have a name they're calling it.
Well, see, a lot of space
little
folks
nickname for
never would catch that.
I think it's Oppie.
Is it Oppie? Okay, something
Rick
like that.
said Poppy.
Well, I couldn't remember.
Oppie?
I heard Big Poppy.
You know,
What about story about the Mars rovers?
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that'd be good.
Is it
That'd be
Oppie?
good.
I
At least
think
you'd
you're
know
right.
what it was.
Opportunity. That's right. That's short for opportunity. You're right.
The opportunity
Yeah,
rover.
yeah,
Good night,
Oppie.
Oppie.
You're right.
Oppie.
There it is, Bubba.
There's a lot.
Good night. Oh, it's an Amazon. Okay, it's on Amazon.
Good
Prime.
night. Good night, Oppie.
It's on Amazon Prime.
cool.
It looks like a doozy.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah, I'd have to see that.
In case you're wondering, I overruled and we watched The Grinch.
She's a mean one.
We went from learning about how we landed on Mars and all the stuff we learned about it to The Grinch. That's how far I swung. And
You saved it.
But you know where we're in. We were in that home from church, rainy, dreary day. Hosted the party, got all kinds of leftovers.
Oh.
Yeah, as soon as you get home, you get to sweat something.
Yeah.
You get to, as soon as you
Quick
get
as
home.
you can.
And then you're going to veg in
yeah.
front of that TV. And but I couldn't quite make myself watch Oppie, but I think you may love it. And I think I will watch it at some point.
I got to check that out.
All right, top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, if you have not made the move yet, and look, I get it. I'm one of these people too. I'm like, all right, look, surely the people are going to really make we're going to rise up because of the state of the economy. We're gonna stop some of the things the Biden administration continue to do, and the leftists in our country that for some reason keep trying to take us to socialism and seem to have missed basic economics in school. But you got to start thinking about, I better start protecting myself because it looks like that my fellow Americans, too many of them are okay with our direction, so they're not doing much to stop it. So you might as well protect yourself, and Allegiance Gold can help you with that. And investing, maybe diversifying, protecting that IRA or 401k with physical gold and silver. Now, if you prefer, they can actually send it right to your door. It's different than a lot of other competitors because they're not going to give you some boilerplate plan. They're going to find out about your specific situation and then cater the plan specifically for you. So go to protectwithrickbubba.com to get the best offer yet. Up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase when you tell them Rick and Bubba sent you to. There's either just go to the URL, that'll offer it, or you can call them, 844-790-9191 for Allegiance Gold. Mention Rick and Bubba if you do that and ask about that offer, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase. So go directly to protectwithrickbubba.com or call Allegiance Gold, 844-790-9191.
4.25 million people.
Yes.
Worst drought on record. For the last 3 years, we've had no significant rains, and we now have this impending doom called day zero, when there will be no water in any tap when you open it. But Rick, let me just stop first and say thank you to you and to every listener and to every coffee drinker for their contribution to an incredible thing which happened last year. We were able to put in a water purification plant. I cannot say that I clearly saw day zero coming, but God gave us 2 boreholes that were deep, and I don't have the time to tell you this morning how we discovered one which was old on the farm that we didn't even know was there. And in the middle of this drought, we have incredible water. And so because we run a hospital, I felt we have to have water, because you can't say to somebody who's sick or who's got diarrhea, sorry, you can't shower or flush the toilet. You know, so we put the water purification plant in, and you helped us. And so thank you to the Burgess Fund. Thank you to the coffee drinkers. And I know that we're beginning to send some stories across to the coffee drinker guys. There'll be more of Living Hope on that. But not when the guy came to see me to quote, he said, when we'd done the work, I said, so for 250 gallons an hour of purified water, how much? $36,000. If we double the capacity, I said, how much? 39. I said, done. We now have 6,000 5-liter capacity per day. In other words, we have 30,000 liters, or we can do 6,000 1.1 gallon bottles per day of purified water that we can distribute. Now, here's the story. 5 years ago, I always believe that any ministry, any church should never, ever pray about it if a piece of property comes up next door. You buy it.
Right.
It's done.
Right.
I mean, forget the church meetings and all that stuff. Buy for the next generation.
Right.
And so this...
Not big on committee meetings, huh?
I'm big on giving God an opportunity. This piece of property of 19 acres came up. We didn't have the money. God miraculously. I mean, I met a guy in a food line who he didn't know my name for a month after the meeting. But in that food line, we went, sat at a table, and he ended up giving me $250,000.
Wow.
And we didn't even know each other's names. I mean, miraculous stuff. So fast forward 5 years. About 6 weeks ago, the city comes to see me, and they said, we've had a helicopter fly over the whole city, and it has had a hydrogeological survey, water survey thing hanging on the bottom of it. And we have surveyed this entire area in which we live. And Living Hope owns the aquifer.
Unbelievable.
The aquifer is under your land, nowhere else. You own the aquifer. And so God has given us this incredible opportunity to be able to continue to live Matthew 25, this time Matthew 25 on steroids.
Right.
Because Jesus said, I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. And I never thought that in a first world city we would ever be called upon to do this. Folk have likened what's been called day zero as being worse in impact or equal to impact.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. And put your hands together and welcome Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, Merry Christmas to everybody,
Merry
and
Christmas.
thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show as we wrap up 28 years.
Gift number 8 in the 12 working days of Christmas coming up sometime on the program today. So be paying attention for that. Well, Bubba, see if I have somewhat of our history right. We are finishing our 28th year, and we'll start our 29th when we celebrate our 29th birthday when we come back from the break, Lord willing.
Yes, I believe, Rick, I have counted this. I have looked at it. I have diagrammed it. I believe that is correct.
No, it is. I had to explain it to somebody what I consider to be for the last time. I said,
I put it in a spreadsheet just to be sure we wasn't missing something.
It's a birthday. This is not hard. When I was born on October 3rd, 1964. So on October 3rd, 2022, guess what number I was? 58. So we were born in January of 1994. So in January of 2023, we'll be 29. It's not that hard. And what that means is because all of us started at 0 when we were born, and they gave us a birthday cake on our first birthday, but you still, when the day you were born, they celebrate this is the day you came in the world.
That's when the
So
clock
really,
starts.
all of us, I'm really in my 58th year. I'm not really 58 years old yet. But my birthday said I'm 58, which means it's been 58 years since the day you were born. It's been 29 years since the show started in January. This is not hard. It's math. Okay, now when you say you haven't done the show 29 years yet, you're right about that. We will have done it 29 years when we get to the end of December of 2023. But it's our 29th birthday in January. This is not difficult. It's the way we count all of our lives.
Wrapping up 28 years.
It's the way you count.
We will begin the 29th in January.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah.
I concur.
So our 29th birthday, the day the show was birthed, is in January. This is not hard. And we'll be 29 all year long, just like you are on your birthday.
Yep.
Just do math on your own age. It's exactly the same thing.
We don't have to explain it.
Right.
We're good.
Okay. Were you a year old when you were born? You weren't.
No.
But what do we celebrate on your birthday?
Unless I was in South Korea.
Right. But yeah, right. It is different there. They do it differently. But we don't. We celebrate your birth, and then that's how the math works. And we do it the same way here.
And so you guys did a 0 year, like the first that's year 0, and then on your first birthday, you had been doing the show for 1 year.
Correct.
And so you had a 1 on your show's birthday cake because you've been doing it for 1 year.
Correct. Yeah. In 1995.
And that's how we're counting it.
And isn't that how you count the birth of everything in our country?
Yes.
Because when Ruby was born, she was 0.
Don't bring Ruby into this.
But when you celebrate her birthday, you're celebrating how many years she's been here, and from the day she was born. You didn't start counting it.
Right.
Yeah.
That was year 0.
Right. Correct.
And then she got a cake, first birthday.
Yeah.
She's been
so
alive
nobody's
for a year.
saying the show's been going for 29 years in January. What we're saying is that's the 29 years of our birth date. And we'll finish the year, and that'll make us 29.
You celebrate on the beginning of that year.
When you say how long you've been doing the show, then you would say, well, we've been doing the show 28, and we're now in our 29th year because you started at 0. This is not hard. It's the way we do birthdays. Just look at the way you do your
What
birthday.
is their argument? I don't understand their argument. The other people, because I mean, it's not like it's one or
Right.
two people.
Well, they're trying to.
What is their
thing is that we should be saying that that it's weird. They're trying to say we're already 29, and I'm like, no, and yet it's
okay.
Look, it ain't no more complicated than what I just said. To complicate it any further is. It's just look how you do your birthday and your birthday of everybody you love. It's the same thing. The show birthed 29 years ago in January.
They're saying year 0 is actually year 1. You're saying year 0 is year 0.
Correct.
Because it is. Right. And then after you did the show for a year, now we've been doing the show for 1 year.
Correct.
Yeah, and you hit the 1 year anniversary.
So we've been doing the show for 28 years as of the end of this year. January will go into our 29th year, so it's our 29th birthday. Do you see what I'm saying? It's two different things. Like when I was celebrating, when people celebrate, it's just math. Just simply go 1994 and subtract it from 2023, and you're gonna have 29 every single time.
That's good. Yeah, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, right.
One part I am confused on is though when you have your first birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And you're 1.
Correct.
You already have lived a whole year, so you
That is
are
correct.
1, and you're already 1.
Right, but isn't it weird?
You're starting your second.
No, you're not 1 till that day.
Yeah,
right.
But you're starting your second year. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're 1, you're not 2 yet.
But you're in your second year.
You are
Right.
you're in the second year.
All right, let me ask you
but
this.
you're not 2 yet.
You're starting your second year. Because
let me ask you this.
In your first year,
All right.
you're just months.
If the show started when, January?
January of 1994.
All right. July that same year, if somebody said, how long you been doing the show, what would you have said?
6 months.
I would have said 6 months. I said we're in our first year.
6 months. Just like you would say a baby's 6 months old.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. But we're celebrating when we went on the air. We're not celebrating how long we've been doing it.
That's right.
Because all year I've been saying we're in our 28th year. Not that we've completed 28 years.
I don't know why anybody's so worried about it.
Yeah.
I don't either.
I wish everybody would just relax about it.
You're right. Yeah. So
we get those emails every
this.
time.
I've just got out of it.
Like anniversaries are done the same way. You celebrate the day you were married. And that's where the number comes from. When somebody celebrates your anniversary. It's really weird. I mean, I acknowledge that.
It's year zero. You have to keep that.
But you know what is funny, though, if you think about it? Like when you talk about a coach being at a school, you do it the other way. He's in his first year coaching, second year, third
Which
year.
is really...
There isn't a 0 year.
I know, it's weird. But birthdays and anniversaries, I don't know any other way to do them. If y'all, I just do it the way we do anniversaries and birthdays. I mean, I don't know any other way to do it. And I don't know why anybody cares.
You know, I just want to build a fire.
Yeah, I do too. I'm just looking for some way, if we're going to monetize 30 years, I got to know when to do it. So anyway, so from what I'm gathering, and see if I have the history of the Rick and Bubba Christmas party right. When the show first started, however y'all count it, when the show first started, we did it pretty much every year, and then we had the mishap when we went on location. And we tried to bring the clients and do all this, and then Cassio Kid was involved in the DJ situation.
Well, let me carry you back. Let me carry you back. I remember, and I could remember more if I went and looked at pictures, but I remember very clearly doing it at our house in Jacksonville when we had the live shot. Remember Jim Dunaway had the bag on his head?
Oh, yeah.
And that was the year that Mississippi State was in the Southeastern Conference Championship, whatever year that was.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I remember that.
I remember that one very clearly.
But if I remember this correctly, and I think I do, after the incident at the Civic Center when our party got shut down because it was too much rowdy.
Yeah, we were too loud.
I was in that one too.
Yeah, we took a hiatus for a number of years. It didn't do anything.
Right. Well, it had built up, and then, that kind of, I don't know, it kind of just ruined the whole concept because what were you going to do then?
And then Sherry said, why don't y'all do a whatever? And the wives got taught. And I said, I don't know. We just don't do it anymore. And she said, well, we're going to start it back. And I think we hosted the return of the Rick and Bubba Christmas party. And then we thought we were going to start doing it every year again. And then the pandemic hit. And then
we did it a couple of years.
We did.
Because we did.
I did one. You did one.
And maybe you do another one?
I think I did one more. And then we were coming back to you, I think. And then COVID hit.
Yeah.
And so then we missed 2020. We missed 2021. And then Sherry just brought it back for 2022. We did it again. So that's the one we'll recap now. So I don't know how many in the 28 years we've been having parties, how many actual parties there are, but I know there was a huge hiatus after the Civic Center incident of several years.
Yeah. What happened? Why did it get shut down?
They
rowdy.
They had complaints that we were too loud. That we had our DJ cranking.
Music.
That's crazy talk.
We had music cranking. So we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of 9/11 on New York. Estimations are 3,000 to 5,000 people will die because currently, now, if you go to any shopping mall, there is no water in the wall. If you go to any school, there is no water in the school. Kids bring their own bottled water and reusable water to flush down the toilet. Work situations, no water. So already we're in these very, very, very severe rationing. But, conferences are being cancelled. Visitors are not coming. And so the economy is already taking it hard. And in the middle of this, Living Hope sits on loads and loads of water.
That's unbelievable.
Isn't it incredible?
Well, you were telling
Purified water.
You were telling me about what you were talking about when, we've even used this on the air when we were talking about helping when Jesus says, when I was hungry, you gave me food. When I was naked, you gave me clothing. When I was in prison. And you had done all those things. And you were telling me the other day, you said in a first world country, in a first world city, you never thought that, I was thirsty and you gave me drink would ever come into play.
Ever.
And then I think about all the analogies of Jesus and the woman at the well, saying, you know, but if you really want to never thirst again, I give you the living water.
Yeah.
So the living water of Jesus is being preached by Living Hope South Africa while providing for the physical needs.
Yeah.
And of the entire area of Cape Town, they found the water that everybody needed in only one place. Under
that
Living
is
Hope.
in the southern area of Cape Town.
Wow,
in other
that's
words,
incredible.
the
Yeah.
120,000 people
Yeah.
we serve in our sort of area, one place, we bought an aquifer. We never knew we bought an aquifer. We sunk a well because we needed to do our vegetables. The other thing is we can keep our vegetables going. I mean, we are feeding people all the time. So it is a miracle story.
"21 past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. As we move toward, by the way, I finally got all worlds together, and it'll be fine. I thought everybody was arguing on how old the show was in January. That they got in. That's not what everybody's arguing. So everybody's on the same page. 29th birthday is January. There's no arguing that. And what that does celebrate is we've been doing it 29 years because it birthed in 29. That's where the confusion was. They were like, well, y'all were saying y'all been doing it 28 years. No, what I meant was you do it just like a birthday. We celebrate the show was created 29 years ago in January.
I think it's probably best we just move on.
So let's just stay with what we can't argue. That's our birthday.
We start our 29th year in January.
Well, we actually will start our 30th if you think about it. We've been doing it 29 years in January. and then we end it. We'll celebrate 30 years.
So you're saying we're in our 28th year now?
I know, and that's wrong.
We're actually
29. Yeah, it is.
That's where I was confused.
Yeah, I was too.
Okay.
And so at first
I said it wrong a minute ago.
I thought everybody was arguing about our actual birthday, and I'm like, well, there's no arguing that. That's how we do it with everything,
right?
Anniversaries and whatever. So what we'll say is we're 29 years old in January, and then when we end it, we'll be 30 years old when we get to January again, and then we'll celebrate it. You celebrate how old you are the entire year. There you go. That's where I understand what you are saying now. So that I meant that all along. So now I think we're all on the same page. All right, so let's talk about the Rick and Bubba Christmas party. Are you ready? Say, Bubba. Keep in mind too. Keep in mind we're losing. That is it. That's the end of it right there. I didn't understand the argument. I was like, yeah, I know it's a year zero, and I understand what they're arguing. Now I guess we've been saying we've been doing it 28 years. When we get to January, we've been doing it 29.
What do we say next summer?
Yeah.
Nothing.
By the way, it doesn't matter. Now we're to the point, if we all survive a year, I think we should celebrate that.
Yes. That's it. Yes.
All right, so
let's face it.
So let's go to the Rick and Bubba Christmas party. Here, first of all, let's take on the elephant in the room. Yes, Greg was invited. His wife got sick. He didn't come. It's no more complicated than that.
Or maybe I didn't get invited. I don't remember.
No, you got invited. So trust me, Greg.
I'm kidding.
Matter of fact, Sherry's been excited about this for weeks and has been sending out group texts and working everybody into a frenzy and communicating with everybody on exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, I love getting the text about the food is here.
I
ready. I mean, I really sped up when I heard the food was there.
What Sherry did, and I'm this way too, and it's good. What Sherry does when Sherry hosts, and probably maybe even more so, but I'd rather it be air that way. I like knowing what the plan is, what's expected of us, where is it, what time, and Sherry does a great job of constantly updating everybody. Here's what we're doing. Here's where it is. Here's how it's set up. Here's what we're doing. Here's what you need to bring. All of that, and she's very good at that. She's definitely the hostess with the mostest, and that's been going on for weeks now. But anyway, so here's what happened. So
they were showing on one of the other TVs some street racing going on in our town, and I thought Adler had up footage of me getting to the party when you heard food was out.
So here's the way we set it up. As far as the all the decorations were up, everything was ready. And then we had a restaurant, and I want to thank them. They were so great. La Paz. I know that when we talk about Mexican food, sometimes we'll say, and I've even heard you say, Bubba, well, isn't it all about the same? I'm telling you, they're another step up, especially their chicken. Their chicken is superior. Their service was fantastic. They were there in plenty of time. They set up the taco bar. There it all was with soft shell, hard shell, every kind of topping you could think of. And it was with the rice. It was phenomenal. Thank them for doing such a great job with their catering service. Then Sherry said, I'm going ice cream bar. She said, and for dessert, there will be an ice cream bar. We had
bad Bubba's lactose intolerant.
I know. Yeah. We had peppermint. We had peppermint bark. We had vanilla. We had chocolate. And then I did not tell anybody because I hid it. But in the downstairs freezer, there was actually eggnog ice cream. But
I told her for yourself.
I told her, I said, don't put that on the bar. And then
hold it.
And then you could go over there and get any kind of topping you wanted on your ice cream. There were syrups and chocolate and caramel and chocolate chips and more peppermints to put on there if you wanted to, so there were sprinkles and there's everything you could think of. And I thought Bubba was like he went to Christmas heaven, and so we as far as who was able to get there, I secured one adult child. That was Brooks Big Love Burgess, and he, as a gift to his mother, surprised Sherry. He said, well, I guess none of our kids are coming. And then Brooks texted me and said, by the way, I've got it worked out. I don't have to do on Monday what I thought. I don't have to do that till Wednesday at my job. So I'm going to surprise Mom. Don't tell her. So Sherry was sitting there, and it was just about to start. I said, by the way, you got a Christmas gift coming. She said, what? And all of a sudden, he came to the door, and she was just like...
That was fun to see. Yeah, that truly was a surprise.
Yeah, so she didn't know he was coming. Young Broderick and Cameron were coming. Camtastic tested positive for COVID, so she could not come. She kind of was like, Lisa didn't have COVID, but Lisa, she was like Lisa, she got sick.
A lot of stuff going around now.
And then, of course, I had to have the terribly uncomfortable conversation with young Broderick. He said, Dad, what do you think? Should I still come? I said, buddy, let me just ask you a question. I'm going to ask this. I said, when's the last time you've been around Camtastic? He said, about 48 hours ago. I said, would you consider yourself highly exposed to COVID? He goes, Dad. I said, I'm just saying, did y'all spend time together?
In close proximity.
Close proximity? He goes, yes, sir. And I said, well, then I think you're out. I said, I just can't put people in that situation. So, but by the way, the update on that, he's now 4 days removed, took a test, and is negative.
That's good.
That's real good. By the way, a lot of this science garbage we've been told about COVID and transmission, I mean, they don't have any idea what they're talking about. There's so many exceptions to what they tell us. It's not even, I mean, it's so, and she's doing fine. She did lose her taste and smell, but she's feeling, she said, fine. So anyway, so she's doing okay. So I got one home. Bubba, you got one home. We had Hunter Bus. Caitlin obviously is in D.C. She couldn't be there. So you and Betty. And then Helmsy delivered 2 of his 3.
Yeah, Braden had an NBA game to watch and eat wings with his buddies.
Yeah. Speedy was 0 for 3. No kids, just he and his wife. And then the Adlers brought sweet little Ruby.
So glad she was there.
And Ruby was a hit. I mean, she had
life of the party.
An absolute blast.
Kidding me.
And I had such a great time with her. We all did. It was fantastic. It was fun.
Y'all, I was nervous. I honestly was nervous about how Ruby would do. She's 2. You know, you don't know how they're gonna act.
Yeah. No, you don't.
We're on the way there in the car. We're like, she's like, where are we going? What are we doing? You know, and I'm like, we're going to Rick and Sherry's house. It's gonna be so much fun. It's gonna be a Christmas party. We're going to Rick and Sherry's house. From the back of the car, I hear her go, I don't like Rick and Sherry's house.
Oh, no.
I don't like Rick and Sherry's house. I'm like, you don't even know anything about Rick and Sherry's house.
Never even been there.
You don't know what it's like. You're gonna have fun, and it was great. She was up way past her bedtime, and she did so good. I was so proud of her. It was great.
She did. We'll come back because Bubba actually called for something that made Sherry's not. Because, as y'all know, Sherry's a firebug.
I think we need to come back and finish.
Yeah, and so we'll come back and look at that, and you'll see the moment that Bubba just cried out for something, and it's almost like, you know how somebody who can sing really good, they're just waiting on somebody to ask them to sing.
Yes, absolutely.
Anybody that's got a guitar with them.
Yeah, right. They're just waiting on it. Look at the Ruby when we're doing Dirty Santa. Well, no, that was when we were doing the baby shower.
Yeah,
she's bringing
That's
over.
When we're making Chris very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I didn't know. That was really incredibly kind of you guys. It was kind of a surprise baby shower that happened there, and I don't know what to do when I'm opening things while everybody's looking at me.
And they're going, ooh.
I told Amanda that on the way.
So
I said, we're going to make him uncomfortable. It's one of those moments where we should take him outside or something.
You ever watched a man try to thank people for diapers?
Thank you.
Hey, I thought, we got through it.
Then it was time for a Yankee swap.
Yankee swap.
We'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Program. Once again, I always try to, I don't know why, like I say, it's a mouth ulcer to put your tongue in it. Try to scan the Oscars just to see how strange it can be. And what is the movie everybody will be falling all over themselves about that I have no idea what it is?
Yeah,
and
isn't that drop of water thing? The shape of water? What is it?
Bubba, do you know what this movie's about?
Is this the love affair between Aquaman and somebody?
It's a sea monster involved.
You're close. I kept trying to pay attention to it because I started trying to figure out what it was. Undoubtedly, the storyline is there is a deaf woman who falls in love with a creature from the Black Lagoon.
What?
And people that's what it looks like to me when they show it in the tank or whatever. You remember the creature from Black Lagoon?
Yeah.
I'm kind of fish and I got fins and and I've got webbed hands and feet and I don't. So there's a love story involving a woman and a sea creature or
a monster
or lagoon creature, really.
A monster?
Yeah, and
that was Best Picture.
So it's about Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, that's good. Let me
Okay.
check it out there, buddy. Don't easy. Hey, don't
Watch
peek.
it.
Please look. I don't. That's. What do we? I guess maybe it's.
Is he in a tank?
Yeah. Yeah, it's I like to say I don't I'm trying to figure it out because everybody's just going fall all over themselves about it. Wow. Now I was glad to see, Greg, that our boy who played Winston Churchill won Best Actor.
Yeah, he got
and the makeup person.
Yeah, the
won.
makeup person ought to won
and,
that.
and
sure.
they did. They won too, so they could. I saw that movie and it was an incredible job. But it was I don't know. It was I don't understand Shape of Water, and if anyone's seen it.
Will you watch it?
Me?
Yeah.
Greg, I got to tell you, I probably have to. I think I've got to figure out what's curious.
I think Sea Monster in love with is she a cleaning lady there?
Looks like.
Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
That definitely spurs some interest.
Yeah. I don't know how far we go with this. I mean, I don't know what to look at there.
What the
Bubba? What in the?
We're rolling the trailer
It's
here,
apparently
so we're all kind of
early.
watching it.
It looks like it's set in the 60s.
Look, Hams,
right?
the negotiator from Waco's in it too.
Is he?
Yeah, yep. I just saw him come on. Yeah,
Where did we get that sea monster at?
Well, I don't know.
Where'd he come
from? I don't know.
We always have to just watch the trailer.
Right now, he's dancing to Benny Goodman. I don't know what to do with this thing.
That's kind of. Is the whole movie her walking around down there with that tank? Is that it?
Well, I'll say this.
Is she deaf?
Usually,
yes, I already covered that, Speedy.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Usually, these things are so bizarre and look so boring. I never give them a second.
No,
look.
you're right.
This one may be. I know people who've actually seen this one. This one's actually been in a theater.
Right, but how many people would see it though?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
But you're right. You know what we'd say? You had us at Sea Monster.
Yeah. I mean, Sea Monster immediately gets my attention. I mean, it's no Nessie.
But is it? But
it's no Nessie. It's no Yeti.
But he looks like the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Right.
Is he freshwater? Is he saltwater? I don't know the deal. I don't know. Can he do both?
Can he get outside the tank?
Okay, we got
a little controversy happening. I don't know.
I don't know.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
Good. See, it looks like there's some action in it. I mean, most of them, that win, they look like you'd rather watch paint dry at a close range.
No question.
This is weird.
Yeah, I saw a good bit of it on and off. I had it over. You just kind of where if anything weird happened, I'd be able to look at it. And I was doing some other stuff.
Is this based on James Carville?
Bubba,
calm down.
I didn't know Oscar. You had so much of it. You're loaded today, sir, in more than one way. How about the? And I noticed too. And again, all I've seen the previews, and it looks like Greg. You talk about, and this I understand because it's rated R, so I bet the language is horrible. But there's a tour down in one of your favorite areas of society with I, Tonya.
Yes.
The Tanya Hart, and the woman who played her crazy mama won Best Actress.
I kind of want to see that.
Yeah. So
now
think about that. Think about it. If she won Best Actress for it.
Oh yeah.
In a movie like that that didn't do a lot of box
That's
office,
true.
but it
must have been impressive.
Yeah. So I saw her in the previews, and
I may have to check that one.
Now I've got to ask too.
White trash in there.
Here's coffee. It's 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we start recapping. We started recapping the Christmas party over the weekend, and you've seen the pictures. Just about everybody on the show has put some out, and you can see the pictures on the different social media platforms if you follow all the different members of the show. So anyway, it was a great, and like we said, the thing that the Christmas party does really more than anything, and Sherry talked about this after everybody left, she said, all of y'all spend a lot of time together, but the wives and the kids, they don't get to see each other very much. And she goes, I just love hanging out with these women that I never get to see. And we don't spend that much time together. And so she said, that's a lot of fun for them. So, and it's good for us as the men. We don't see y'all's wives either, so it's always fun to catch up with them and cut up with them. And, of course, Adler having Ruby there and Helmsley, of course, his daughters are now. They're just about to get to the point where all this goes from being really, really cool to really, really embarrassing. I think Caroline's already there.
Well, and I will say this. Caroline has been excited. No, not really. I'll tell you what, Caroline, all she can think about is finals week.
Right.
She takes her grades serious,
Yes,
and
she
she was
does.
excited about it. Maddie's still excited but nervous about it. Caroline's in that comfortable mode.
Yeah.
She enjoys it. She likes coming. Disappointed when we've canceled it in the past. And she's not too cool for school yet.
Right.
And I think
Close.
she'll kind of always be. I don't know.
Braden officially, yes.
Braden's officially, and I even told him, I said, listen, I if you don't want to come, I get it. Completely understand.
Sure.
But we're not going to go back and forth on, I'm coming, I'm
Don't
not. I'm
vacillate.
coming, I'm not.
Yeah.
Tell me what you're doing and let's move on.
Yeah.
So
we're all we first of all we do the we have the meal. The meal I thought was
Oh, it was
fantastic.
great.
It was great. And then the ice cream bar. I saw Adler use that to a huge advantage. You talk about Ruby, if your kid's a little nervous about being at something, an ice cream bar will cross that bridge for you.
Mm-hmm.
She saw that ice cream bar and it was life changing.
Boy, let me tell
Look,
you.
Bubba,
Look,
not quite as excited as
I
Bubba.
even found my way there.
Yeah, not quite as excited as Bubba, but she was close. That ice cream bar was number one, wasn't it?
Oh,
Well done.
Y'all went.
Everything was so well done.
Ruby eats a ton of like fruit bars,
Yeah.
little tiny little actual bars. And so as I was like hyping up the ice cream bar, she thought it was just going to be like a little bar.
Yeah.
I get to the ice cream bar and she sees that it's a smorgasbord of like mini
cream.
chocolate chips and sprinkles.
It was a
I
what?
can have sprinkles.
What was
A smorgasbord. Is
Yeah.
that-
I thought you
Smorgasbord.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought you
you're
went,
close.
I thought you went a little light on sprinkles. Her first serving, I'm like, where are the sprinkles?
And we went back again. We hit it up.
Right.
We went heavy the
I mean,
second time around.
She's a child. Give her some sprinkles.
No.
Well, I tried to pull back and not be an overgrader with Ruby because I know as
That's what I did.
y'all got there, I mean, the kitchen, there's 12 people standing in there. So to her, it's a little overwhelming. She's kind of looking around going, what are all these people doing?
Yeah.
And so what I call
And we're allowed to.
I call the adult table was full. So I went to the kiddie table. Helmsy and I did with the Adlers, and Ruby was sitting there. And I told Helmsy, and Terry was with us too. I'm trying not to interact with Ruby right now, so it's like I'm ignoring her and she's kind of settling in.
Yeah.
But I so badly wanted to communicate
I
with
was
her.
the same way.
So badly.
Y'all did
but
so
I thought
good.
I thought I'd give it a second and just let her calm down a little bit and figure it out.
Y'all did amazing.
Matter of fact, when Rick came over, because Rick's been around her a little more, and I've noticed Rick wants to be her number one of the show, and that's fine.
Oh,
okay?
really, really wants
But
to.
there was a moment when you came over, when we were Speedy and I looked at each other like, "Can you believe he's getting it?" Like this was our opportunity, and now Rick's getting
Yeah,
into
we
it.
were about to go
Yeah.
there.
I noticed.
What I did
I know what you're
periodically,
doing.
I did periodically throughout the entire night, and it paid off big at the fire.
It did.
What I would do is I would look at her when I could tell she was calming. And the key when you know a kid is calming, if they start talking.
Mm-hmm.
If they start talking, they're settling in.
Yeah.
And so when I saw her saying a few things on her own, had a few comments, I looked at her periodically, and I would sit there and I'd go and I'd give her the "come on over here," and she would look at me, and I could tell. She literally looked at me with those beautiful little eyes and said, "Your time is coming. I will do this eventually." And I'm not there yet, but I am going to make my move.
I had the mindset, Rick, of going in trying to be that guy, and when you had her doing the owl sounds, I said, "I'm done.
It's over.
I'm out. Might as well do something else."
Rick never approaches with like a open-ended like, "Hey, how are you doing?" It's always got something like activity,
Yes.
a treat,
Oh, yeah.
look at this. It's
Absolutely.
never just a go in. I was very impressed with the gamesmanship.
Oh, yeah.
that was
Yes.
going
Oh, yeah.
on there.
For those of you that are new to this, if they have a toy, ask them about the toy.
Yeah.
Okay. If they've haven't seen the Christmas tree, offer to show it to them. Offer to take them outside. All
Love
these
outside.
are great. Okay.
If it's raining, I'll offer to carry her, which I did.
Yeah.
We had a bonding moment running in the
Did
rain.
see
there.
that. Did see
I
that.
saw that too. Of course, Speedy's the person that rescued her from
Right.
the rain.
I'm
Had
the
to be
person.
there.
I'm the person that gives her whatever she wants. Speedy's the person who rescues her.
Yes.
You know, and if you got a marshmallow, you get ready to hold somebody.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, Dirty Santa I thought went well. I'm like you, Bubba. It's almost everybody was too satisfied with their gifts, but
Hunter was going last, or I went before him, and I got somebody else's just to keep it going. So I like when they
yeah,
really
but what you
get
got, you want it.
Well, yeah, everybody loves a good scrubbing glove.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Which there's some comedy behind
There
that,
is.
Adler. Do you want to discuss it?
Yeah, and plus that comes with a free jujitsu lesson.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Adler was like, hey, my gift came from the basement.
Adler,
My gift came from my garage.
every time we have this thing, you forget your Dirty Santa.
I
gift.
100% forgot it. I wrapped it as Aaron was dressing Ruby.
How many texts did Sherry send to the group about
A
all this?
lot.
I
A
know.
lot. I have no excuse.
Right.
That's not good.
And you wrapped something up you found in your basement?
Yeah, it still had the packaging on it.
Okay,
It
right.
was still
unused.
It was unused, so that's good.
Yeah.
Well, plus the jujitsu, so legitimate gift.
We're gonna try to.
Forget about that.
We're gonna
I
try.
think that makes it over the dollar value.
Yes, it's priceless.
We're going to try to hunt a little bit this weekend to celebrate ending the year, and unfortunately for Hunter, you see he got this, and I had to steal it. I had the beanie because I thought to myself, I need that for this weekend.
Yeah, it's the
Because
beanie with the little
and it's got the
lights
light
on it.
on
Well, see,
the front.
he had a chance to steal it back.
I know. I even told him.
And he didn't do it.
I said,
I
but
know.
he told me afterward. I have the bussy head. It didn't really fit me.
That's
And
funny.
I thought
That's
it was
good.
I thought it was hilarious that the wives started talking about this little beanie with the light on it, and I guess it was Betty that first said, Bubba goes to bed before me, so when I'm doing reading or
Gosh, that
something
was
in the
good.
bed, I need to get that for a light, so I can see what I'm reading.
And by the way,
And all the wives started laughing because they all were in the same boat.
They all in that same boat. It owned the room. Sherry even said, "You know what? All the wives need one of those."
Yeah,
because
that's what
y'all,
it was. Okay, she
y'all
started it,
go
yeah.
to bed so early, and we want to try to read. Now we can sit in the dark, just turn that light on. Picture them sitting there in camo beanies, reading their little books.
That's funny.
That is hilarious.
And Aaron just, with the baby due coming up it's February, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, she was just so beautiful and
Glowing?
glowing, and just she just brought that glow to the whole. And of course, the women just doted over, and the women just love for a woman with child to be in the mix.
Yes, absolutely. I got to say, one of my favorite parts of these parties is when the dudes go one direction and the women split up, and it's fantastic.
Well,
life is the way it should be.
Bubba and I were sitting there on the couch. We're just sitting there talking, hanging out, and then we get up and walk around. And we're like, "Where's everybody at?" We walk to the back, and y'all are out there doing the bro thing, and then that led us to kind of going down to the yard and then to the fire pit.
Yeah.
And I tried to grab video that I sent to the group to document.
Yeah.
And I was putting it out on my story a lot just to document, all right, this is what's happening.
Well, the dudes.
So
went
I
out
caught when the fire broke out.
Well, it works the way it always does at these gatherings. The dude's first move is always, if you have a deck, they'll move to the deck. Oh, yeah. And then we all discuss the deck.
Then you move to the yard.
Then we discuss the grill. Okay, and then we move to the yard, and our yard had just had a bunch. 20 years of trees had grown up, and we had to deal with it because all of our grass was dying because all the trees had gotten so big. And we had to come in and cut down a bunch of trees and clear a bunch of stuff back. Well, what does a man have to do? I got to show the guys what we were doing.
Yeah, it looked good.
Yeah.
I like the way it looked. I like the other way, but this was really neat.
Then we had
to
to
opened it up.
We had to examine the sod. We had to talk about the armadillo
Kick
fight.
around it a little bit.
And then off in the distance.
Yeah, I said, "What is that down there?" And you said, "Well, it's a fire pit." I said, "Oh, this is the fire pit. Let's go check it out."
And then it led to this.
Yeah.
It led to this moment that actually ended up making Sherry's night, by the way, because it's just like somebody who can really sing, somebody asking them to sing.
Right.
Y'all want me to build a fire, I will.
Yeah.
Bubba. Y'all want me to build a fire, I will.
Yeah.
That's all. You just flipped a switch.
I'd like to see a good fire.
The fireplace so fast. Look, there goes Ruby.
I mentioned it a couple of times, and Rick said, "What are you doing?"
You're right. Well, when Sherry heard fire, that's all she had to hear.
That's it.
And I'm glad that y'all saw firsthand, which y'all have heard me tell stories about for years, that the firebug will get a fire going at the drop of a hat. So we got some shots from the fire. The fire was short-lived because the forecast called for rain to move in Saturday night. And we had marshmallows going. I mean, we had it all, and we'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What is the deal with all the actresses not giving Ryan Seacrest an interview? Is he about to be Billy Bush here?
I know. Well, we need to talk about that because when it first came out, he denied it. Did an interview about denying it. His legal team says this woman wanted a $15 million payoff. The story's not true, but then she won't go away, and that led to him not being interviewed, getting interviews, right?
Look, I don't know if he did it or not, but what we do know here is that he has been the target of an extortion campaign. Yeah. We do know that.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, the best. You want me to take this call from Lisa and see if she saw this weird movie? Lisa, did you see the movie?
Yes, I did. My husband and I actually watched it together.
All right, so it won Best Picture, and the storyline seems to be cleaning lady who is deaf falls in love with the creature from the Black Lagoon.
You may be adding that.
Yeah, what it is it starts out that she has dreams that she's living underwater. And, basically fast forward, she's a cleaning lady working at this, I don't know, like one of those black labs where they do experiments and stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this guy works for the CIA, had found the creature, Aquaman, as you call him, down in South America. So they brought him back to basically use him as a weapon.
Okay, is he freshwater, saltwater, or both? Freshwater, saltwater, or either?
Saltwater.
Okay, all right.
So they actually have to keep him in saltwater.
Okay.
But she was found as a baby alongside a riverbank, and she has scars on her neck. And you don't think anything about the scars until the very end of the movie.
Oh, wow.
Where come to find out that she is actually one of these aqua people also.
Okay. Well,
So
thank
that's
you.
why they have such a great relationship. Because
We just let Lisa tell us the whole thing. It's been. Look, I have no problem. I want to know what I'm getting
Who
into.
is that screaming? Don't tell us
That's
the whole
Adler.
thing.
All right, let me ask you this. Now let's just get into, was it a good movie?
it was okay. It wasn't, to me, it wasn't nothing that was Oscar movie or
Right.
Oscar worthy.
Right. Okay. All right. So
Wait a minute.
yeah.
So I got this top secret CIA find, and I just let people come in and clean up in the laboratory around it without any, just here's a regular cleaning lady.
I
She's
know.
allowed to see the monster.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
It seems like you keep
Yeah.
that hid.
I think I'd
Well,
keep
I
that
don't
little.
I don't think she was supposed to see him. She just kind of snuck in there.
Okay.
Okay.
When nobody was in there, and
Okay, that's
the
what
secret.
That's
sea
what
monster,
makes our
Greg,
investigator so mad.
Greg, the secret sea monster room needs cleaning too.
It does. I understand that, but you're going to have to put something and shit over the tank so she can't see.
Okay, Lisa, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I'm okay with her giving everything away because I know I'll never watch it.
Right.
But
I was a little disappointed, to be honest. I wanted to find out.
Yeah. Well,
who's she, the female Rick?
Adler's mad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look on this show. If a movie's been out for any period of time, look out. We may protect.
How long's it been out?
A long time. It ain't even in theater anymore.
Okay. Well, Adler just didn't see it.
Right. That's
But
on
now
him.
he knows.
Yeah. That's on him for not going to see.
Adler, pay attention to the scars on her neck.
Yeah. Guess what?
That means something.
I think I understand the attraction to the sea monster.
Yeah. Well, the also what was kind of funny too, Jimmy Kimmel, he had to do his little jokes the whole time, but they did a funny thing though where they said whoever does the shortest acceptance speech gets a jet ski. And they came out like they were doing like Price is Right, and they would offer up prizes for anybody who would keep it short.
That's funny.
And so then nobody was keeping it short, so then they added like a trip, like a vacation to it, just like a game show.
That's funny.
It's pretty funny. So that was, I didn't see, like say, every little part of it. But
but Ron Seacrest is covering this, and so he had all the Best Actress nominees avoided him on the red carpet. Is that right? And then he even did not walk the red carpet like he usually does, right?
Says all 5 women competing in this year's Oscar race for Best Actress, to your point, Bubba, avoided what is typically the must-do interview of the red carpet, and that's a chat with Ryan Seacrest.
Mm-hmm.
So amidst these allegations of sexual misconduct, he still denies it. I'm talking about with a passion, which I think, shouldn't somebody take that into consideration? That this has not been proven. So now people just accuse you and people avoid you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, doesn't somebody have to prove that this really happened? And maybe it did. I'm just saying, but he's not admitting it, nor has it been proven. So I don't know about this new thing we're going into. Not only do we want to give you a hard time if you actually did something, which I think we all could get on board for that, because there are repercussions to our actions. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Savor every moment this wonderful holiday season with Christmas, Christmas Eve, New Year's Day still to come, or whatever you may be celebrating this time of year. HelloFresh.com/Bubba is ready. They deliver the chef-crafted recipes right to your door. You can skip the trip to the grocery store. Hey, you been out there lately? Wow. This time of year, everybody's on the move. They can put it right to your door, and so you can spend more time celebrating this most wonderful time of year with those you love. And we like that they make it easy to host, like this past weekend. We're recapping right now. Do you realize how much easier it is to host a holiday meal or a gathering with those that you love with HelloFresh.com/Bubba helping you out? Yeah. And it's also some seasonal flavors for the weeknight dinner routine with their festive eats recipes, crowd-pleasing quick meals. So if you're hosting a holiday party, or you're just stocking up on snacks, or you're just looking to feed the family this week, it all works at the HelloFresh Market, saving you money on your total food bill, and also getting your family back around the table. So don't stress this time of year. Enjoy those you love, and let HelloFresh.com/Bubba pick up the slack. We'll get you 18 free meals and free shipping using the promo code Bubba, and you find our link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or you just simply go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, use the code Bubba, free shipping, and 18 free meals from HelloFresh.com/Bubba. So, Bubba said out loud, almost like on the movie Beetlejuice, if you say Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, he's coming. Bubba has now said, how about a fire? Sherry hears it, and now the switch has been flipped, and here comes the fire queen.
Yeah.
How quick did she have that fire going?
It was amazing.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like she had the wood stacked up in bags ready to go, the sticks, the s'more stuff, all at one time.
And I saw you try to get a little bit more involved with stacking the wood that she would have preferred, so she shut you down.
That was the line of the night for me, Rick, when you said,
I think this might be it right here.
Sherry's not big on help.
No. right there it was. No, sit back
that's
down.
where it was.
The fire queen's got it.
There's audio to this. You can hear her say, I got it, or something like that.
Right.
Well, I was just going to put one piece of wood in there to even it up, and it fell off.
Right.
I kind of tossed it. So then I reached in to get it, to put it back up there, and I think that's when Sherry said, hey, I got it.
Yeah, a little fire correction.
This is my fire.
Bubba was afraid of it, I could tell.
Notice who's sitting in Rick's lap.
Yeah.
Ruby. It's on now.
I know.
It's me and
She
Ruby
got front
now.
row seat to the fire, doesn't she?
It's me and Ruby now. I spent the entire evening working to that moment. And now she's hanging out with me the whole fire time.
You made it happen, Rick.
There it is. Look right there. You think that's not precious? You think I didn't love that right there? I mean, you think we're not having a great conversation? I'm just winning her over. And you told me, Adler, I wasn't ready. I thought she wanted to roast a marshmallow. And you, of course, being her dad, spending every day with her, you're like, she's not going to give this very long.
You got about 10 seconds of marshmallow holding, and she's out.
Yeah, that was it. That was funny. And then I thought, okay, so I don't have to worry about the pressure of that. Dad's got that. So look, right now, we're just roasting marshmallows. We're having the time of our life. Sherry's got a fire going. She's loving it. Nobody could be more thrilled. And then I hear Hunter Buss was the first one to do it. He walks over to me, and he says, it's going to rain in 10 minutes.
Well,
what? We
Rick,
said that?
Yeah. Let me say this too, Rick. If you had told me going in the highlight of the night was not going to be the ice cream bar, I would have took issue with you on that. But I like the fire pit. That was fun. We had a good group, everybody sitting around roasting marshmallows and just having a good conversation. And sure enough, about the time, of course, when you do s'mores, I never do get to the graham cracker part because I just eat the marshmallow.
You do. And I will say s'mores are messy and they're very sticky.
Yeah.
I don't dig s'mores as much as Sherry and
I'd rather just be around the fire eating marshmallows.
Yeah, and campfire people love them. It's almost like we used to all just roast marshmallows, and some person was the first person that said, let's complicate this a little more.
Yeah.
Now you got to have a box of graham crackers. You got to have Hershey chocolate bars. And I'm like, why are we complicating the fire thing? Were we not just satisfied with roasted marshmallows? But I will tell y'all, Eddie Van Adler is a master s'more maker.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I mean, a master.
Thank you so much.
Man,
that means a lot.
Yeah,
that means a lot.
Yeah, and it was. Can I tell you what was funny? You know how little kids' minds, you don't think about it. I'd never thought about this before. Picture in your mind a sugar cone on an ice cream cone, and I love sugar cones. Ruby looks at me when I show her the graham cracker, and she says, "Ice cream cone." And I was like, what? Ice cream cone? And I thought, it does look like an ice cream cone. You're right. She saw that brown graham, and she thought somebody had flattened an ice cream cone. It was like an ice cream cone cracker.
Well, Rick, I appreciated you freeing me up so that I could go 3 deep on my
Look at that guy right there.
Yeah, buddy.
Bubba's
3
rocking
deep.
2. Adler's rocking 3. That was really strong.
I like to get them crispy, but I never those never made it that far.
So picture this wonderful moment of serenity. And, Sherry and I have gone back and forth on this, and I think y'all agree with me. Matter of fact, it was obvious because it was a warm night, which is weird. I like that fire pit's, that the walls around it are higher. Sherry thinks they're too high.
No.
And she said, she says the reason. Yeah, she said, I think it's too high because you can't feel the warmth of the fire. I said, well, that's what I want. I don't want to sit here and burn up.
No,
I want to look at
too
the
hot.
fire. I want to look at the fire, but I don't want to burn it.
It was perfect.
She thinks
really
the walls are too high.
I didn't feel like we were getting as much smoke on each other as normal too. So
Don't you like the height? I like the height of the wall.
I did.
Yes, and it's vented. If you guys know this, it's vented at the bottom so the fire can breathe.
Yes. So
a lot of pressure on the way home to build one like this.
It's killer. Love the setup.
Yeah, and so anyway, we're having the time of our lives, and then Hunter Bussey says, "Hey, rain 10 minutes."
Yeah, and I thought, well, maybe. It
and buddy, you know what always happens because there's so many leaves on the ground, Greg? You hear the rain hitting the leaves around you. And also I'm like, okay, so this is straight up rain. And now picture that whole setup. Graham crackers are there.
Yeah.
Chocolate bars are there. Roasting sticks are there.
Everything.
Fire has just been started. Everybody's down there, and now everybody has to run. And the rain, you can feel the rain picking up. And look, listen to this right here. This is how long we had the fire.
We get rained on?
Yeah, and Adam rain.
A little bit. Bubba went over the elevator was.
Got a little rain.
Got a little rain.
Yeah. Hey, for 10 to 15 glorious minutes,
Yeah.
we had a fire.
We had a fire.
Yeah.
We did. We had a fire.
We had a fire.
Look at Buzz. So, but yeah, it was, and it was sad because like Amanda Helms she just about had her marshmallow like she liked it, and all of a sudden I look, and bless her heart, she hung on to her stick, and her little marshmallow had gotten wet, and it just dissolved down to this pitiful looking little white ball. And I finally said, Amanda, let me have that. She was looking at it like a little girl sad. She was so sad because I think she had her mind on that roasted marshmallow, and the rain just took it away. But it was a good 10.
When it started to rain, everybody thought, oh, just some sprinkles, we're good.
Yeah.
And then it picked up a notch, and we're like, no, it's a little bit more steady.
So this is real rain.
Yeah, it's real.
Real
It's coming
cold rain,
down.
too.
And then you decide we got to run for it.
Yeah.
I went inside to get a paper towel for Ruby because we got one round of
hands.
s'mores done.
Yeah.
Yes, get sticky hands done. I walk inside. It's not raining. Grab some paper towels. Walk outside. It is pouring down rain, and y'all are all running up from the fire pit. Speedy's carrying Ruby, which was awesome. Thank you, buddy. Once again, add that to the list.
Right.
Add that to the list.
Aaron's sitting there going, we got to get up there, you know?
Man, it was so nice, though. Thank you guys so much for hosting.
So Rick and Bubba Christmas Party 2022, a lot of fun. Missed you, Greg, and Lisa, but understand and missed the kids that couldn't get there. But everybody who got there, it was a lot of fun. It was good to be together. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so it's not a topic we enjoy talking about, but it's one you better talk about, and that's life insurance. But it can be quite complicated. That's the reason why we're going to solve that problem today. We're going to put you in touch with Ladder, Ladder, ladderlife.com/Bubba. Now, you could be instantly approved. Now, I want you to hear this number. If you are looking to get life insurance that's going to pay your family $3 million or less, that's a big number. You don't even have to, no doctors, no needles, no paperwork. It's 100% digital. Answer a few questions about your health in an application. Ladder's customers rate them 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot, and they made Forbes' Best Life Insurance 2021 list. All you need is a few minutes and a phone or a laptop to apply. And then Ladder's smart algorithms work in real time, and you'll find out if you're instantly approved. Instantly. No hidden fees. You can cancel anytime. You can get a full refund. If the first 30 days you decide, I don't want to do this, that's fine. They'll refund you. You can get out of it. And listen to this from your old friends Rick and Bubba. Life insurance cost is going to go up the more you age, so don't
she's coming.
Don't put this off. Get it done now. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. Getting life insurance has never been simpler. And because what do we really want to know? If I die before my loved ones, what money do they get? Okay, all this other stuff gets complicated. This is straightforward. Ladderlife.com/Bubba, LADDER life.com/Bubba. But if you didn't do something and people accuse you of it, can your life be ruined over that? I don't want to really live in that world, do you?
Well, it's not the American justice system, Rick. It's mob rule,
Right.
And that's kind of what they were trying to avoid. Not saying that what he did or he is accused of doing is not even could be criminal in some cases.
Yeah. So all the ones that were up for Best Actress, so that's Meryl Streep. Some of these names I don't know. Sally Hawkins, who we just talked about with this movie. Robbie Margot, Frances McDormand, all of these ignored him. It said, and then to whoever said this, Seacrest also declined to walk the red carpet before he began his hosting duties.
Which he usually does.
They said, which broke tradition.
Yeah.
But they said Mary J. Blige did talk to him, Richard Jenkins, who I don't know who that is, and said some high-profile presenters and attendees that were also female, not just male, did talk to him. The ones who shunned him were the top 5 Best actresses.
Now, he had a 30-second delay just in case anybody tried to dog him during the interview. And, Rick, the charges come from a young lady named Susie Hardy, who is a former stylist. And they said a formal investigation by the network said that Seacrest was innocent of any wrongdoing. His lawyer also said Hardy had sought a $15 million exchange for her silence, or that's what you call a shakedown.
Yeah. All right, so what we have here is she says he did it. Ryan Seacrest has said all along, no, I didn't, nor did our employer that employed both of us find any evidence to corroborate your accusation. So he gets ignored for what reason? Because there's an accusation?
I guess so. Yep.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Brand new hour. Look over there. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
There he is.
Hey, buddy.
How about it?
I'm doing good.
Hey, I'm glad to be here and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show.
I do want to thank all the dads this past weekend that came from all over the country. I mean, we had them from everywhere that came with their sons and daughters for Make Ready Weekend. Andy Blanks and I, and, of course, the great staff at Iron Hill Press and YM360. Bubba, let me tell you something. I've had the opportunity to go to a lot of places, and I love that. Consider that a great honor. I love doing it. It is my passion. But I'll tell you what, a lot of times a room makes a difference. I have always loved the room at your church.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Can I tell you, the Church of Brook Hills, that setup in their main room is just fantastic. I love that room. So I've only got only got to speak there a few times, but it was great. So the dads came in on Friday, and we had a great time together, and we really unpacked, saw some incredible things. I will tell you, because I know, Bubba, you've claimed that you could put a penguin in a blender in front of me, and I wouldn't even tear up.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But I will tell you something.
What an announcement.
When we got to the end of the weekend, and one of the last things we did is to have the sons and daughters get up and pray over their dads.
Ooh,
buddy.
Ooh,
buddy.
Wow. Good stuff.
I saw some big old boys out there wiping them eyes, and I was just looking at it, and I was trying to hold it together. And then we turned around and let the dads pray over their kids. And I think they saw that coming, but what they didn't see coming was, and I said, now you just voice whatever you want to voice over your dad. And buddy. Ooh. But if you the reason why we're doing these kind of things, if you look at the Word of God, and I will tell you, I was surprised some people actually had gotten tickets and everything and didn't come. And look, if you didn't come because honestly, look, we have life's hard, I know how it is, and you had a legitimate excuse, you just couldn't get around it, I certainly understand that. I know we got a lot going on. It's so hard to follow these schedules, and I think sometimes if I could give a advice to all of us is to do less, not more, so that you are available when things like this come in that are life changing. Mm-hmm. And everybody there was impacted in an incredible way. Let's go. And all you people, Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go for another hour. We're going phones right out of the gate. So 866-WE-BE-BIG. We open up all 10 lines, and you can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can pick the topic. You can follow up and ask questions about things you've already heard. Whatever you want to do, all 10 are available for you right now. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey. There he is. Hey, Bubba.
Merry Christmas to everybody. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for however many years we've been doing this.
Gift number 8 is coming up on the 12 working days of Christmas. That is coming up today. Be listening for your chance or watching for your chance to win. Hasn't happened yet. Also, some things you need to know if you're shopping the Rick and Bubba store. You obviously want to move with the shipping stuff. It's gotten a little better, but still not great.
Yep, don't wait.
Yeah, don't wait. So go to rickandbubba.com. You can shop there for either hard copies of the new CD, Where's the Bathroom? It's also available on all the digital platforms, but there's all kinds of cool gifts there that you can get for Christmas. Also, a reminder, this is the last 5 days of us doing live shows. It'll be best of shows and Rick and Bubba replays coming up over our time off. Well, this year we won't have really any replays because Christmas and New Year's fall on Sunday, don't they?
Yeah, that's recognized on those Mondays.
Yeah, so it'll be the Mondays after you'll get replays. So anyway, the rest of it will be best of shows. So enjoy that. That's Rick and Bubba tradition. If you're wanting to get tickets to the Man Church Conference as a gift, or you just want to get them for you or your men's group, that'll be happening in 2023, make a note that the price on those tickets will go up in January. So when we come back in January, if there's tickets still available, and I think it's about probably 60% sold out, so about 40% of the seats still available, and they're good reserved seats because it's in a theater, which is meaning all the seats are good. But if you're thinking on doing that, there's no reason to pay more. So go ahead and get that done before the end of the year at themanchurch.com, and you can find it there. So prices do go up. Let's start with Michael in Huntsville. Michael, thank you for your patience, and thanks for listening to us out of Huntsville on 100.3 The River. Go right ahead.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I saw a headline that Coach Leach had been hospitalized. I was going to see if Speedy had any information on that.
We've been talking about that quite a bit. You may have missed those updates, but there's a lot of misinformation, but I think we can all say, unfortunately, without any reservation, his situation is serious. We don't know the details, but it is serious, and that I think we can say without reservation, unfortunately. So, but there are no updates on exactly what's wrong with him. There's speculation of stroke and cardiac event, or something.
But it's just speculation.
But that's all speculation. But I tell you what is getting less and less. Unfortunately, I don't think anybody's speculating about the seriousness of it.
Right.
The seriousness of it, I think, is pretty solid. Unfortunately, Matt in Alabama. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey,
Matt,
guys, how's it going?
We're good. How are you?
Pretty good. Hey, you guys talk about soccer being a downfall of America.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, we can't even figure out the longevity of a show, and we also have take 70 years to go to the moon, back to the moon, and we're still landing the same way we did back then in the ocean.
Yeah, what? But
this is a soccer guy trying to take a shot.
I'll hang up. Listen.
I can tell you're a soccer guy by the tone of your voice.
Yeah.
Rick,
so I'm sorry.
I could tell.
I really did. Did you have a question there?
It's almost just a little bit elfish. You can tell.
Is he still on the line?
No, he isn't.
Okay.
Well, I didn't understand what he
said. He was going to hang up and listen.
Bubba, what he was trying to say is that the space program hasn't moved forward, which I dread how bad you're going to eat his lunch on that one,
Mm-hmm.
that we're still caught in the 70s doing things the way we did in the 70s on going to the moon. Not very educated on that.
Our re-entry and landing in the water is what he's asking.
And he's also taking a shot at y'all can't figure out how many years you've been doing the show,
Right,
but
that's
yet
good.
you call soccer the downfall of society.
Yeah, well, we probably wouldn't have these things you're talking about if we'd never embraced soccer. I think you don't even know what we mean.
Probably
by that.
be on Mars by now.
You know, with a
wasn't for soccer, yeah, we'd be on Mars living probably.
Yeah, with
and we'd be able to count, and anniversaries and birthdays would not even be up for debate.
You know,
soccer caused all this confusion.
When we come back with a capsule,
And look what it did to
landing landing in the water is the best, the best option because it pads your landing. We're out of this plane business right now, so.
I may be trying to explain anniversaries and splash landings, but I can use my hands. I can throw a ball.
That's right.
Catch one.
You don't have to worry about a red card.
I don't.
What do you think about Bezos? He lands in the fields with the airbag type technology.
Yeah, it's possible. The Russians land in the desert too, but I would say if you had a problem and you had a parachute malfunction, you'd much rather it be in the water than on land.
Yep. JR in Alabama. JR, go. Welcome.
Thanks, guys. Bubba, I got a request for you. One of the funniest stories I've ever heard you guys tell was the story about the drunk exit at the concert you were at. And I was wondering if you could give us like a short story of that. And
we should have asked how he's doing because he just called a minute ago. The but there is no update. Of
no update that we haven't already shared with everybody. So that's the best of it now that we'll just live in time.
Right. Yep. And it's got all kinds of cultural problems because things change.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. We've been around long enough now that culture has decided to call themselves different things at different times.
Right.
So, we really can't help that. And I'm not a big go back and change history person. No, because that's kind of got a feel of the Soviet Union to it.
If we have labels and words that we used at one era, and you have a recording of me using it during that time, you can't pull that. I know this is the new thing we do, and drag that into modern day because that's not when it happened.
Right.
And we're trying to do that on all kinds of things. I mean, you can't do that. You got to deal with whatever the so-called rules of society are today. And if you go back in a time and somebody was doing something, but at that time it was considered perfectly okay, then you can't take them and judge them by today on something they did 20 years ago.
What did Bill Maher call that? Presentism?
Yeah. I think that was it. It was something like that. I remember it was difficult to say.
What do you call it?
Presentism or something?
Presentism?
That was it, by the way. It was presentism. It was hard to say.
Presentism.
Now, before we embraced soccer, I was able to say it. But now I can't.
That sounds like something that would happen around a Christmas tree.
Yep. Let's go to Brian. Brian, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what you think Joe Biden would have thought about the ice cream bar y'all had.
Oh, he would have loved it. He'd have been in there tearing it up.
He would have gone nuts. Oh, he would have had such a good time. And we would have too, in a way.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how are y'all doing this morning?
Good.
We're great.
Doing good.
Hey, so me and my wife, our birthdays are about 2 weeks apart, and we were trying to think of a place to go for maybe like an extended weekend or something. Y'all got any suggestions on where we could go?
Mm-hmm.
For me, on the extended weekends that Sherry and I do, it's standard beach for us. We always go to the beach.
Yeah, are y'all mountain people or beach people?
Well, Gatlinburg is our favorite place to go.
Well, there you go.
Where we got engaged.
Well, there you go.
Well, I think you just answered it.
Yeah, I don't know where you live, but Mentone is a great place to go.
And I will tell you the Gatlinburg thing. The good news is if you guys will go in January, it's not that crowded. Mm-hmm. For some reason, that's a little bit of a down season there.
We actually have a trip scheduled in January.
Yeah, I think you're going to be all right. Yeah. I think that's a good call. I love the mountains. Sherry's a beach person,
up to
so
the
she
mountains
wins.
or down to the sea.
So she wins.
I think he was saying, because I'm gonna help some folks. They've got a Gatlinburg trip planned, but they were looking for a quick weekend getaway.
Okay, I needed that because I was wondering if he's already got a plan.
Did we get his location? I didn't.
No, but
sometimes the beach is not a quick weekend.
True.
Depending on where you live.
True.
But maybe you can find a big lake or something.
Lake's good.
Yeah.
Down
at the river.
You're not going to get in it a lot, but you can sit there and look at it.
Yeah,
this time
still pretty to look at.
Yeah. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Matt.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, I just want to better explain myself. I was trying to get everything in 30 seconds.
Well, it's not a phone trail. See, before soccer, you would have had no sense to know the difference between a real phone segment and a phone trail.
Look, hey, man, I was watching rugby yesterday, so.
Rugby's fine.
What I was trying to say was that it's taken us 70 years. I'm just trying to figure out why we are still landing in the ocean with the space capsule when we had Space Shuttle Discovery landing on runway.
Well, they're not using they're not using
Shuttles.
a space plane format now because the space plane had to ride on the side of a rocket, and when it goes bad, we've seen what happens.
Right.
And the space shuttle was probably it was the most complicated machine ever built by man, but the margin of error to have it as a rocket and a glider was just too much.
Yeah.
I mean, you were too close on it.
So the answer to that is
sitting on top of the rocket is a better place, more safe to be.
Yeah. It turned out to not be as safe as what we're doing again now.
Right.
All right, so 16 minutes pass. Kick. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Gift number 8 still to come in the 12 working days of Christmas as the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I was telling the guys, because they're sitting there, you're trying to make it, and they're trying to make it happen. These things cost a lot of money, especially all the curriculum they put out to put together. What they did at Iron Hill Press and YM360 and that entire staff, they said, look, what if we do everything for you? All you got to do is implement it. And because that's where we struggle a little bit as dads, is trying to get what do we need to be studying, what do we need to be doing. All that was done, and all they had to do was implement it. And it was amazing. So if you were supposed to come and you really didn't have a great excuse, you missed it. I mean, you blew it. It could have been an incredible, life-changing moment for you and your son or daughter, or sons and daughters, because a lot of them brought multiples. And but if you had, I understand a lot of you had legitimate, and that's certainly okay. But if you didn't have a legitimate, you just kind of piddled around and didn't get it done, you blew it. I'm just going to shoot you straight as your brother. You blew it. So it was amazing. We had a great time. One of those things, though, there's always, when I knew it was going to be good, is Andy and I both were having some health problems. Nothing serious, but just kind of annoying going up to it. So we both knew it was going to be really good. But I had one of those things happen Friday night, and this hasn't, because we do this for a living, we have to talk a lot. So I know every remedy to just about anything to be able to talk and get through something. Just like anybody who sings or speaks, we all know our little things about our voice has got to work or whatever, or I got to push through this. So if this happens, I go take these things, all these little things. I know this is a Dayquil thing. I know this is a Claritin thing.
Because you know the side effects, what you're going to get.
Right.
Yeah.
I know this is a spray something on your throat. I know to take this if you got a sore throat. One I had not had since a child, it seems like. And so I'm sitting there, go to bed Friday night. And Friday night went well, and I was looking forward to what we had in store for Saturday. So all of a sudden, about 1 o'clock in the morning, I get up, and I'm holding the side of my face. And have you ever got up and you can't identify what woke you up, but you know something did that's painful?
Yeah.
And you're trying to figure it out. So I thought, I'd already had a little bit of sore throat, so I thought it must be my throat is bothering me.
It wasn't a dog walking around on the bed?
No, I don't have that because I don't let a dog in the bedroom. But anyway, so I'm doing this, and I get up, I'm holding the side of my face, and I literally, it's so funny now because you're trying to wake up and you don't have your senses. I'm like, is it my throat? Is it my throat? What is this? And so I get up and I go sit down to try to gather myself, and I go, yeah, my throat. What in the world? And I realize I've got an earache.
Oh,
and I'm holding the side of my head, and I'm like, what in the world? And then before I realized, I said, I've got fluid on my ear. I can't hear it. Stopped up. It's like tunnel vision.
Did you hold your nose and blow?
Well, I did that, and then and then you hear that it just barely moves.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey man, I got a problem. Well, I think in my medicine cabinet, I'm like, I got nothing. What do you do about a stopped up ear?
There's some ear drops, but it's not one of those things you keep handy because you don't have the product.
It's not in my arsenal.
Right.
And I thought, this is hurting so bad I can't sleep.
Oh, no.
And that's got pressure and it's got pressure. I mean, I literally start texting the doctor whenever you wake up.
Yeah.
For the love
or
of
go
all
find you a high heel to drive up on.
And I was,
pop.
I was going as far as to say, there's nothing I can do right now. Because his office where we were is right across from the church. I said, is there somebody there Saturday morning? Because I know they do walk-ups on Saturday. Can I come in, something to open this up before I start doing these other sessions today? And he basically hit me and said, there's nothing. He said, I can call some stuff in for you that's going to help eventually, but today you're just going to have to push through it. So I had to go through all that on Saturday, and people are talking to you, and you're like,
don't the ear, nose, and throat people have like a little vacuum thing they can stick?
You start dreaming of that. You know what I mean?
Why did I think that?
You ever start doing that when you got something that's bothering you so bad you dream of the relief? You start thinking, if somebody would just suck out my ear.
Yeah.
Have
you ever had it when they run that thing up your nose and do that? Boy.
Did you think about taking a shot vac to it?
Something. You know what you do? I start massaging underneath, start pulling my earlobes, start blowing air. And then I realize the more air I blow into it, I'm now eventually going to bust blood vessels and everything. And then I better be careful not to burst my eardrum. But you can't just You got to barely
Right.
You're
trying to make yourself yawn.
and all I can hear is
chew gum.
and then every now and then I'd burp, and it seemed like it'd throw something in there. So I started trying to burp, and I couldn't get it to open up. But I'm gonna tell you what. So we finished it out, and it all went fine. It was no problem. Sometimes you just got to get it done. So I get home, and I'm like, we got to start the process. Now I got to talk about Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I can't come in here Monday with stopped up ear and headphones not sounding right. So he gave me a steroid pack and a Z-Pack because he said there may be some kind of infection back
Like
in
an inner
here.
ear infection kind
Yeah,
of?
yeah. So I start popping that.
Ugh.
And guys, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Saturday night, I declared. I said, guys, love y'all. I know we got a lot going on at church. I'm not have to teach you anything. If I'm not feeling any better than this, I'm out. I can't go. I can't go through another day of trying to.
Mm-hmm.
I got to sit here and just fight this. And all of a sudden, about 2 o'clock in the morning, Sunday morning, I get up and I can feel it draining out, and I feel that pressure coming off, and I'm like, hallelujah. Have you ever thought about it? There's not, when something that's
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another.
22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 5 shows remain, now about 4.5, because we're halfway through this one, in the year that is 2022. And then we'll come back, Lord willing, in January for our 29th anniversary, celebrating 29 years of the Rick and Bubba Show. Can't believe it.
How'd you get that 29?
Well, thanks to soccer, it's been a struggle.
Yeah, you're right.
So anyway, we are excited. It is hard to believe that in 1994. I mean, I honestly, Sherry and I were talking about this, getting ready for the party on Saturday. She was like, if nothing else, you guys have a lot to celebrate that you have lasted as long as you have.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. And so it's and every year, we get a little more thankful for that, and it's a little more of a feat.
Yeah.
With all the different things working against you on the outside, then the things working against you for the fact that we're just aging. It is each year in completing one with us all still here. We had a scare this year with Bubba. I think it's becoming more and more of a celebration.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It really is.
So, but we sure are glad that we are. All right, so we have other ways to go. Do you want to do a movie review?
Well, we can do that quickly. It won't take a whole lot of time. I did finally see Spirited last night. I had been waiting to try to watch it with my family, and then I realized as I was gone Saturday, my family watched it.
There you go. They'll do that, by the way. They'll do that in a second.
I know. So I got to catch up on it a little bit. It was funny. I'm not a big musical guy.
No.
Either. The fact that it is a musical with 2 guys in the lead who really can't sing that good is good. It's quite a production. I'll say that.
It
and
is
quite a twist. If I had to tell somebody what it is, I would say it is a combination of Grease and Step Up and A Christmas Carol all rolled together.
Oh, sound like a good combo.
So you got everything happening there.
hate
It was pretty funny.
I know.
There's some great lines, but if I had a critique, I could have done with about 2 less songs and a little more comedy.
Yeah,
I agree.
Well,
Too much musical.
well, can I tell you what?
Even at the end, they showed a scene that they cut from the movie.
Yeah.
And, but Will Ferrell to me is just funny.
Them
just
two
to look
together
at
funny.
him. Ryan Reynolds is funny. They make a good combination.
It's a good combo.
Betty told me, she said, I think they're a good combination because Will Ferrell's eyes are too close together and Ryan Reynolds are too far apart. So it evens
Kinda
out.
counter it.
Yeah.
Can I? Well, to your point,
Got a little possum
I
going
didn't
on.
see that.
yeah, he does. He does.
Got a little possum
He does.
happening.
He does have a little possum. But the
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, but the
He can slow right up.
but what was funny is because to me is what made it tolerable. And like I said, I wouldn't put it up there with the best movies of all time by any stretch. But what I'm saying, what made it tolerable.
It'll be in the Christmas rotation of the top
I had
10.
to take a lot of breaks to get through it.
But I saw this with David Letterman on this new show he has where he comes out like the Unabomber and interviews people. By the way, the funniest line that that I don't know if Ryan Reynolds said it to him or he said somebody said it to him. I think they both had heard it before. It wasn't their original, but this is such a good line. And David Letterman, he said, this somebody told me, and I think he said somebody told me, not Ryan Reynolds came up with it, but it doesn't matter. It was a great line. This beard makes it very clear that I don't want to be asked to do anything. He said it's a beard where you see a guy with that beard and you go, he don't ask him.
Don't bother him.
Yeah, and
though, with this movie, I appreciate them going, okay, the Christmas Carol has been done and done and done.
Yeah.
And we're going to do it, but we're going to twist the story up so complicated it's hard to keep up with.
Right.
And at one point, between the musicals, the dance numbers, and the twisted plot, it got a little hard to follow. Yeah. But it's just funny. Anything Will Ferrell's in is funny.
The key is it's just stupid. And if you can, that. But on that point, so when David Letterman was interviewing Ryan Reynolds, they were in production on this, okay? So he says to David Letterman, just the reaction we all get. He goes, he said, I'm actually currently doing a project with Will Ferrell right now. And he goes, what? He goes, yeah, we're I'm doing whatever like that. And he goes, then a little bit later, he goes, right now, like, for instance, right now I'm working on a musical. He goes, a musical? He goes, with Will Ferrell. And look, David goes, oh, okay. Well, no. Okay, that's a different thing. I get it. Yeah, he immediately is like, okay, if you and Will are singing songs, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
But, in the same way that, you like movies like Grease or some of these others, I mean, it's a very enjoyable movie. And there's a lot of comedy in it, and it's good. I mean, I think we would probably watch it again at some point.
My problem is that...
I mean, it's no Jingle All the Way.
No, my problem
and let's be clear about that.
I don't know what happened this year, but, I have a pretty short burn factor, and Sherry has struggled this year to get me to watch movies that I've seen 20 times. And she struggled, and so when this came about, she goes, "Well, look, here's something new. Let's try this. It looks like it's." And again, I mean, it's not. It's got some things in it that are a little bit off color, but it's a PG-13. I mean, but it's not watching It's a Wonderful Life. Let me be clear, or Elf. But anyway, it was like, okay, all right. But it's almost like I'm searching for Christmas movies I've never seen before.
It's like we haven't had any new ones put out that's funny.
I got into one that I thought I hadn't seen before, and then halfway through it, I think I have.
I know I've had that.
It's the one with Robin Williams in it. I don't want to say it and misspeak. It's Merry Freaking Christmas, but they say. They don't. But anyway, you can mess up saying it, but that's what it's pretty good.
I've never seen that. I've never even heard of it.
Leave Greg to bring that.
No, but I'm just saying. But as I got it, that's what. Well, it's actually.
I was so hoping it was going to be.
There it is.
I was hoping it was going to be Nativity.
Listen, it's
which is a great.
It ain't
one,
bad.
By the way.
Hey, it's pretty funny. But I think halfway in, I think I've seen this.
This one right here.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Thanks, Greg.
It's funny.
400 Christmas movies. This is what he picked.
Well, I'm just saying because I'm like you, Rick. I was looking for one I'd never seen.
Right.
But about 2/3 of the way through, I thought, well, I think I have seen this.
Yeah.
But not enough that it ruined it.
Sentimental Hagway.
You need to read it. I mean, it's pretty good.
Okay, I've never even heard of it.
You just said you need to read it.
I don't know why I said that.
Is that guy from Community?
Yes.
Okay, all right. He's
Have
funny.
you seen
Rick and Bubba.
That relief comes, how fantastic it feels. I thought to myself, yes, and I thought so it drained out. And
that's a bad one because you can't hear. You sound funny when you talk. You can lose your balance. It really messes you up. Can't talk.
Yeah. It was
the air pressure's all weird, when you try to talk.
Yeah, I even had to ask everybody, like I would go out and do a session. I said, I can't tell how that sounds, and they're like, no, you said your voice, you can't really tell, like that. And
I'd
go out there and I'd have all kinds. What was funny is Andy on Friday night. I told him, I said, I'm kind of fighting a little bit, and he said, yeah, I am too. So they put out, which was why we knew it would be great. Mm-hmm. So we put. They put 2 bottles of water out there because he would teach a session, I teach a session. Well, he comes out, he goes, now the big decision of the night. I can't remember which one of these is Rick or mine. Like that. He goes, I start screaming, just get some, go do another one. So, man, and you talk about drinking tea and coffee and honey and anything. But we got it done. And Helmsy, I heard on the kickoff hour that I should expect him to be sunburned to a crisp. Your face is burned pretty good.
Yeah. You don't look near as bad as I thought you were going to look.
Right. Well, because yesterday it was real bad, wasn't it?
It's calming down a little bit.
Saturday night it was horrible. y'all don't realize how well y'all are used to it now too. You've had a few hours to kind of adjust.
Yeah.
But guys, y'all don't realize Saturday
feels good
from about 8:30 till the sun going down. I was in it with no sunscreen and sunglasses on, obviously, as you can tell with the raccoon look.
I can. Ricky the raccoon.
And look, it's a rookie mistake. I know that with it, even though it's a little chilly at times and the wind
So
blowing,
beautiful, so perfect.
hey, you're going to get not only wind burn, but you're going to get sunburn.
Correct.
Yeah, the wind
And
will fake you off.
Guys, if y'all could have seen me about 9 p.m. on Saturday, it looked 10 times worse than it does now. And that's no exaggeration. You can ask my wife. I mean, I keep thinking about all the conversations that I had post 6 o'clock, and people must have thought, how did you allow this to happen? We had dinner on the way home Saturday night from tennis tournament with the kids, and I thought, there was a lot of people in that restaurant probably wondering what in the world is wrong with his face.
That poor guy.
So is this a tournament you were at?
Yeah, the kids played in Montgomery this weekend.
You're in a way out.
Blue-gray.
Once you're out.
Yeah, blue-gray.
Once you're out, out there in it, you can't get out.
Oh, I know.
Did you ever know what was happening until you got home?
No. Matter of fact, Amanda gave me a heads up about 4 o'clock, which at that point it was too late.
Sure.
She was with me the whole time, too. I don't know why she didn't.
Well, sometimes
say.
you can't see it till you get to the
Yeah,
hotel.
early in the year, too, it's not hot, but like I said, you get sun, and the wind throws you off because you don't realize you're getting burned.
Mm-hmm.
We got home, and I said, is there anything I can do so that I don't look like this at church in the morning? And she said, go get the Aquaphor. Now, Aquaphor is it's a Vaseline type substance, but they actually use it on burn victims.
That's burn victims.
Yeah.
What color is it? White.
It's clear. It's just a clear deal.
We
and,
used to get something that was really good, and you couldn't get it much, but it was really good.
And so when I woke up Sunday morning, it looked tons better. Like, I mean, it looked like it does now. Okay. So obviously it was.
Now, what was this about you trying to be sharp about these sunglasses? Because obviously they did their job.
They did. Y'all get off my sunglasses.
Look,
I'm very hard on sunglasses. Like I would like to have. I would like to have some Costas or some Maui Jims or something like that. But as rough as I am on sunglasses, I just can't go that route financially. I just can't. It makes no financial sense.
Because you lose them.
I lose them. I mean, I'm not very. I don't make smart decisions with sunglasses. I just don't.
Well, and like,
but what did you get?
I saw Bubba live this out. If you get you some cheap ones, you try to leave them somewhere, and you're looking, they're back in the car.
You remember I had those that had a yellow frame.
From Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Well, they're from Pizza Hut, I think, at the
Pizza,
time. And I kept them 9 years. You couldn't get rid of them. I'd leave them somewhere. Somebody go, here's your glasses.
Bubba, I fell victim to an infomercial on TV.
Did you get those HD military?
I did.
Yeah,
folks,
I saw it too.
See, he knew. Bubba knew.
I see.
All right, stop.
And they're excellent.
He was so excited about these things.
Well, they were
coming in.
cheap, and they're my kind of glasses.
Is that one you can just scratch and it doesn't do anything to it? They take it and just rub it on asphalt.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, that's a good one.
See, Bubba,
and there's that
infomercial.
There's that amber lens, and my eyes do really well with amber lens. And then also as a bonus, you get the
that's the
you get the
shooter's
X-ray
Yep.
Night vision
Yep.
stuff, not X-ray, but the night vision. and I wore. Listen, I went one night to the store for Amanda. It was dark, and I grabbed them and wore them in the car. And I was like, I don't think this is what it's designed for. I think this is like when you're like maybe out in the woods or something at night. I don't know, but I didn't.
No, I don't think.
Well, I'll tell you this: they did a good job because you do look like Rocky the Raccoon.
You do.
I do.
You know,
like
the
my
green ones,
sunglasses.
the green tinted ones do good for tennis because you can see that the yellow ball stands out.
Yeah.
And everything else is kind of monochrome.
Yeah. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show." Also, over the weekend, we have recapped the Rick and Bubba Christmas party. We have talked about some Christmas movies.
I got a good one for you.
Yeah, Greg, thank you, buddy. Thank you for that heartwarming suggestion. I mean, people don't even want to write the title down. But anyway, so thank you for that.
It's got Robin Williams.
I forgot all about it because, like I say, when your wife's hosting something and you're the husband,
You must be on standby at all times. And then we had the party, actually, when this was going on. So I forgot all about it. I forgot the Heisman Trophy was this weekend. I don't even know who was up for it. It was, but it has been awarded.
You don't know who was up for it?
No, I really don't. I have no idea. I didn't know who was up for it.
So, Adler, what order are we going on these, did you say? You want to see the runner-up first?
Yeah. You want to cover that runner-up controversy there?
Yeah, so this is runner-up C.J. Stroud. Is that correct?
Yeah, Ohio State.
Ohio State. And we know that Desmond Howard, was a star for Michigan. We know about the rivalry there. So are people trying to are they trying to be
that these two got a little something going?
Yeah, that C.J. Stroud does not like Desmond Howard?
Well,
or
the fact that
vice versa?
Heisman, that Desmond was at Michigan and he's at Ohio State, people are trying to say that he skipped over Desmond Howard, but some are going, well, Desmond wasn't even looking at him. He was just walking up. So y'all can make your own decision.
Okay, here we go. Experience here, Ohio State's third-year sophomore. A Rancho Cucamonga, California Warrior, and a Snoop Dogg All-Star Steeler. Wanted me to make sure to mention that. C.J. Stroud.
So he wasn't even looking.
Yeah.
And so he kind of just went past him.
I
But
can
everybody's
see that
trying to
if you were-
claim
But he
that
went by several
stopped.
others,
The people
too,
that
yeah.
are claiming that is ridiculous.
Yeah, and some on social media are like, y'all trying to make something out of nothing. Because, see, Desmond's not even looking at him. And it looks like he's about to do it, and then he realizes, okay, he's not looking, so I'm going to keep going.
Well, he didn't shake the other guy's hands either.
Yeah,
so
he
that's
skipped
the
4 or
dumbest
5
thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, he shook the
including
first
Jim
two guys.
Plunkett.
People, seriously.
Yeah. I heard a caller on a radio show try to say that Desmond ignored him.
Well, look, you were
on
just in a
purpose.
conversation. Everybody was laughing.
I know. I think everybody's being ridiculous, but I actually heard it from that angle. That
if it had
Desmond,
just
and they said
been-
he's done it before when they had Ohio State one.
If it had just been Desmond Howard, you might have an argument. But he skips over 4 other guys
RG3
there.
thinks something's funny.
He does. All right, so here's C.J. Stroud talking about being ranked
Forgot he won it.
the 860th best player in his recruiting class. So
In 2019, when you first started getting recruited, you were ranked the 860th player in your recruiting class. How have you used all of that to drive you to be out here and proving that you're the best quarterback in the country?
Yes, sir. I mean, I definitely think it's been a lot of hard work to go into it, but it's just put a chip on my shoulder. Been very motivated. I don't really try to prove people wrong. I try to prove myself right, and the people around me who believe in me. So a lot of great people in my life who've been amazing to me and shown me the way. So that's credit to them.
Okay. They said, though, that they looked on his fingernails, and he actually had a terrible message toward Caleb Williams across his fingernails.
Caleb Williams.
I don't know. By the way, honestly, I don't even know. I've never even heard the name Caleb Williams.
Yeah, he's
But
a
I mean,
transfer from Oklahoma.
Now, you can refer to him and say he's the quarterback at USC, and I would go, okay, I got that
and he's
now.
getting a lot of credit for their turnaround. They're a national power again.
He
after
came with the
many
coach.
years in the in the doldrums,
Mm-hmm.
and we have him winning it here in the announcement.
At Oklahoma, Spencer Rattler was supposedly the top guy. He beat him out as a freshman.
Okay.
And led Oklahoma to a good, once he took over, he is really good.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Riley went to USC, he went with him.
Okay. Okay. All right. I got you. And then, but I was making a joke about his fingernails, what he did in the
Yeah,
UW.
he wrote
Correct.
that,
Yeah.
Here's a clip of the winner.
And the winner for 2022, Caleb Williams, Southern Cal.
So Spurrier gets to make that announcement. That's interesting.
Rick, there's a little gutsy.
I'm gutsy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an overachiever.
He won it with 88.57% of the vote.
That'll do it.
Speedy,
or
you
had
okay?
it, that many people had him as the winner on their ballot. I should say.
Speedy, you okay?
About what?
Well, I know you were kind of in the Bo Bice camp.
Bo Bice.
I mean, I'm sorry, Bo
Nix.
Bo Nix.
But
you were in the Bo Bice camp too, because he was,
I was
from
about to say,
Atlanta.
I love Bo Bice.
Yeah.
You see him all the time.
The Bo Nix camp.
Nix by the numbers. I mean, he's
Picture
in
Bo Bice
he's in
playing.
play with all these guys. I didn't think he would win it, but I thought he might get the invite to New York. And I think
If
when
his
they
team hadn't
when they
tanked.
got beat there towards the end and had those losses, that hurt him a little bit. But by the numbers,
they didn't really tank.
he's I mean, he's had an
Yeah.
unbelievable year, almost
He had a
3,400
chance to be
yards
in the top
passing, and
Him and Hendon Hooker both.
yeah.
Hooker
This
don't
was
get hurt.
a cool moment when Caleb Williams said, "I've won the Heisman, but y'all get to be in the playoffs," and he's looking at the other quarterbacks. that are
That's
there.
true. They're
Yeah, this is
sitting
pretty cool
way
moment.
better than he is,
Yeah.
I think.
Journey these past couple of days together.
And I may be standing up here today, but y'all get to go to college football playoffs.
Good point.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a good point.
Is this where he says if you're going to do it then, do it big then?
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's what
that's
he's about to say.
right. Yeah, so we would all rather be in the playoffs and win the Heisman.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think so.
I think so.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Yes.
no doubt. You'd rather win a national championship than the Heisman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all day long.
I would think so. But if you're not going to get a chance to play for it, Heisman's a nice
Sure,
runner-up.
It's
isn't
not
it?
bad. Yeah, it is.
And what is he, a freshman?
Sophomore.
Sophomore.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's hard to repeat.
If he didn't get
though.
redshirted, he's still got to come back. He can't.
Yes, he
he's
is
got to go
coming back.
3 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure Lincoln's all right with that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Plus, he's probably making more money than he's going to
Yeah.
make or as much.
Right.
It might be a pay cut to go to the pros.
It may be.
Didn't he also get hurt there? at the
last
end?
game.
That last game he did, yeah.
He got gimped up.
Yeah, so there you go. So the Heisman is behind us, and we'll move on.
I guess
now.
we'll see him in the Heisman house now. Huh?
You know what? You will. And he can go ahead and do it now. They don't have to wait anymore.
They don't.
So you saw Bryce Young. He showed up in the Heisman house.
Front and center.
Yep.
His Dr. Pepper commercial, I thought, was
Funny.
excellent.
Mm-hmm. Very funny. Good stuff. But here's the thing that we all have said. Right now, if we needed to win of these quarterbacks or Bryce Young, we still go with Bryce Young.
I'll probably go Caleb Williams.
I'm gonna go.
I
I'm
think
gonna
I'll
go
Bryce
Bryce.
Young would be
I'm
second.
gonna go Bryce.
But
They'd
close
be
second.
neck and neck.
It'd be hard. It'd be hard to pick over Bryce Young. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
I just like his demeanor.
But I guess when they do this, they actually have the vote in, and then they just invite the top two or three. They already know who's going to win it. But I mean, it hadn't been made public. But so I mean, you can see who the top 10 were if you go and look at the stories.
His ability to run is,
he's
is
special.
crazy good.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen him play one game, so I don't know much
He's
about
pretty
him.
slick back there.
Yeah.
And can toss that pigskin.
You remember the old Fran Tarkington scrambles where you just kept on turning?
Yeah,
You got a little bit of that too.
Yeah, sure. So no, he's
not. They like to call it extending the play now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that that one throw when he's just off balance.
Yep.
Jumping through the air right here.
Running
Wham.
against his body. That's hard for a righty.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm. It is. No doubt.
The
an elite
Utes
player.
don't need it.
And of the four, probably the one that should have won it.
Yeah.
Yeah, his numbers were good. I will say this: when it comes to a valuable player for your team that has definitely got the most out of his talent, the Georgia quarterback Stetson Bennett's hard to beat.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's a gutsy. Yeah, plays hard.
And maybe a two-time.
Where I
national
look at it
champion winner.
absolutely.
is if you put somebody else at that position, nothing against him. He's done a great job.
He
but
has.
you can put somebody else in that, and they're probably still in the playoff.
Oh yeah.
I don't think Caleb Williams. You put somebody else in that spot, they're nowhere near the team they were.
Right.
And that's why I think he deserves that.
Well, and
I agree.
you could say if him win the Heisman, this is not a dig at the kid at Georgia at all because he's done and there's a chemistry and all that work.
Yeah.
But you take Caleb Williams and add him to that Georgia team.
Oh my gracious!
Yeah. They probably go to another level.
Yeah.
They can't get much better.
No, but they they're certainly they're at that point where, like we said during the Bama dynasty run, and Bama's still there. They haven't fallen away, but this team not as good as the ones they've had in the past, and that was obvious. But where to beat some of these teams when they're rolling like Georgia is right now, your only hope is that they get bored. Mm-hmm. In the playoff, they won't be bored. Mm-mm. So they'll be a handful in play.
Yeah, no, they know what it takes.
Yeah. Lost a lot on defense, but what they kept still pretty good.
You didn't know their name at the beginning of the year, but they're really good.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. I'll tell you who I want on my team is number 19 for Georgia.
Yeah.
That's son of a gun.
He's all.
That's an elite football player.
He is.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So,
monochrome.
So you got crispy fried.
Yes, I did. But that Aquaphor work, it's a miracle worker.
I realize why they use it on burn victims. I really do.
Well, yes.
Is that over the counter or is that prescription stuff?
It's over the counter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it comes in a big tub
We need
or
need to get that
big tub or a little squeeze out jar.
Okay.
Or not jar, but a tube, like toothpaste.
Did it feel swollen when it was at its worst? Your face gets a little bit swollen when you've really been burned?
Yeah.
How about
after very uncomfortable?
How about that shower and then after you coming out, you're like, wow, so I'm real bad.
You never have the reality. You're right. Till you go in from wherever you've been, beach, out wherever. You don't know how burned you are. People. The worst part's when the first person who gets concerned. Hey, well, I think you got burned.
Yeah.
And then you get in the shower. You think it's not so bad. Then you get out, and look in the mirror for the first time. Like, wow, I'm really burned.
Yeah.
And you can't move.
Did you get chills or anything like that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Isn't it funny how it does that?
Yeah.
Just if you're just like burned on your face, you'll get chills. And
tightens up to where you can't even smile.
Your whole body starts trying to work. Make something happen.
No, it was bad.
Right.
It really was.
Yeah. So you're looking good. And let me tell you how red it is. It's the same color Greg's neck.
Well, y'all don't realize this was really a big tournament that Ham's kids was playing. It's a big one, the Blue Gray Classic.
They had a.
They going to say Blue Lagoon.
Now you went. What did I saw you send some pictures. You went to a basketball game.
I did. Spent the day with Hunter in Auburn, and we went to see Auburn play South Carolina in basketball. It was really a big game. The SEC regular season title was on the line, and South Carolina had just beat Auburn about a month ago up at their place. So they had their work cut out. First time I'd ever been to Auburn basketball game. So that was really
There's
cool.
a lot of people saying that this year.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You're not alone.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But it was a great atmosphere. They had that place rocking, man. It was good. It was one of the Auburn stars this year, Bryce Brown, who is being mentioned as one of the SEC players of the year. I don't know how that'll pan out, but he got hurt back in the Kentucky game. I guess it was A&M he got hurt and hurt his shoulder, and then he hurt his foot, and he'd been a little hit and miss, but he got heated up again this weekend, and I'm going to tell you, when you start draining those threes, man, it's exciting stuff. His mom was sitting in front of me, Rick, and she was fired up.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I
love the enthusiasm. Oh, yeah, a lot of them. As many threes as he hit, there was plenty to go around.
Yeah, I've only been in that arena really one time, and I also was celebrating jumping up and down.
Yeah. Graduate. So I got across the aisle.
That's when my son they handed him a diploma, and I said, all right, we're done. Woo! Hey, now. Hey. So,
but we had a good time. I hope we didn't embarrass Hunter too much.
Oh, yeah, he's down there trying to have his own thing. Y'all come down here.
While we were there, we went to eat.
Who went? You and who?
Me and Betty and him and one of his friends there. So we were, by the way, Thomas Collier had invited us to go, and he invited you to go, Rick. You couldn't go, so we were able to use those tickets. And but we went to eat before at one of the places there in town, and they've got I love going to a restaurant where you see a garden where they're growing stuff, because they may or may not use that in the kitchen, but at least I feel like it's really fresh, So and it's in a raised bed out there, and when we left, me and Betty were looking at the garden because we were talking about, row crops versus vines. And, I used to do a little gardening a long time ago, and I think Betty wishes I do a little more gardening now.
Sure.
And we're looking at it, so we can't tell what one of the plants are. So we're kind of getting over close to it. It's raised up on like railroad ties. It's like too high. So we're looking, and Betty's looking for the little, the little sign they put in there, what it is. Well, apparently, to Hunter, that was very embarrassing.
Really?
He's like, "Oh my gosh, y'all get out of the garden. Everybody can see y'all."
What's wrong with that?
You know how kids
Yes,
are.
I know.
Everything
well,
you
just
do
the fact
is
y'all came
embarrassing.
down there was embarrassing.
Right. That started it, and then
Right.
and then we're digging through the garden looking for where the broccoli is, of course.
Yeah. I've always talked to the new parents that think they're just lamenting on how many times they can go to college and see their kid. And I said, you do realize your kid don't want you to come.
So we Rick, we're about to leave. We're in the parking lot. And Hunter gets in the back seat, and he says, "Oh my gosh, Mom, there's something under your seat." And the dog had come down part of the way with the trip with us and left a little package up under the seat.
You got to be.
And Hunter is screaming. There's a gift up on the seat.
Oh boy!
So Betty has to go around, get a napkin, and get that out from up under the seat.
What are we gonna do about
and then
the dog?
carry it to the proper spot to let it go. And I said, Hunter, you thought when we were looking through the garden it was embarrassing. How about when your mom's removing dog droppings from the car in the parking lot? How's that?
How you like that? When that garden don't look so bad.
No, let's go back and look at the broccoli again.
Good night.
But we had a good time.
Good
You were a
win.
dog bringer, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure. What are we going to do about the dog? Ten minutes to the top of the hour. Merry Christmas. Gift number 8 will be coming up at some point today. In the 12 working days of Christmas, I'll be standing by, waiting on that, and we'll give that baby away. The big year-ender coming up on Friday. 'Twas the Night Before Christmas will be performed by the Rick and Bubba players. Voices from this year, some of the ones that have been evergreen from the past. All that doing 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, as is tradition, to end the year here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba, some of the things, you're trying to get excited. You're trying to enjoy this most wonderful time of year. And if we could get rid of Fauci, I thought he was leaving.
It's just hard to get him to go away, isn't it?
And you remember that Whoopi Goldberg told us that Jill Biden was an outstanding medical doctor, only to realize that's not what her doctorate is in. But it looks like the First Lady is going to pretend like she's a doctor again. This is only going to add to Whoopi Goldberg confusion. Is the First Lady is going to tell all of you out there the most important thing you can do this holiday season. The most important thing. Here it is.
The most important thing you can do to prepare for your holidays is to get your updated COVID vaccine. And if you get it now, you'll be protected in time for winter holiday gatherings.
I don't even know what to say to these people.
She's not sounding real healthy herself.
She's not. It's like
She must have took it.
Do they not realize that some of us?
Now, are the other ones medical doctors up there? I know
Well, the one on
Fauci
the-
is,
yeah.
and the one on the
Yeah.
far right is the.
She's a heck of a doctor.
He's
She's a
now
CDC
the
guy, right?
Well,
No,
no,
he's the COVID
he's over
direct-
the
COVID czar.
the COVID
COVID response
now,
team,
right?
yeah.
COVID czar.
Now, who is that in the green? I don't know. who
Maybe
that
his
is.
wife. I don't know. No, because Fauci's up there. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is in the green.
Problematic, Bob. Why are we still doing that?
This is the guy that said,
It's insane.
Oh, yeah.
God gave you two arms. You
Yeah.
have
That's
one.
so 2 arms. I like to call him.
2 eyes and they're both the same size. I can't.
What in the world?
Is there anybody? And I know there's some of you. Is there anybody who listens to these clowns anymore on this topic?
Anyone?
I think you can miss only so many times for somebody to say, I'm not sure you're credible anymore.
Rick, I'll be honest with you. I'm still perplexed, and I know there are people that have immune issues that may still want to go out in a mask.
Sure, that's their their right to do that.
But I keep seeing people in their car by themselves wearing a mask.
I don't know.
If you're in your car by yourself, there's no need for a mask, no matter what your status is, unless you just forgot to take it off.
That's
right.
That's what I always tell myself. They just forgot. They got in the car and forgot.
My favorite, saw it Saturday. This is just recent. Saw it Saturday. Saw it from me to Speedy Saturday. Okay, that's how close it was. Saw a person working a car wash. Okay, because for some reason that was part of us getting ready for the party was me to get Sherry's car washed. I don't even know.
Oh, wow.
I don't even understand.
Rick,
why,
that may have been get you out of the house.
Get me out of the house.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there, and the person is from me to Speedy outside. Don't miss that. Cars lined up. I'm outside. First of all, I'm outside.
Right.
Wind blowing. Okay, I'm outside. I have a mask on, but I have it only over my mouth. My nose is completely exposed.
First of all, comfortable that
first of all, you're outside. You're okay. Okay. Secondly, if you're going to wear the mask, and the person looked very young and healthy, I don't think there was any compromised immunity or anything.
Right.
But I don't know. Maybe there is. You still got to get up over your nose. Matter of fact, the more research we do, our nose is where all this stuff enters.
Yeah, that's it.
And so if you've got this mask on outside over your mouth, all you're doing is making your mouth uncomfortable. It's not accomplishing anything. And this kind of stuff, and I had somebody say, who was this person that admitted masks have become like security blankets. Adults treat them like a security blanket. I know that everybody keeps telling me if it does any good, it does very little good, but I just like having it around. Okay, well keep the rash around your mouth and and all this, and you keep that up. Of course, we got studies going right now wondering about the damage, long-term damage of wearing masks all the time. So y'all have at it. Just don't come. I saw some ridiculous post that somebody sent me where somebody was just applauding some convention for still requiring everybody to take multiple tests before they come, wear a mask the whole time they were there, and test again on the way out. And I'm asking myself, it's almost like they live in a closed-off world, like they're not getting updates, right? It's like you're not getting updated. I mean, there's been updates. We're not where we were in the beginning, like we don't know things anymore.
No.
Yeah.
We know things. What are you doing? I talked to a person over the weekend whose son in the military. They sent me an email because they had decided, and we just got to tell all these stories. Are the it doesn't matter, give us the percentages. They can be low, high, but we can't hide information or pretend it's not there. They heard me kidding around on the podcast about wishing I could live somewhere else in summer in Alabama. It's a joke. I mean, we can't do it. It wouldn't work.
Yeah. No.
Would I like to live in a cooler climate during the summer and then come back here during the winter? Yeah, I would. I would like that. But it's not functional. But they were kind, and they said, well, look, we built our dream retirement in Colorado. Be a great place for you to go in the summers. It's for sale. You and Sherry are to buy it. Guess what ruined their plan? Their son, who served in the military, was forced to get the vaccine, and he got the heart side effect, I can't pronounce it.
Myocarditis?
Yes, he's got that now and requires help with his life because his life has now been altered forever. So their plan has been foiled because now they've got to help their son more than they thought they'd have to at this stage of life. And so we have to tell those stories too. And understand that people need to make their own health decisions. I'm all for that, but I'm for people make their own health decisions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not for forcing any of this stuff on people or guilting or calling them bad people. And when you stand up there and tell people, like you've told us over and over again, if you'll just get the latest thing, then you can go to your holiday gatherings, be around people, and you'll be fine.
Heard that before.
We've heard that over.
We know that's not true.
That's just not true, and we know it's not true. And I kind of get weirded out when government officials act like that. It's a real fascist, tyrannical, weird Stepford Wives kind of garbage, like they're robots or something, and they're shoveling this stuff. And thank you, we'll have another vaccine. Thank you, we will abide. We will be broken down. Tell us what to do.
Doing the robot.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Am I alone on this? Does that not make y'all feel weird?
Yeah, it does. Especially when they did the commercial towards children. Elmo, when it Elmo?
Yes. And remember the other, just one more thing you can do.
Yeah. It's weird.
It's just, the reason why it's weird is we've seen tyrannical governments use this kind of propaganda. It's not new. It's not a new thing.
Yeah.
We're just kind of weirded out about it as Americans.
And then they had the commercial for like myocarditis for children. Hey, does your kid have problems with their heart? I didn't see a whole lot of those before we were vaccinating kids with COVID-19.
No.
A lot of healthy people having heart attacks too. Have y'all noticed that?
Yeah. Blood clots.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Concerning. I'm concerned.
Top of the hour.
I'm worried about myself.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Got dog, everywhere a dog.
Dog, everywhere a dog. Right under the seat, too.
Oh, I know. How strategic, though. I don't know how she got on there to leave it.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Elton
Don't
announced,
next
you
morning,
remember,
everybody gets telling about it.
he announced not too long ago he's retiring from touring.
Yeah,
So
this is it.
This is the big.
This
This
is
is the
it.
big farewell.
This is when he tells everybody that they blew it.
But his standard for what he wants people to do.
He wants them to come close but act right.
Yeah. And I don't think that guy violated any unreasonable expectation.
I mean, he was a bip trying to get his attention. I get that. He was like, they say he was like tapping him, wanting to do a high five or something stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you
But
saw
he
the
did it
insert,
the
he
whole
kept putting
song.
his hand in there in his,
Yeah.
Yeah, that is kind
Look,
of.
Guy's got some
I'm not
long
saying the
arms.
guy was doing the right thing, but I didn't think it was disruptive enough for the artist to leave the stage. It was a mild
I'd have
inconvenience.
finished the song and then go maybe later. Let's don't call.
Well, when
people
the song's over, they're going to take everybody off the stage. Just get through the song. Now, if he's grabbing you and jerking on you, I understand. But also, whose idea was it to do this?
Man, he'd be
Elton's.
well, that's an over the back foul.
Let's say,
Good night. Look at that.
Let's just say that Elton's there, okay, and we're talking about the tour. And Elton says, I'm all about bringing some people on the stage for Saturday night. It's all right for fighting. And somebody says, now, look, what's your expectation? I mean, if they're on the stage, we'll keep them around the piano, but.
Well, they should have kept them just a little bit further back.
You know what you say? What's going to bother you? What do you need us to do
Give me
here?
5 foot.
Yeah,
give me 5
And if
foot.
Elton says, well, I don't want anybody even reaching out to me, they go, well, no, we don't need to do it then.
You don't think somebody got chewed sideways after that?
Who, the little drama queen?
Huh?
You think drama queen?
The bad words wouldn't stick.
They
after
say he
that
pitches
talking
fits
to.
like this all the time.
Oh, Rick. You know.
No, they don't. No, this is documented.
Yeah, you
I've
talk
heard-
about
I've
high
heard
maintenance.
some you wouldn't
think,
believe.
You think he's not high maintenance?
Oh my God! Who? Eggshell Elton?
Oh boy!
It could be Eggshell John.
I guarantee if everything's not exactly like it's supposed to be, well,
I mean, he shouldn't have pitched a fit. All right, but this Bip here.
No,
All right, so
Bip's
he
did
looks
his
at
part.
him and says blank off, and he keeps doing it. I don't know. I mean, is he? I don't. Does
Well,
he
at that
care?
point, maybe he's trying to aggravate Elton. Let's just call
Tracy
it.
Well,
was
could
there.
be.
Yeah. I would.
Looks like he's trying to get selfies too. He's got a cell phone in another hand,
All right,
holding it up.
All right, now Tracy, you were at this concert.
Yes, I was.
So where was it held?
It was held in Las Vegas at the Caesar Palace.
And you were there. Okay.
And I was there, yes.
Wow.
It was really strange.
Were you on the stage or were you in the audience?
No, didn't get to go on the stage. We were the last row that they would not let on the stage. They let about, I would say, 30, maybe 30 people up
Yeah,
there.
there's a lot of them.
And so you could see.
Could you see this happening?
Yes, we saw it happening. We could see the backs of the people on the stage, but they had that huge screen
Yeah.
on the background, and they had the camera was focused on him, so you could see him, big as day, getting angry at something, and then he said, "F-O," very loud, stood up, turned around, and kind of waddled off the stage, and
waddled's a good term.
He does waddle. He's always waddled.
Yeah, I want to see if I can.
Yeah, but the band, it was like the band didn't know what was going on because some of them kept playing, some of them stopped, and the audience was not knowing what was going on. Then they started shooing all the people off the stage, and they did escort
White shirt
guy out.
Wow.
So he got escorted out. Did you feel like, as a person in the audience, did the audience seem mad at the guy who ruined it? Look at them all walking off all cold.
Yes.
Or were they mad at Elton?
They weren't mad at Elton. No, they were mad at the guy that they were escorting off. Of course, you didn't know what he did at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't look that obvious. I mean, he was, from what we're watching, he's just kind of reaching in there. I mean, he shouldn't have been doing it, but it wasn't that big.
There's his hand. I can see it on the big screen. You could see the guy's hand on the big screen coming in.
It's right up under his microphone.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
did.
You would have thought the security people would keep those people from getting that close.
Yeah, just a few more
They got
feet back,
right
it
on
wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, I think if you saw his hand come in the first time, and you know how Elton is about this kind of stuff, you see Elton, didn't he do something in the song and then also point to the guy with security? Like, take this guy.
Yeah, it looked like he was communicating somehow with this person.
Yeah, right. And there's where he gives him the big F-bomb, and now he's out.
Yeah.
He's had enough.
Yeah, bless his heart. And he came back on stage for one more song. And he said, sorry, guys, one person can really mess it up for everybody. Didn't say it in those words, but
he said that he blanked it up, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, but then he played one song. It was the Lion King's Circle of Life. And instead of, getting up, bowing, saying goodbye, thank you for coming, we enjoyed it, he just got up after that song, waved, and walked off the stage, and the band just kind of got up and turned around and walked behind him and walked off stage. And everybody in the audience was like, well, is it over? Did we miss anything? So that was a strange ending. And
yeah, it was. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for sharing that with us. So it's kind of an awkward way to end. No crescendo there. Kind of flatline there at the end, didn't it? Thanks, Tracy.
What it was.
And you know how if you're at a concert, you don't know when it's official until the house lights come on?
Yeah.
Like, okay, they're cutting the house
And they
lights on.
start pulling wires out.
I guess that's it. Roadies are on the stage. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba for 300. Here we go. Top of the hour. Well, actually, 6 minutes now past the hour. You finished your top of the hour break, and we're ready to go. This hour, 12 working days of Christmas, gift number 8 will happen this hour. Speedy here, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. We have no intern for the final 5 days. We graduated Blazing Silverman on Friday, so different members of the show will be working with you. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey. Howdy, howdy.
Glad to be here, Rick. Thank all of you. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day, and that doesn't seem like too much.
No, it doesn't. So we have the big year-ender coming up on Friday. We had the Rick and Bubba Christmas party this past weekend. We've already updated on all that. You can see pictures from all that on everybody's various social media platforms. If you're not on social media or you're not, you don't use the internet, there's not a whole lot we can do for you to see the pictures other than watching on YouTube, or go back and watch the YouTube archive. You could do that. But we don't really have a plan where we provide you a portfolio folder full of our pictures printed out where they develop them there at the drugstore. So we don't really have that option anymore. You pretty much have to be in the world of websites and social media to see the pictures.
I kind of feel like that technology is going to be.
I think it's going to stay.
For a while.
I think it's going to stay. So we've done that, and then we'll also talk about. I'm getting ready. We are, for the first time. We used to do this when the hunting season started. Then we got to where we couldn't really do that anymore. For the first time, I offered up this year, and the guys have kind of taken to it. I know it's a struggle because you got all your different Christmas responsibilities. But I've offered up going to the farm and doing a show hunt after the big year-ender on Friday, and it's picked up a little momentum. Mm-hmm. Now, I want you all to know, because I heard some of you asking about that, trying to figure out if you can do that, if you can, how much. Remember, just as you can thank Sherry Burgess for a blazing outside fire at the Christmas party, you can also thank her for finally cutting the legs out from under Gary. Gary he cannot do pranks on any of the property that Sherry's name is on. So
it'd be tough.
Was that after
I know.
Was that after Tyler's wedding? Because he got
correct.
On that. Okay,
that was
good.
it.
That was the one.
That was the final straw for Sherry. Yeah.
All right.
When he dealt with a wedding, she said that's it. and she's
that did it.
She has shut it down.
That'll do it.
So he really can't get us.
I saw him looking at me when you said that. He kind of looked at me like,
he can't get us. That's
she
just
don't
it.
know. She don't know.
No, because he knows it. he
Hey, let me tell you, don't be telling Sherry.
So but we do have Gary scheduled to cook us dinner Friday night.
Okay.
Hey, we can do a little cube deer and
that's good stuff.
And then I'll do some gravy and some mashed potatoes and some biscuits and might do some beans and maybe a little salad.
Just a little salad.
Gary, don't do a salad. We're hunting.
Skip the salad.
Don't do a salad.
Yeah, that's not.
Well, I thought people like a little salad.
Go another round of cube steak.
So I think we can get the best of Gary, and then Sherry has taken away the worst of Gary.
Okay.
So we'll see.
But that's exciting.
Yeah,
that's fun.
Well, we'll see. It may. Let me tell you something. I did one of those deals. Have you ever tried to get something on the calendar and you can tell that you caught your wife in a moment she's not really thinking it through?
Yeah.
And you try to get it on the calendar
quickly.
Yeah, before they really thought about
and added.
But really, I mean, if I what I'm doing now is a really good one. Is like anything that she brings up now, because our vacation starts after the show on Friday, and I'm looking forward to that. Every year it's a nice rest and a lot of fun. First of all, I've already dodged, and it was at one time I was in, because those of you around the country, you may or may not be familiar with what we're talking about when we talk about the rut. Okay, when we talk about the rut. Well, where we live, where the farm is, we're fortunate and sometimes unfortunate that the time that we really want to hunt is right when we all go on vacation. Okay, that's some of the best time to go. Well, the problem with that, the good is you're on vacation, but the problem is right there in the sweet spot. You know, you get we got to go to this family for that, and then your family for this, and it can be volatile in there. So what I'm doing now is I use, and Sherry's called it on me. Have you ever, like, you know, you say, I know what you're doing, I can't really defend it, but I want you to know I know what you're doing. Yeah. Is what I do.
You win, but I get it.
I've done it for years. I use my sons as shields.
Right.
You know, well, they want to go. And you don't want them down there by, I mean, you know, I probably need to be down there.
Probably do.
You know, and that kind
Yeah.
of course, the older they get, that one's starting to get away from me a little bit. But but anyway, so I've got what I'm doing, and I even checked in yesterday. I said, look, I know you missed the party. This is young Broderick. He's the only one that still lives in town. I said, hey, I know you need to get past this COVID exposure because I can't have you backing out on the hunt, because if we lose you, I could lose my shield. And then Sherry even said, you use him as a shield, don't you, on the hunting? I said, well, I mean,
a little bit.
Do my boy and I like to do some hunting together? And I said, does your boy love to go deer hunting with his daddy? He does. Now, if you don't want me to go, then will he be disappointed? He will. And but you know, but whatever you need me to do, I'll just have to tell him that. Now it's going to crush him. and he's not going to get to go, but I'm sure he'll be fine because I need to do whatever you need me to. If you prefer for me to disappoint him and him not going to hunt, I'm willing to do it. As long as you're okay with him being disappointed, I am too. But I, you know, whatever you need me to do, and if you say today, Rick, please disappoint our son, I will. And so and I frame it like that. Right. And then so what I've done now is I got this on the calendar. Remember when I went in there and did the presentation on the board? I got it on the calendar, and I could tell when I got it on the calendar, Sherry was not in a position to really think it through.
Right.
You know, and so then then she started well, you know, we hadn't figured out when we're going to go see my family. I said, yeah, you know, we can't go the 15th, the 16th.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Like that. Well, you know, that's when we're doing the show hunt. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Brody's going to be on it.
So
right.
I said,
Brody's coming. I'm really looking forward to it.
That's really who it's for.
I said, you can call it a show hunt, or you can call it Memories with my son.
Yeah.
And
he just wanted you to buy it.
Right. The one who wants to go so bad. So anyway, so I got it. But so you should see me maneuvering, and then I'll go. Well, I'll tell you when we could. And what I try to do is try to see if I can't now land it in between the two times we need to be there. Well, I mean, we could go Sunday after church. You know, of course, I'll be back hunting again on Monday. Right. You know, with Brody, that's what he wants to do.
Yeah. Kind of a week-long thing we got.
And so I've got to find a way to drop something in there that doesn't interfere with the rut. So what I need to do is check the weather, and on the day the weather will be the worst.
Let's see if I.
So I tell you what, we need to take off gunners. You know what I mean? Right. And just,
I know when they look too far ahead, they're kind of guessing. It could flucticate for 24 hours, you know, here or there. Yeah. But I can kind of give you an idea.
Yeah, because if you look at it, guys. Trying to do because what happens a lot of times when it's not, you know, you have people you do stuff with really close to Christmas, and a lot of times what they'll do is they'll take that weekend prior to Christmas and they'll do things there with the other people.
Yeah.
So it's a dangerous call.
Yeah, you never know how it's going to fall.
And what you had to do is just be bold. Mm-hmm. But I just started thinking to myself, how number one would it be to end the show on Friday and say we're on vacation? And everybody's going on vacation for some amount of time. Bubba and I are going to be gone the most, but everybody gets time. Adler gets time. Y'all get days off. And to start that with a little hunt down there.
You kidding me?
Huh?
Rick, I got good news and bad news.
Okay.
Good news for hunting is where we live.
Yeah.
On the big year ender.
Yeah.
We got us a little cold snap, and it's going to last through Christmas.
Yeah, it looks good.
Matter of fact, on Christmas Day,
Looks
where we
good.
live, the high is 47.
Mm-hmm.
The high.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah,
Well,
47.
that's kind of how it ought to be.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. But if you're just looking at, does it matter if you go during the weekday at all? Does it have to be on the weekend?
No, it doesn't, because I'm off.
Well, he's got to check.
Yeah.
He's got to
Right.
check.
Because, I mean, I'm just saying that.
Just based on past success, I need to be in the woods with my son making memories, and y'all are welcome to join us. 15, 16, and then I really need to be out there 20 through 23.
Well, I'm gonna say on the
Right in
night
there.
on the 19th.
Right in there.
On the 19th, this could change. 60% chance of rain throughout the day.
Let's go see you folks on the 19th.
Yeah. And now that could change, move to the 20th. See what I'm saying?
Right,
It could
yeah.
move.
Right.
But this far out, that's kind of what they're
And
saying.
23 is iffy because the next day is going, to see family for Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
And 23 can be problematic. That
right.
That 20, 21, 22 is big.
Mm-hmm.
I need to be right in there.
How you
And
feel about people
that's my
just
next
showing up
wave.
for afternoon hunts, Rick? How you feel about that?
You know what? I feel good about them if they'll shoot something. Not sit there and take pictures of them like
Right.
they did last
Like
year.
you're videoing it for a
Right,
show.
You're right.
Get caught up in it and then look at the video and go, wow, really should have taken that one.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, it's not about me. It's
No,
about
not at all.
It's about, like I say to Sherry, our son.
Yep.
And because I've only got one shield left. The others, they're too far away now.
Yeah.
Too far off.
I tried to get Big Love to come hunt with me. He's like, Dad, I think I'm working. I'm like, well, you need to come over and see me around this time.
Rick and Bubba.
Yes, this one, I wondered if Greg had an update on this. Now, Greg, you have watched My 600-Pound Life, right?
Oh yes.
That's marked entertainment, Rick. That's he's there every week.
Most of them are way above 600.
And I got to tell you, I have video
well, they got that
and pictures. I'm not going to show that on
No,
RBTV.
please don't, because the man's passed. But, I mean.
Oh, yeah, and it's not pretty.
It's very difficult. So
oh, boy.
So this guy had ballooned to 842. Okay, Greg, and he was going to be on My 600-Pound Life.
Yeah, he had to lose 200 pounds just to be on that show.
So they were going to try to do one of the weight loss procedures. He'd been on one that they said he was trying to emulate a guy who had been very successful. But he said that he had undergone the surgery as well as a diet plan. And they said he was fighting really hard to lose the weight, but he was just so big that he told his wife he wasn't going to make it through the night, and he didn't. And his heart just finally gave out.
And that was during not the camera was on him at that particular time, but the show was ongoing when this happened, right?
Correct.
Adler, no.
He said
Good
that.
Lord.
Oh my gracious.
Adler.
Did you look up? You'll never be the same.
Oh, I know, I did.
You'll never be the same now.
I'm just, and again, we've discussed this 1,000 times. Do you think maybe when he hits 600, you go, I tell you what, that's a little much. He went 200 more pounds past 600.
What's that on the side?
All right, now
there?
Greg, help me with this thing
do you think
here.
it is?
They said,
I don't know. It's not.
let me. Here's what I don't understand. So his name is Robert Bushell from New Jersey. It said that he passed away from a heart attack after being on a weight loss plan for 5 months and dropped 340 pounds.
Wow.
So he'd gone.
He was
past,
actually having success, and boom.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he was just too much on his body. I mean, guys, we're talking.
No,
about
this show has Rick. There was this one guy. And
You got-
his
hey,
wife would have to feed him. And
Speedy at rickandbubba.com. That ain't me laughing. That ain't nobody laughing but Speedy.
No, I'm sorry. I was looking
Your
at
timing
Adler.
on that was terrible.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because it sounded like you're laughing at this guy. You're going to hear about that in the email.
Well, that's obviously not what I was doing. I'm preparing to show RBTV some stuff, and Adler and I are working through these pictures, and we just can't show them.
And you think they're funny.
But for some reason, you keep showing them.
Right.
I'm not switching in there.
Right. It's just
y'all.
I want to see. I do want to see the one again, and him
I
sitting
did
in the
see
back
this-
of the SUV.
But Speedy, you're putting things on the table, then complaining when Adler eats it.
I'm just looking.
I mean,
through
you know what I mean? I mean, you're
I haven't seen this.
you're
particular
setting us
that's a
up.
episode,
bad pun for this segment.
It really was.
but that show has some wow.
But Rick, it's just
Wow.
Greg, how can
obviously,
you watch it?
obviously, there's something goes wrong in their body that doesn't turn off. I mean, I
but
don't know
most
how
of
you
them I
just-
see. I mean, they eat like hogs. I mean, they eat.
boy.
Yeah,
They
now
eat,
that's
and
over
people
on Greg
keep
now.
bringing them food.
No, Greg, now listen, we got to get real about it.
I mean, they do. They can tell. This one, it was a man and his wife, and them some guys could put the groceries away, and his sister would come over and cook for them. They get mad at her if she didn't hurry up and cook.
Yeah, there's an addiction deal here, and you said the part of their body that doesn't seem to ever turn off, and that's their mouth. As they keep
Well, that's the
eating.
thing. You
Right,
just,
yeah.
I mean, your body has to go. I got enough here.
Sure
you
it
know.
does.
And that goes back to the best of bit we did when the what was it, forklift or crane or something. I don't know.
I had to get that guy out, take his roof off. To
yeah,
get him out.
to get to a wedding, and if you're on a flatbed truck,
So wake up
in a bed.
That was a guy
Guys,
from
if
Mexico.
you
wasn't
weigh
it?
400 and then you gain 400 more, like this guy did,
Well, I'm going back to, and I can see how I can get away from you because, weight loss is difficult. But, usually when I would think there's a wake-up call number one. That is, I'm officially out of clothing of any kind I can wear. Okay, there's one.
Right.
Yeah. I can't
go to the bathroom by myself.
All right, there's a big one. And then
they cover that on this show.
And then to Speedy's point, I think that one right there would be it for me. Okay, because that's where my wife would say, we must do something. We must do something now.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing would be if it requires somebody to go rent equipment to get me out of the house. To
Rick,
me,
if they're removing a wall from your home,
that's big. I mean,
you out.
Yeah, that one. That's tough.
Look, everybody needs a hand every now and then, but if they have to get a forklift, that's bad.
Well, here's what we've said 1,000.
beyond the
We've
hand,
said this 1,000 times on the show. There comes a point where if anybody loves you, and this can be beyond weight loss, they have to start being truthful with you, and they have to deny you what is going to kill you. When someone gets so large they can't get their own food, then don't bring it to them. Only bring what you're going to want them to eat in the portions you want them to eat. There's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah.
Now, once they get to where they can move around.
Now, don't get too close to them, though.
Because
they grab you, you've had it.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's a great point, Bubba.
It is. But what I'm saying is there's a point, though, that they're going to get if they follow if you're taking them what you need to take them to keep them alive.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my
22 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work the last 5 shows. And this one's almost done as far as the live show. As we work our way to the big year ender coming up this Friday. Then we'll all be off for a couple of weeks, and we'll have Rick and Bubba replays. We'll have Rick and Bubba best of shows. Everybody gets a little time off, and then Bubba and I will return with the guys, Lord willing, on the 4th of January for our 29th birthday. How about that? What?
Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Jingle bells!
Here we go.
Jingle bells!
Let's do it.
Jingle all the way!
Let's make it happen.
Oh, what fun!
Yeah.
It is to ride
In a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells!
Jingle bells!
All right, Bubba, what we winning today, buddy?
Rick, we have one size fits all. It's a $200 Visa gift card, and we will put that in your hands if you are the lucky winner today. Plus,
$200 worth of Dirt Road Gourmet casseroles, baby.
So that's $400 value today, up for grabs on the 12 working days of Christmas.
Yep. And for those of you that keep asking, and I actually saw his wife this past Sunday, Mark Phillips' widow, said, just loving hearing Mark's voice again on the show and hearing people. It's Mark Phillips. That's his rendition of Jingle Bells, which is outstanding. Miss Mark. All right, so what number we want to go with to get a winner today on gift number 8?
Well, what did we do? What did we do Friday? What was the last
it was the
number we did?
birthday for Robbie McAlpine, which was, what was he?
30, 40 something.
We could do 86.
Like 49 or something like that.
86?
That's the number of Heisman trophies that have been given away.
Okay.
How's the phones looking? Do you see any alarms that we should be concerned about?
Nope.
Okay, good.
So far,
You
so
like
good.
86?
Until we try 86.
Well, we'll see. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, and then we get down here. Doop, 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 doop. And
You know, we've
this
had
can-
some nice prizes, but the Visa
There's
gift
20.
cards, you know, they'll spend anywhere.
Yeah, I like, you and I have said this, especially dudes, we just like, give us some cash or a card that represents cash. There's 30. And we'll get what we want. Because a lot of times you don't know what brands to get and that
Yeah,
kind of
so
stuff.
it's a $200
40.
card, plus you get 5% back on your purchase. So that's going to be a little extra to put back on there.
Okay, here we go. Here's 50.
Get you a meal to get home.
Right. Yeah, oh yeah. Here we go.
Where are we at, Rick?
This will be
This
60 right here.
You
There's
working that
60.
mouse good.
Yeah.
Yep.
You hear the mouse just clicking away, don't you?
Don't get your trigger finger sore. We'll maybe hunt Friday.
Here comes 70.
Oh.
All right, here we go. Here we're getting close now. All right, there we go. And here comes 80 right here. There's 80. And here's 81. Here's 82. Here's 83. Here's 84. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from? Buddy, you were caller 85. You missed it by one call.
No. One short.
One short. You can't even. Greg, what did he win?
You talking about the caller who was one short?
Yeah, caller 85. What did he
Well,
win?
I got good news.
What?
Nothing.
Hello, Rick and Bubba
Merry
Show.
Christmas.
What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Camille, Alabaster.
Camille from Alabaster. Your caller 86. You're the winner, Camille. What a call thrill.
And our first female winner of the year.
First chick of the year, Greg.
Yeah, we finally got one.
Camille, congratulations. Bubba, tell her what she's won.
She's won a Visa gift card, a $200 value with 5% back on any purchase made, and
$200 worth of casseroles there, Camille, from Dirt Road Gourmet. Go to dirtroadgourmet.com, get them delivered right to your house. So, Camille, how long you been listening to Rick and Bubba?
Oh, I think about 20 years.
20 years. A lot of veterans winning.
Yeah.
A lot of veterans
We
winning.
appreciate that, Camille.
Well, Camille, thank you for being caller 86. How many times did you try to get in?
Several. My son is helping me. He's been dialing.
Teamwork.
There you go, Mama. All right, so Camille, we'll put you on hold. We'll get your information and get that gift card, and then you'll start getting those casseroles. We'll get all that taken care of for you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Merry Christmas, Camille. Thanks for listening to 104.7 WZZK.
Merry Christmas.
Right there.
Rick, you know what Camille won? Something.
Something.
She sure did.
Rick, what about this next person, though? Hi, Rick and Bubba.
There it goes.
All right, stop.
Well, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. Hey, Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name? Where you calling from? Oh. Hey, Rick and Bubba's show.
Would you stop?
What's your name? Hello? Hello?
I'm here.
What's your name?
Me?
What's that? Justin? Are you saying?
Boy, I
Rick,
tell you what.
how you figuring all that
Thank
out?
goodness he wasn't.
Yeah, I'm glad he wasn't the winner because we'd have never got his name.
Well, you were caller 87. Yeah. Missed it by one.
And you ain't got jack.
You missed it by one. I'm so sorry.
You don't win anything for that.
Hey, Rick,
Especially with that phone.
Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name? Where you calling from? Hello?
Hey, this is Chris from Decatur.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Chris from Decatur.
You were caller 88. You missed it by 2 calls.
Yeah. So close.
Oh, my goodness.
You can't even.
So close. How many times did you call, Chris?
Can't have nothing. I called like 25 times.
Oh, wow.
Did you get in more than once or just this time?
No, just this time.
Yeah.
Close but no cigar.
What do you win, Greg?
You talking about the Chris?
Yeah.
Let me check my text and see if there's anything. Oh, nothing. Sorry, Chris.
I didn't believe it's possible to get through.
I know.
Wow,
how about that?
Hey, good news. I know you know what you won for getting through. Ah, nothing.
I like when you wind it up.
Yeah. Well, he has to look at the ceiling to do it.
Hey, man, thanks for listening to the show. We appreciate you. It doesn't sound like it, but we do.
Yeah, we really do. We have nothing physically to show for it, but we really do.
You brought it back home. Hey, man, thank you so much for.
I appreciate you.
Check your mailbox anyway.
Yeah. Greg, but if I look at my mailbox, what would I find?
Oh, well, let me see behind that one letter. Oh, nothing.
Is it going to echo in there? Hello,
Hello. Nothing. Hello.
Thanks for the 12 working days gift, Violet. I didn't send you a gift, Charlie
I'm
Brown.
passing it to Greg Burgess.
There it goes.
Watch out.
And that one last week should be getting theirs today or tomorrow.
There it is.
Watch out now.
All right, so 8 gifts are gone, Bubba.
8 are gone.
4
We got some
remain.
dandies left.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But for them to lose weight, at some point they'll lose enough weight to get up. But won't you remember that what people are doing for you is the reason you were able to get up?
Right.
But then at that point you know they're grown. They ain't nothing you can do about it. But somebody that weighs 800 something pounds can't get out of the bed can complain about when I'm gonna have dinner ready all they want to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take them what they need to eat to live and to survive. I mean, I'm gonna do something about it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. And again, we don't know their life, but I'm gonna try to do something before they get in the bed and can't get up. I mean, it's gonna start back when we can't drive or we can't walk around the grocery store, or
Right.
you know. And again, there's different circumstances that are beyond weight that they might be suffering from another illness. But,
they could have medical issues too.
Correct.
But
you're gonna try if it's just the weight thing. I would hope that somebody tries to intervene before it gets that bad.
Hey,
842.
You remember when Barkley left the playoff coverage and went to the Fat Farm last year?
Yeah.
How did that ever come out?
I
Did
saw
we
him
ever
up
hear
there. He don't look
officially?
very thin. I mean, he don't look fat, but he don't look like overly thin.
He doesn't look like he's been to
Guys.
something overly drastic. He looks like he's made mild adjustments to me. Now, he has, which is great. But what he did didn't like it require
Do
Fat
you?
Farm.
Do you? I never hear those places advertised. Do y'all? I mean, you don't
It's hard.
hear Fat Farm.
Well,
you know,
just the whole term Fat Farm, it's hard to get people to call.
right. What do they go? I mean, do they have a more politically correct name they mark it under?
You know, you're right. You see all sorts of advertisings for drug
for
addiction,
alcohol and drug
drugs,
addiction. You don't.
and they just
see
call
the,
it.
You don't see the Fat Farms.
I'm gonna regret this, but I'm good.
Or do they put them under those? Do those places have Fat Farm type things?
If you don't want to hurt people's feelings, do you say something like, if you're having an issue, come to Burgess Farm? And then the pictures, you see a bunch of fat people walking around eating celery sticks. You're like, hey, that must be a Fat Farm.
Guys, I got to tell you, there's the top 5.
Because Barkley never said where he was going. That I
don't. Our Barkley will also.
and
say,
it was
Barkley will also say something and not do it.
It was he did it. It was a 6-week program, and that's another thing.
But was it really a
If you
Fat
come
Farm or
back-
just a good diet?
No, I think it was a pretty. I mean, he went off to a Fat Farm. Now, I know that's not the.
What do they?
No,
what do
that's
they do?
called.
What do they do at the Fat Farm?
No, and not eat. I'll tell you that.
Exercise and diet.
Right.
You're asking a lot of
It's
questions,
just,
Bubba.
and that's the
Well, I'm
thing.
just curious.
In his defense,
Something
I
you
didn't
wanna tell us?
expect him to come back just
I'm
in
just saying.
unbelievable shape because he only had 6 weeks.
Right.
But I think it's just a jump start to the rest
I
of
need
your
to
life.
know what's
He got
out there.
thin on Weight Watchers.
Yeah.
Remember, he was endorsing them. He
Yeah.
got really thin.
It's hard.
I've lost.
Getting thin is tough, but you can see the end of the tunnel. Staying thin is the battle.
Guys, I got to tell you, they're called Fat Farms.
He
Yeah,
went to the one in San Antonio, by the way, which was
he
ironic
really?
considering what he said.
Yeah.
San Antonio.
Yeah, if you said
San
that about
Antonio.
San Antonio, you would think their Fat Farms aren't very good.
He
Right.
probably went to one that had an NBA team so he could go watch some basketball games.
Mm-hmm.
I love how he worded it. I'm taking the next 6 weeks to get my FA in shape.
I remember that.
That's funny.
Did he do it?
Yeah.
What were the numbers? What did he
Oh,
lost?
I don't know.
Did
That's-
Leeds ever get $1 million? I mean, I want to run the list of all the things he said he was going to do and see which ones he did.
5-star Fat Farms. Here they are.
Bubba,
I'm just curious. You never hear them advertised.
you want to take a picture of this homepage and save it?
The search page.
I'm sharing it,
Just
Bubba.
to have it as a backup.
All right, we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next. Only on our show could we talk about this topic, and every phone call's about guns.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. MyStore.com. Go there right now. Take the promo code Bubba, will you? You talking about great gift ideas available to you now at MyStore.com. Delicious My Coffee, organic and made from the top grade Arabica beans. Also, you've got their all kinds of cool things. You know what might be a nice gift, and we need to give it to every America, a copy of the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't that be some good reading for some folks?
Maybe
Never seen it?
maybe throw in a Constitution on the side. Bubba, now this has you written all over it. The 14-in-1 bionic wrench. You can find that at the My Store right now. That's got you written all over it.
Well, you've seen it, hadn't you? I mean, it'll just grab anything.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I need one of those, too.
Oh, yeah. Cuts down on the clutter in the toolbox.
Greg, of course, I've already got you the Zip It Drain Snake. That's on there.
I like those.
Sherry's getting the Ignite Fire Starter. And really, Bubba, honestly, for you, I'm going to throw in a bleed stop, too, as well.
Oh, listen. Those are great. Have you seen those?
Yeah, I have. They're
they
fantastic.
burn the wound closed. I mean, if you got a life-threatening wound, that thing will stop it.
Helmsy, actually, Speedy, for you, I got a U.S. flag because how patriotic you are.
Thank you very much.
For you, Helmsy, I picked up some pet products. So that's there. And for you, Adler, some candy and snack foods that are also available there. And I'm going to throw in a couple of kids' toys for Ruby. All this can be found, by the way, there at mystore.com. Use the code Bubba and let the savings begin. That will actually save you some money while everybody else is trying to charge you more. Mystore.com or rickandbubba.com. All right, so a couple of things to are you sneezing?
I had a sneezing fit.
Oh, I know.
Break out.
You know what I've noticed now at my age now? If I sneeze once, I'm going to sneeze 10 times.
Oh, yeah. And then I caught it, and that got me tickled.
Whatever happened to the solo sneeze? I don't have it anymore.
No.
I used to be able to solo sneeze.
They come in bunches, don't they?
All right, so here on with this Twitter files. The more we're finding out, the more horrible it appears to become.
Well, there's so much information, it's almost hard to digest, and that's one reason that Elon is putting it out in little groups. But as these things come out, we realize what's going on and what the White House has said is going on and hasn't said is going on is not necessarily accurate. Former President Donald Trump was banned from Twitter the day after former First Lady Michelle Obama and others demanded the company permanently remove him, according to the newest Twitter Files installment.
So Trump was taken off. We know that happened.
Twitter. It's Twitter.
Yeah. Twitter. After Michelle Obama.
See, I used to do car stereo, so I used to deal with
tweeters
a lot. So it's hard to break that habit.
So Michelle Obama called for it, and they did it.
Yep.
So that's in what's being released. Now, we're going to find that Karine Jean-Pierre is saying that the Biden administration was not involved, but then we're going to come back in 2021, and Jen Psaki is going to say something different.
Yeah, let's watch this, because we know now that people were pressuring Twitter to do this, including Michelle Obama. But let's hear what they say the White House official position is.
Twitter, Elon Musk this week fired the former FBI General Counsel Jim Baker, who was serving as a top Twitter lawyer. Musk alleges that he may have been involved with countermanding his attempts at transparency. And I was wondering if anyone in the Biden administration was in touch with Baker, either regarding moderation decisions that critics call political censorship or regarding his transparency efforts recently.
So it's up to private companies to make these types of decisions. We were not involved. I can say that. We were not involved.
Okay, so there you have her clearly saying they're not involved. Now let's back up to Jen Psaki and see what she says that they're doing.
Yeah, 2021.
Thanks, Jen. Can you talk a little bit more about this request for tech companies to be more aggressive in policing misinformation? Has the administration been in touch with any of these companies, and are there any actions that the federal government can take to ensure their cooperation? Because we've seen from the start there's not a lot of action on some of these platforms.
Sure. Well, first, we are in regular touch with these social media platforms, and those engagements typically happen through members of our senior staff, but also members of our COVID-19 team. Given, as Dr. Murthy conveyed, this is a big issue of misinformation, specifically on the pandemic. In terms of actions, Alex, that we have taken, or we're working to take, I should say, from the federal government, we've increased disinformation research and tracking within the Surgeon General's office. We're flagging problematic posts for Facebook that spread disinformation.
Okay, so right there you have her saying we're flagging things that we feel like are disinformation, and we're letting them know that. In other words, they were pressuring them to take it off.
Yeah.
So you have Jen Psaki saying they do this with social media. Then you have Jean-Paul Pierre saying they don't do this. And then the emails clearly show who was calling, who was sending them emails, and one thing and another. Now, this is interesting too, Rick. On the morning of January the 7th, then Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey wrote an email to employees instructing them to remain constant in their policies, including the right of users to return to Twitter after temporary suspension. Trump was serving a suspension on the platform when that email went out. But then Jack Dorsey actually left and went on vacation for a few days when he was taken off again. So it's a little confusing on who actually made the final call on this. But also, as they've gone back and they've cross-checked people working at Twitter and political donations that we know about. In 2018, 2020, and 2022, donations to the Democratic Party from Twitter employees was 96%, 98%,
Wow.
and 99%.
Wow.
Respectively across those years.
So really what happened is Jen Psaki says we are policing, we're all involved because that was what was the preferred narrative of that day. When Karine Jean-Pierre says now they're casting us as fascist and controlling the media, I have to say we're not doing it. It's just
Right.
whatever is
Right.
politically...
Whatever I need to say today is what I'm saying. There's no consistency and apparently no truth in what they're saying. It's just what they need to say. Now, the other thing was that in this release, it was clear that Twitter behind the scenes was constantly changing their rules so they could block who they wanted to.
Right.
In other words, they would change it almost daily and update their rules so they could go, oh, I don't like that guy.
Right.
You know, they had a doctor speaking out against the vaccinations. They blocked him, blocked this guy, blocked that guy. Instead of having a forum where the government doctors are saying everybody needs to be vaccinated. Well, you have some other doctors saying, no, they don't. Why can't we have that debate? Why can't we make our own decision? They were blocking one side of that conversation so you couldn't hear it. And you've heard it there. Right. I mean, they were flagging posts they didn't like.
So what did
on
they,
Facebook.
So let me ask you this, Bubba. What do they do? We refer to it on our show. We got all these weird phrases that came out of our lives. They come on out, y'all. They got us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, you know, we have said there comes a point where there's so much evidence and there's no way out. Don't you have to finally admit that you were doing it? Because it's not like we.
Well, they won't admit it because
but the evidence says you were doing it.
They've all took their money and left.
Right.
And Elon has even indicated that Jack Dorsey didn't know some of it was going on. He's kind of He's kind of pulled him back out of the fire just a little bit on some of the issues, saying he didn't know, but apparently he wasn't in control of Twitter because he had other people doing things that he clearly were, or he was putting out an email to say one thing and telling them to do something else. Who knows?
Well, yeah,
But the trackable proof, like that, he said, follow the policies if someone has been temporarily suspended.
Right.
Well, he goes on vacation, it looks like, and then Trump's pulled off.
Yeah.
You know,
exactly. But on something like this, somebody goes, all right, we have proof that Michelle Obama pressured Twitter to remove Trump, and they did. Can we just ask that direct question? And somebody will go, well, no, that didn't happen. No, apparently it did. I mean, it's not like this is speculation anymore, is my point.
That's old news, Rick.
So, the big social media.
Y'all come on out, they got us.
The big social media companies are manipulating what gets through, what doesn't. We've known this all along. And I think it's a failure of regulation. Are they a platform or are they a publisher? And they can't be both. They can't be protected like they're a platform, but then pick and choose winners like they're a publisher. And that's what they're doing right now.
No doubt.
And Elon's saying that needs to stop, too.
Correct. All right, phone calls to wrap up the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got 10 lines available. We'll look and see if we left anything on the table, but we definitely want to talk to you before we wrap her up on the live show today. But 866-WE-BE-BIG, all 10 lines available. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
about that because I remember when he said that, I never heard where he was going. And you hear about all these famous rehab places these stars go to. You never hear of the fat farms.
What I'm going to say is this:
it's like the
Betty Ford
embarrassment
Fat
of the
Farm.
interdiction.
Well, I'm afraid he would be David Crosby. Remember that? They put David Crosby in like a drug rehab thing. Everybody got that famous picture of him climbing that wall.
Yeah. he didn't stay a day.
Oh, no. He didn't even make it through a day. So what I'm saying is this. Would you prefer to do this on your own, or are you open to us having somebody just come grab you?
No, it would be on my own. Much prefer.
Do you want us to do something?
Because I have a, I can't be like, I have to be there because I want to be there. I can't deal with caged animal, and I'd be too crafty. I'd be trying to get out all the
But
time.
do you think probably your best chance for success would be, though, to be forced? And you can't get out?
No, I think the way I did it before when I wanted to lose it, that's the way to do it.
Because Betty just texted me and said, grab him. I don't know what this means.
Right. Yeah, that or a clothing makeover, one or the other.
Quick, dart him.
But Rick, I was looking at this. So
you
this
are looking
place
at 'em.
that Speedy brought up. No,
Right.
this is just funny.
That's where you need to be, right there.
And I'm reading what a day at camp consists of.
Day at camp.
6:30 a.m. banana boost protein smoothie.
Oh yeah,
Okay, that's a plus.
That's good.
I don't like bananas in my food. I eat
here we go.
bananas.
Here
I
we
don't
go.
like bananas.
Well, yeah, they do another flavor.
Wait a minute, you
7
eat bananas, but you don't like bananas in a smoothie?
No, I don't like. I'm not a big smoothie eater at all.
He would not follow the rules. He'd be a nightmare for them.
Well, we're at rule 1. He's already out.
I know.
Yeah, he'd be complaining.
You could ask for another flavor.
7 o'clock spin and sculpt class.
Oh yeah,
Spin.
Get on
Is that
that
where you
bike.
ride the
That's
bike?
a bike. Yeah.
Oh yeah, buddy, you're on it.
You're going a long way, too.
Yeah.
Not the first day.
We're sculpting.
And then you get off and sculpt.
Before you know it, you're bouncing a weight ball.
8 o'clock says coconut. I don't know what this word is. FARRO oatmeal.
I don't know.
You don't like coconut either.
I
do
don't
you?
like coconut.
I don't like oatmeal.
He may never eat it.
I don't like coconut. Don't like oatmeal. Probably don't like them together.
No, that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Bad combo.
He's out on that.
Now, what is this, Speedy? TRX suspension training? What is that?
I don't
That's
know.
those bands, aren't it?
No, band's coming up later. This is suspension training.
something
What is
sharp.
that? At 10:30, we have Greek yogurt and fresh berries.
That's good.
That is good.
Yeah, but you're real mad at this point, and you want to eat better.
Bubba, they're not going to serve you pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
what it is.
know.
They
I
might
know
eventually.
that.
You talking about the Devil's Party boat?
The devil's little party boat. 10:45 is the band burn.
Oh yeah,
No,
now
that's
you're on
the band.
You're on the
That's
bands.
the
now.
band.
The band burn.
Or we learn to play a musical instrument. I don't know which one that is. Let's see. 12 o'clock, you have lunch and learn psychology of eating.
Okay. Oh boy, trying to train you.
That's where you.
Now,
That's when
where-
you ask about peanut M&Ms.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
That's when you ask them if that is truly a somewhat healthy snack.
and
Rick.
you try to stay awake.
If I could see you in that pool doing aerobics, that'd be huge.
I'd like to see somebody stretching you
Oh, that's
One-
a lot of
on
stairs.
one of those mats.
1:45, Rick, we have the hike at the legendary Torrey Pines.
All right.
The hike.
It's a beautiful golf course. I know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. You
Is that what it is?
You
Is
didn't
on
see
the
it?
golf
Did
course?
you see the hike? They walking that mountain.
Oh yeah,
I don't know
I
if
bet
that
straight
hike
up.
is. Torrey Pines.
Plantar to you.
But the good news, you get to come back and have organic apples and almond butter.
Oh yeah,
There
that's
you go.
good.
Well, that's a
Yeah,
Real
reward.
good.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then at 4:45, a little yoga at the Chopra Center.
Picture it.
Whatever that
way.
is.
Yeah.
Hot yoga.
Shirtless.
And then 5:15.
I just remember back pop. How do you laugh in your back pop? That's
Listen,
weird.
at 5:15, you have blackened AHI. What is that?
Ahi.
That's a fish, isn't it?
Oh, that's good.
No,
Oh, yeah.
that's-
I like
is
that
a fish?
blackened stuff.
Ahi tuna. That's what that
That's
is.
good.
Oh, no, I like that part.
Yeah, you be all right.
Don't you like
Yeah,
blackened
you'd be
stuff?
good.
With roasted vegetables.
Ooh, you love that.
You be all right right there.
Yeah, I need to. Yeah, I'm good with that. I have that a lot.
Now,
There you go, them
now let me tell you
potatoes.
something, Chubbylicious. You ain't getting a lot of it.
Yeah,
You know,
You're going to bring out a little
you see
syrup.
those plates they're fixing you?
The one thing that I am concerned about here, I
There
do
you go.
not see after lunch nap time at
None
all.
of that.
I mean, come on. Where is our nap at? Our
Well, you
afternoon
can sell
break?
you could sell them on that. So that's when your body burns them calories.
That's right. That's
Take
right.
some
Well, they
calories.
wait
Works
till
while
middle of
you're
the day to
sleeping.
get started, Rick, at 6:30.
Right.
I'd rather be up getting this thing done.
Yeah.
Huh?
All right.
we
So,
go.
do you want to go? Is today
No,
the day?
I don't. I don't want to go. No.
We
I'd
could
really
set
not.
up an ISDN line. You could broadcast from your room.
I
You're
doubt
locked
it.
in.
I doubt it. Well, that just does not look
So,
fun at all.
You can talk to Dr. Drew Pinsky.
Bubba, you said you got to do it on your own. What is that going? What's that look like?
Well, I've done it before.
Well,
It's just-
I know
need
you
to
have.
go back
but
and do it.
what does it look like today?
It would have to be driven by sports performance and stuff like that.
Do you?
And I got a couple of nagging injuries that hurt that. So
Are you just
that kitchen here is going to have to be shut down. That's the word. I mean, that thing is it's evil.
Would you?
Hitting it.
Would you? Why not just go back?
I'm talking about for everybody here
and do what you did before when you lost all the weight.
Well, that's what I need to do. That's what I need to do.
Yeah. And it looks like that's one of the things they do here.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour. Phone troll 866 We Be Big. The lines are filling up, but you can get in right now if you get on it. You got to get on it. 866 We Be Big is our number. Bubba, you had one thing to share before we go to these phones that are stacking up over here.
Yeah, this could be big news. Scientists working at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory say they have achieved a net energy gain from a fusion reaction. Now, fusion, the power of the sun, where we put hydrogen together, make helium, but we catch the energy coming off of it, how the sun works, how hydrogen bombs work.
Yep.
We've never been able to do it in a controlled environment. And when they've been able to do it, they use more energy to create the reaction than the reaction gave off. They're saying this is the first time they have been able to actually get more energy than they put into it. It was for a short amount of time, but they say it's a major breakthrough, and it could be our way to clean energy. If you have a cup full of hydrogen, it could run your house for your whole lifetime.
How about that?
Isn't that cool?
See, and that's but of course, how long till that gets demonized?
Well, there'll be, Rick, like everything else, there'll be side effects that we
End
don't
of the
completely
world,
know.
all
But
this kind of
they
stuff.
used a containment field to heat this thing up with lasers, and it took 192 lasers to do it.
Good night. Yeah.
So that's still, we're not really ready for that to be in your car yet, but it's a start.
Let's start with Pamela in Gadsden, Z93. Pamela, you got 30 seconds. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling.
Phone troll.
Pamela, go.
Hey, y'all.
Hey,
Good morning to you.
Hey, Pamela.
I'm just flabbergasted that they will not leave Trump alone.
No.
Period.
Yep.
You are correct.
I hope he makes it 2024 just because they end up trying to trash him all the time.
So will you be supporting him running for president over all the other Republican
Yes, I will.
possibilities?
Yeah, there's that.
Yes, I will. Straight Republican.
Bubba, in a shocker, she will support Trump.
Yes.
Let's go to Ryan. Ryan, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, buddy.
Good, man. Go ahead.
Hey, I heard y'all talking about s'mores earlier, and I was wondering if y'all would ever put peanut butter on them.
Peanut butter on s'mores.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm not saying that wouldn't be good, but I think we're already a little out of hand because we went to just roasted marshmallows. Remember, you're outside around a fire. So this really, and you're sitting in a chair or on a stump or something, it's not really set up for like, let me fix a big meal in front of me or fix a sandwich.
Right.
And so it's already a lot of, don't drop the chocolate, here, get the graham cracker over there. Hey, let me pull this down the stick. Oh, no, there's some hanging over the side. If we add peanut butter to all this, I just think it's just
and
getting
it's
too
sitting
messy.
around the fire, it might get hot.
Just getting too messy.
It's pretty tough
to
like
be
it
a
is
s'more
now.
at that point.
Yeah.
We call it a s'more because of the ingredients, right?
I don't have a problem with it, but I'd
is
have
it?
to.
Yeah. I mean, we
Why do they call it s'more?
Well, they put chocolate in it
it's
too.
chocolate and
Yeah.
it's marshmallows and it's a cracker. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why it's just called a s'more.
Can I tell you, I don't really like graham crackers.
I mean,
that
not
way.
why, but that's.
I wish we had another alternative for graham
I
crackers.
like a graham cracker.
Oh, I do.
It's got to be fresh, though, and crispy. Got to be crispy. Got to be fresh.
Yeah, I like a good graham cracker.
John in Birmingham, 30
I like it
seconds.
with
Go ahead.
cinnamon on it.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I'm only now just tuning into the show, so I apologize if you already talked about this. Have y'all heard anything new about Mike Leach?
Nothing
Him being in
new.
the hospital down in Jackson?
Nothing new, but unfortunately, what we have been able, I think, to gather without any, and I wish that it wasn't apparently true, but it looks like it's apparently true that it's very serious. But that's all we know. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead. I think Mike had the same question. Let's go to Hank in Texas. Hank, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Well, hey, boys, how y'all doing today?
Good, Hank. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I just got a thing. We talk about how Die Hard ain't really a Christmas movie, But how many times have we thought about that we sing Christmas songs that ain't really Christmas songs? You know, like Jingle Bells and Baby It's Cold Outside, stuff like that.
Are you saying, Hank, that Jingle Bells isn't a Christmas song?
Jingle Bells.
I should have gave him a time.
That's old Hank.
Does he just say it could be any bells?
He does a good Hank. I'll give him that.
He does a good Hank. Rogers in Clanton. Raj, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, I've been trying to call y'all since '94.
Thank you for staying with it.
Man, persevere.
Hey, buddy, I've been me and Rich Wingo and Bill Searcy built that Wildwood Center back in the day, and that's when I was superintendent with Charles Benz, and I got to listen to y'all a lot. But anyway, Biggins, I just want to say, wow, what a wheel, monkey grass and all. I've been waiting to say that for years and years.
I love it. Good job,
That's
Roger. And boy, you hanging with a rough crowd. Scott in Scottsboro, 1017. Go ahead.
Rick.
Yes.
What in the world? You let your wife build a campfire?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Really?
She can do it, man. I'm telling you, outstanding.
I mean, that just goes against the bro code, don't it?
No, it doesn't for me. You think you can whip me?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Absolutely not.
Okay, then you make your fire like you want to, and don't question my manhood. Okay, there you go.
I think you simply looked at it and said, "Wow, she's got the gift of this. It's a lot better than me." If I looked up and Amanda made a fire like Sherry, I'd never make a fire again.
No,
not one time. I wouldn't grab a piece of wood and get in the way.
Well, the other
impressive.
thing, the other thing is, I've even tried to say, "Hey, I'm gonna go over and build a fire for us." She enjoys building a fire.
You'd be sure. I saw that the other night.
Her building a fire is not due to my inability to build one.
Right.
She wants to build it, loves it, and like it gets a sheer joy out of it. I carry the wood, I load the wood, I set it up for her in the stacks, but she likes making the fire.
Well, like at our family, Betty likes to do the grilling.
Yeah.
She's the gas griller. I'm the charcoal
There
griller.
you
So
go.
it depends which one we got going. Because sometimes the two can't cross.
But all kidding aside, now if she was having to do it because I wouldn't do it or couldn't do it, you'd have a point.
That's different.
But she's wanting to do it and loves to do it and actually is really good at it.
She is.
We continue. Let's go to Carly in Indiana. Carly, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're good.
We're great.
I'm so excited to talk to you guys. So I'm turning 29 with the show next year, and I just want to say thank you guys so much.
Your whole
I
life.
moved to Indiana from Alabama.
Your whole life.
My whole life.
You've
so
been part of
much.
this show your whole life. That is
29.
fantastic.
Isn't that crazy?
I love it. Happy birthday and Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much. But I just wanted to say thank you guys, and I found you guys on YouTube when I moved from Alabama to Indiana, and you guys are just amazing, and thank you for the positive impact you put towards people with God, and just you guys are wonderful.
Thank you, Carly.
Yeah,
wow.
you're too kind.
Well, there's a Christmas present right there.
Boy, we might need to just end it right there.
Right. Yeah, you certainly don't want me to take this one right here on 5. but
yeah, let me have it.
All right, quickly. Larry and Prattville, go ahead.
Bubba.
Yes, sir.
The Vikings, man. What happened?
You called it.
Listen, I told y'all we had a loss to the Lions out there, didn't it? Have I not been telling y'all that for a while?
Your exact words.
The first time they played them at home, they won on the last play of the game, and that's when they were a 1-7 Lions.
Yeah, you called it. You said,
"Look, that ain't the worst one you're gonna see."
Bubba,
just wait till the playoffs get here.
Oh, don't.
Boy, you talking about lay a egg? Woo.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Bless their heart. You know, I do like the coach they got now, so there's potential.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.